Afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 38. But what if you see the pure truth in that thought? Then the book ceases to exist, and you will realize the pure truth in that moment. Seeing the truth in every thought is the way to go on the path to attain nirvana. Seeing the truth in each thought is our path. Now we have to learn to apply some effort to focus and be on the path to nirvana. Our goal should be to study and understand the Dhamma very well. Then we should apply the Dhamma to each thought and realize the pure truth ourselves. When you apply some effort and realize the Dhamma or the pure truth, your wisdom begins to increase automatically. You will realize the pure truth only through wisdom, which you develop from a deep and clear understanding of the Dhamma. This realization of the pure truth through the wisdom of the Dhamma is called Sankhittena Nibbidaya. It is with wisdom that you can realize the pure truth. You have to apply a lot of effort to go on the path and to realize the pure truth. One of the most important things you need to do is to listen to many sermons as possible. The Buddha preached many sermons so people at various levels of understanding could easily understand the Dhamma. If you study the Dhamma very well and follow the path of the Buddha, you can become an Arahant, the fourth stage of attainment on the Supramandin plane, Lokottara Bhumi. To analyze the Dharma that nothing exists, you can be in any of your four body postures, Sakara Iriya. You need not necessarily be in a seated position or the lotus position. Actually, analyzing your thoughts could be considered as the only meditation which will help you to be on the path. You should learn to see the Dhamma that nothing exists. In all the four postures, while doing your day-to-day work, that is, while standing, walking, sitting, or lying down. Stand, everybody.
Sanai, Triple Gem bless you all. May worship our announce and start the discussion. So Shani was reading about the thought and actually said a very important thing in that where Atar Anse has talked about is what even Lord Buddha has told is that if we have to understand Dhamma, we need to listen to Dhamma as much as possible, yes. And because in the beginning, you might not even catch the uh, depth of it, but you go on listening, you will realize that it's not as superficial you think, and will continue to catch the depth of this Dhamma because it goes on to non-vibration. Aranwanse's explanations have never stopped in the middle, and that is the beauty of this Dhamma as well. So if you can understand how this went on, how a thought has this additional power or has this feel of existence or life feel, how this has happened, and when you keep understanding that, you keep understand that it has things that you have to feel too, and that is also part of the things that you will actually learn from the sermons from the beginning as well, because Aranwanse never stops talking about Dhamma, which you have to be feeling, that you have to feel this Dhamma. He has been talking about this every day in kind of every sermon, and as well as recently he is talking about it a lot. So when we talk about this Dhamma or the truth, that is the most important thing, the truth, because non Sinhala speaking countries, specifically English speaking countries, they have different beliefs, different ideas, different attitudes towards any religion. So they might say it is a religion. Why do we have to listen to a religion? We have a religion already. But the main message here is not about a religion, not about a thing, not about a country, not about even this world, not about even this world of humans. This is about existence. This is about consciousness. This is about every being. So that is the truth. I mean, if it is only relevant to humans, that can't be just the truth. If it's just relevant to only one type of humans, that can't be true either. Can it be? Can it be just the truth? Can it be only true to Buddhists, or only true to Christians, or only true to Muslims? That can't happen, because truth is truth. Truth can't change according to the groups, according to the the anatomy of the world. Can't change like that. So truth doesn't change. Truth is the same. So what is the truth? Truth is about how consciousness has come to this, has this extra power, and how we feel that it has a thing. How this self-perception has begun. How this extra power has made this self-perception, and how that has brought this self-view. In self-view, we have the view that there is something. And of course, if there is something, there's always the idea that the viewer or the person who feels it will be there. So if you have, if you're seeing something, definitely you are there, even though you don't have to even tell that, because that is the perception. You just see the tree, but if it is, if you feel you are seeing a tree, then definitely you are there, but you don't have to even think about it or talk about it. It's just a perception that you have unknowingly, unconsciously, we can say actually, or we can say subconsciously. These are just words used in English vocabulary to say few other things, but you can use it. We have to be careful in using words because someone can argue, what is that? What is this? But we are just using it to actually extrapolate how these work. Because self perception, when it is a self view, we can openly talk about it. We can say, I am so and so, I'm doing this work, I have these things to for me, and I have a family, I want to do this in my future plans are this, and yeah, I want to die like this, and I want to be reborn like this. Or you even can say, I don't want to be reborn. I'm not having a rebirth. It is according to beliefs. You keep saying these things, so it is very easy to get carried away by your thoughts. Very easy. I mean, very easy in the sense it is like our bread and butter. It is very easy thing uh, to get carried away by your thoughts. So, what are the thoughts? Anything. It can be tree, it can be chair, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be river, it can be moon. You name it, you have it. Every thought. The thought is not the problem. Thought is, but from the sensory organs you have, in the sense a human have. Human will have the eyes, the ears, the touch sensory receptors, and the nose and the tongue. And the skin has this touch as well as the temperature and stuff. So when these act together, they're actually uh, performing as another organ together, and that gives you the best illusion in the world. Lord Buddha has actually told about that. That's the best illusion. Is not films. In that time, he was talking about Chalachitra, but I think it is similar to the best film ever. But he is talking that the mind is much better film than that because it's so vivid. At one time, it gives you the colors. At one time, it gives you the the sense of thickness, sense of fluidity, sense of tallness, shortness, sense of length, sense of what else? Sense of sadness, sorrow, sense of happiness, sense of being okay with that. Everything is happening. This dream or this illusion is the best illusion ever because it maintains that illusory world. Imagine looking into like a film uh, which captures your attention, and you start being in that with the 3D glasses. You would understand that sometimes with the 3D glasses you see the film, you feel like everything is coming to your body even though you are sitting in a film hall. That's how they have built those goggles. So when you put the goggles on, whatever you feel, whatever you see is quite different to what you see without the goggles. So easily you can understand it is here that is changing, not there, because nothing changes there in the projector. Nothing changes there, but here, if you change something here, it changes the whole output. So likewise, you understand that the eyes, how does the eye work? Eyes actually, when you call eyes, it's actually the output we call the eyes. We have an idea about eye because there's an output from that eye. But the output, if we talk about the output, if we say it is light, Again, we can't separate I from the light because it's the same thing. But for us, it is like a big deal, you know. But the understanding of light, you can understand, it's only the vibration of the I that we call the light. Because when we try to separate them, when we try to think about these things, we have to separate them. It's a nature that we separate each and everything that we feel differently. So the feel is the first thing to happen. Feel is the first thing that is happening. Do you know it? Can you understand that? So the feel happens first, and the mind separation is happening automatically. There's nothing, no one is doing that. Just it happens. So you definitely feel some difference in the chair and the table, yes. But then we have a great idea. After some time, you feel like chair is existing and the bed is existing and the table is existing. Everything is existing because you forgot that how this has happened even, and you don't even think about it. At the same time, some people start thinking about this dream. How this dream come true? Only few people, like for an example, I'd say like started to wonder about these experiences, started to wonder about the sadness and the drive. This drive, how does this drive happen? You know, drive to live, drive to do stuff, drive to see stuff, drive to hear stuff, drive to feel stuff, drive to think stuff. Where does this drive come from? The drive comes from the ignorance. Drive comes from the misunderstanding about this whole construct. The dream is a construct. Can you feel it? It's very important. If you can feel it, it's very good. Trying to communicate in English language may be different, but still we are trying our best. And if you can feel it, can you feel that this construct, whatever the film you are in, from the day that you started to understand the mind, the day that you started to realize that this world is full of things that is a construct of the mind. It's a mental construct. The chair, the table, the country, village, home, family, children, anything. It's a dream or a film which is ongoing, and we feel like we are part of it. That is the big deal about this. We feel we are part of it. And whatever the Dhamma you talk about while feeling part of it is a bit tricky, because you still feel you're part of it, but you know that you are not part of it. Kind of like that. So imagine someone actually understands this Dhamma and feels it too. You know that there is no self-perception. In the sense, there is no self. The view is wrong, because view is this I, me, mine. That is a view. And all the other things are separated from that I, me, mine. I am here, you are there. I'm here, chair is there. That's how you feel. Even if you talk about your own foot, that is how you feel. I'm here, my foot is there. What's that? Where is you? It's a bit tricky, isn't it, when you try to think about it? I am here, my eye is this one. If you can touch your eye. This is my eye, so where is mine? And so it's complicated when you start thinking, and usually people just stop thinking about it because it's too complicated to think about it. Because when people are having things to think too much or getting complicated thoughts, they just, forget about it. Oh, it's too complicated to think. Even this Dhamma, might sound too complicated to hear. Oh, let it go. You just don't, you can't understand that. Some might say that, but don't let it go. Just let's keep listening. Just keep listening. You might feel it one day. You might actually start feeling it even though you don't understand anything also. Because this is kind of a, the mind is a vibration. Mind is actually kind of the production of the uh, everything you hear as well. Because you think in your own language. And if you know another language, you might be able to think in that language too. But can you think in Spanish if you don't know Spanish? You can't. Can you? No, can't. So what does that mean? So actual mind is kind of the reproduction of the or re-vibration of the ears. So when you understand that, when you keep understanding this mind, which is the trickiest part to understand because it's such illusion, you can feel how this mind works. Mind brings you sadness, happiness. It sometimes brings equanimity as well. But most importantly, what happens is it gives you the alive feel. You had it even if you were in the early baby life, like in neonate or even infant. You had that because infant is under 1 year of a child. So the infant has this feel. The mind has not properly formed because he's still catching up with these things, the sounds and because to form an idea about the chair, you need to hear about it, you need to see it, you need to touch it, and then you have a complete idea about that. Even if you haven't touched something, you might get an idea from a picture and you might not know anything much about it, but you will have an idea about it from the photos. And when you go there, you might say, oh, no, this is not what I expected. It's okay though. Yeah, it's fine. But this is not what I expected from the photos. So you kind of feel something. You have like a output from whatever the things you see and whatever the things you hear. And you can imagine about that too. So if someone says, Niagara Falls, which I have never seen in myself, specifically, I haven't gone there. But I have an understanding it's a fall, like a waterfall. And now I can automatically get an idea of how a waterfall works. The waterfall is not like a mountain. Waterfall is falling down like with water. So you have an idea, isn't it? Even though you haven't been there. Even mesmerizing thing is like understanding if you go there, because even if you go there, that is again slightly your mind, your view or your thought about this Niagara Falls might change because you're getting this is slightly different to what I imagined. But no, this is Niagara Falls, and you update your imaginary figure. So where's this imaginary figure? It's a kind of in the mind. So it has all the touch, all the five sensory outputs there. It's kind of a mixture, but is it actually a mixture? No, it's kind of you feel like that, and it is a new vibration. Kind of it acts as a new vibration. It acts as a new sensory organ as well. And this new sensory organ is so confusion. So brings up so much confusion, so that you don't know even that you are in a illusory world. You just keep living, and you in that the most damaging part is you feel as you are living, and you feel like others are living, and you feel like others are dying, and you feel like you are surviving. And or in the other way around, you might feel I'm dying, but others are surviving. Or I'm ill, others are not ill. Or the other way around, my uh, child is ill, I'm okay, but my child is sick. So this is all in the dream. So if someone can actually understand this dream or the uh, mind sensor, which has brought us so much stuff, and how it evolves, but our dream at year 5 is not the dream I had in year 10, and it keep evolving. But how does this evolve? It's all kind of attitudes and habits that you get from your friends, from family, from what? From, yeah, wherever you live, whatever the country, if it's like a European country, whatever you learn from that country is according to that background. And it's not their problem, it's how it is. Because everything, the environmental things, these genetic things, and this self vibration all matters. Even with the same, so if you do a research and you put uh, two animals in same environment, same genetic material, still the vibrations are not similar. In the sense their attitudes are different. The way they act, what happens to them is different. So how does that happen? That is because of this self vibration which started your or anyone's being. This activity, this what happens here is explained by dependent origination as well, because dependent origination explains very well what Buddha has explained very well, that it is the way to understand how you are arising in this cycle of like the mind, and how it is arising, how self the is perception or the self view is happening, how self perception basically arising with the stimulus, because the dependent origination is actually talking about the stimulus, in the sense it can be chair, can be tree, it can be your daughter, whatever, if whatever this thought you have at that particular moment, and if it is felt as a thing, or in the sense if you feel that it is true, and if you don't know whether that is a construct, you will definitely have that underlying power. So feel you will feel the you as living as well. So the alive feel, the feel of existence brings up the alive feel, and it keeps happening. And when this keeps happening from the eye, from the ear, from the touch, from the mind, when this keep happening, it feels as this reinforces the alive feel, and you feel like you need to be alive. That's a great scenario here. You feel like you need to be alive. You feel like you have to have the eye. You feel like you have to have the ear. You feel like you have to have the touch. You feel like you have to have the mind, because you don't know anything else other than that. And that's all you know, and that's all you want, because uh, it makes you to imagine that that is your life, and that is, you know, if the organs are working, I'm living. That's how you feel. So you are in a great fight to maintain this life, great fight to maintain the uh, sensory organs. The main problem is with the mind, because in the mind, your fight will extend to kill someone, extend to steal from someone, extend to, you know, attack a whole city. It can extend to anything because your attitude or your view is wrong view, because you feel that I'm the controlling figure, I'm the one who knows, I know everything, I have some power, I need to exert power on others. And if they don't listen, they just have to, you know, die or just go to jail or whatever. So this keep happening. It's not in just in one form. It can be any form. Even animals, they feel alive too, even though they don't have borders. But they have imagine. They might have imaginary borders. Actually, they might some dogs mark the border, you know, and fight ferociously if someone else, some other dog comes to his area. And there are fights for the partner too, even in the animal world. So how does that happen? So there is, even though there's no mature kind of mind like humans, they still have their feels and have their problems in their own way. So this alive feel is to know even that it is a problem is really good. And if you keep understanding how this alive feel has happened or how this consciousness has become a thing, you keep understanding that it is actually due to the speedy occurrence of the sensory organs. But the question is, do you really think that that is existent? Actually existing when it is happening, you feel like it is existing, but it doesn't. It's just a construct as well. So it's a construct everywhere. It's a construct. You can't say you don't. You can feel something. You can see something, but can you? Yeah, until your sensory organs work. Yeah, but without that extra power, also it can continue for some time. So, what is the problem with this extra power or the being feeling like alive? What's the problem with that? The problem with that is actually this never-ending samsaric cycle. If you learn about near-death experiences and the people who talk about the rebirth, there's right, really 100% matching stories that has come. That when some damage has happened suddenly, the another person who is born far away from that incident might talk about that incident even before he has understood anything in the world. That there's no way that child can know about anything about that incident. But they start talking about that. How come all the scientists are actually aware that there is a problem that they haven't solved? They don't know how to actually understand this birth or rebirth or whatever. They can't understand the concept of this self vibration because they look at it in with the concept of the self in the sense wrong view. So when you look at a question through wrong view, you feel as I am here and I'm going to die. Okay, what is going to happen to me after death? So that's how we look at it. But actually, that is the notion that we are actually trying to understand who is here. Who is thinking that I'm here? That's a thought. I'm here is a thought. So who is thinking like that? It's a mind sense, isn't it? And you are telling I'm seeing. And that's a thought too. But who is actually saying that's a thought? I'm seeing is a thought. I'm eating is a thought. I'm hearing is a thought. I'm thinking is another thought. You think that I'm thinking, it's another thought. But what really happens is um, not any of these things. There's a vibration happening in these sensory organs. That's all that happened. But we have an idea. We have a like a big concept. We have a whole great idea about me, mine, myself. So when you put that thought into everything, it gets complicated, and you think, okay, if that is the case, I'm here now. So when I die, I must be going somewhere. That is how you look at it. But that's not the truth. That's not the truth. What is the truth? That's for you to find. Actually, you have to feel this, that this self feeling, or the life feel, or the feel of existence is occurring in each and every stimulus. How do you know? At one particular point, if you feel that you are not born, you will definitely understand this, because this duality is absent there, and you feel like that the two ends are gone. Because if any of the ends are there, it gets complicated. Actually, you feel like the both ends are gone. The stimulus um, will be there, but the actual power will be not there. So you understand that even though I thought I'm existing, or I thought that I'm alive, and this is me, this is my eye, this is my ear, this is my skin, this is my um, nose, this is my tongue. And you might say to imaginary something like, this is my mind, this is my family, this is my country, so on and so forth. You can keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. When will you stop? No, you won't stop, because you can go on adding stuff to this. So understanding overall that light is not the thing that is there. Actually, it's a production of the eye. That's all. So what I am seeing is a thought attached to that. That's a misunderstanding. And sound. You feel the sound. No, you don't feel the sound. The ear production is a sound. I feel the water. No, you don't feel the water. The the perception. It's a perception of the skin. It's a production of the skin. Likewise, you have idea about water. It's a thought. It's a production of this mind sensor, which originates after these five senses. So where am I? You can't really locate an eye, and that brings you so much super happiness, I would say. So much tranquility, I would say. Because the whole burden was me. I, me, mine was the whole burden. You go to somewhere, and if you are going there, you can feel how much trouble is there, because you are going there. But if you're not going there, in the sense, you are really physically going there, but if you don't feel that power behind you, this power, then actually there's only tranquility. I think Surangika is also here. Is it possible for you to talk about that, Surangika? the topic Shani was reading.
There was Anna and Dr. Popida, some of our friends. Yes, I can just add a few observations, and that was a really beautiful explanation, Dr. Popida. I think you mentioned that basically, all living beings, particularly mankind, they are living through the thoughts, isn't it? But they don't know that it is the thoughts that are keeping them alive or giving that sense of alive feeling. Because as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the sensations occur through the sensor faculties, and the vibrations and the speed of vibration give rise to the manifestations. And that initial sensation, or the field as you call it, is the place where the deception begins. But in the conventional world, lay people, without the access, without knowing the truth, without the access to the true Dhamma, just believes whatever they feel, and they don't understand, obviously, the mechanics of the mind, so they don't understand how the sensation occurs to begin with, that occurs only through the sensor faculties and the vibration occurring at speed. So none of that is known. The mechanism is not known. And therefore, all they feel is a sensation. All they feel is then the thoughts occurring, and how the mind objects came about. When did the mind objects get learned? When did they start to become real? And when did all that then culminate collectively to become this so-called world and sense of existence and the alive feel and the feel that there is a person here experiencing it? All these are not distinguishable aspects that is even known or fathomed by any normal human being without access to the truth. They just think they're born to parents, and there's a certain way babies go about, and the sense faculties get formed, and there's a growth period, and then there's a childhood, and things develop, children learn. There is a world outside, we learn, and then we understand things, we get an education, and so on and so forth. So they don't understand the fact that the whole sense of being alive is coming through the thought process, and that the thoughts themselves are a spontaneous activity occurring due to the sensory perceptions and the vibration occurring. Even the fact that, one person is different from the other, one person's values and traits are different from the other, they just don't think too much about it. They just think that, okay, my parents gave me good values, my parents gave me a good education, good upbringing. They taught me to be kind, they taught me to be considerate towards elderly people, so on and so forth. And therefore, I'm in a civilized society where there's law and order and things are done in a particular way, type of thing. And so various concepts, assumptions, and concepts and values are taken in and absorbed, and even the fact that there are other people in different cultures, even that they learn as if it's something to be learned, that, there are nationalities and there are cultures that are different. So therefore, we must be tolerant about another culture and so on. So again, all this is just made up artificially, but they don't know due to ignorance that it is artificial. They don't know that the thoughts are the thing that keeps them alive, that the thoughts themselves is a construct, and it is something that is being constructed in the world that they think and believe to be real is also being constructed in this very moment. None of that is unfortunately known. And because of that, the whole dependent origination, the Paticcasamuppada, the way the whole thought gets constructed, the me gets constructed, the sense of alive feel, and the self and the ego, and how that gets propagated is unknown to them. And due to that, they get caught in that vicious cycle of believing and mind object believing a stimulus to be true. And with the stimulus being true, like this, it says in the book on the pages that was read out, um, the stimulus is taken as real, and then the sensations of craving or aversion or ill will or delusion occurs, and then they get caught up in suffering that rises from that, and invariably gives rise to birth, death, sorrow, lamentation, and so on and so forth, continuing through on this path, on this samsaric cycle. So the blessed thing about this true Dhamma is that it shines the light onto these hapless people who are, meandering in their way across in this so-called existence, not knowing, where they go, where they are coming from, but they are just following a religion, but showing through this true Dhamma that there is a truth that everyone is entitled to know. There is a truth that can put an end to the suffering, even to understand that the so-called living is suffering, because every thought that is considered real is only going to invariably end up in suffering, is such an eye-opener that only if one accesses it through the true Dhamma will one be able to realize it. If you just, read it off somewhere, it wouldn't probably make sense. They might have heard it, but if it is not delivered properly or they are not in a correct frame of mind, that message could be easily obscured. That message could be easily not understood. So that is why these type of discourses, that is why the revelation of this true Dhamma is so important in this context, in these days, and what we are trying to do through these Buddothpado English discourses as well, particularly for the English-speaking countries, because whilst we have a lot of Zoom discussions in our Sinhalese native language for Sri Lanka, there are um, not many discussions in the English language based on the pure Dhamma or the pure truth. So we invite everyone to come and listen. This is a Dhamma that is understood, and the realization comes through the understanding and the inner reflection. This is not something that one needs to sit down in a cross-legged posture and embark on concentration meditation. It is something that can be practiced in all postures, whether it's walking, lying down, sitting, and so on. It is a vidarshana, a penetrative insight practice, because what is being done is understanding the mechanics of the mind, understanding the process, and that can be done in any posture. So that is also a remarkable part of this practice. But the practice is absolutely important, along with the acquisition of the knowledge, the Dhamma philosophy at the beginning. We say beginning because initially you do need a certain amount of knowledge of what the true Dhamma is, how the mind works, but and then it has to be coupled with the practical program that we have spoken several times in these Zoom discussions. However, the pure Dhamma philosophy or the true Dhamma, the aspects of it needs to be continuously understood, because the more one is engaged in penetrative insight, the more one engages in the practical program, and there is a awakening of the inner transformation that by itself gives rise to a deeper understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, isn't it? And it is with that practice, it is with that gradual awakening and coming to the right view that we even spoke of yesterday, and dissolving that initial sakkaya drushti or the misconception of self, can one then further gain an understanding, go further or deeper into the understanding of the Dhamma philosophy, which is going to help towards the continuous dissolving of the defilements, which is the thing that is that needs to be, that needs to continue to happen until the point of the final liberation and freedom, which is the arahathood. So it's a continuous journey, and there is an insurmountable amount of help and support and our guidance of our spiritual teacher that is available through these discourses. So I think it is incumbent on all human beings, as our spiritual teacher always says. This birth in this human life is for one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to attain nirvana, and that is to attain this liberation from this suffering by understanding the truth. Yes, Dr. Pokanam.
Yeah, that's very good. Actually, this the truth, as we talk, the truth is out there, just that we don't pay much attention. But when a noble friend directs you towards that, you are like, wow, yeah, actually, what is tree, and what is share, and what is me, and what is this consciousness, what is this alive feel, what is this feel of existence, then why it is there if there's no self, why, what are you telling, there's so many questions out there. But don't keep the questions to you, just keep searching about these questions. If these questions have ever arisen in your mind, that is a sign to say that you actually have thought about it before as well. What is happening here? Why do I feel sadness? Why do I feel happy sometimes? Why do I have this kind of fluctuating moods? Why do I have these bodily reactions? What is this body? What is this mind? And what is the alive will? Are they all real, or are they all constructs? How has this happened? And suffering had a deeper meaning when Lord Buddha said that. Actually, it is not the suffering when you are hungry. We can call I'm suffering because I'm hungry. That's not that's one form of suffering, yes. Yes, it is one form of suffering, but it's not the deeper meaning. There are much deeper versions of suffering too. So the actual deeper meaning or deeper suffering means the feel of existence, because the feel of existence is there. You have the ability to telepathize into any system, any being, and that has happened already to a human zygote. That's why we are talking here, and this has brought about this whole scenario, whole dream. We definitely know, because someone might say, oh, I'm happy with my dream, okay, leave me alone. Someone might say, leave me alone, I'm happy with my dream, nothing has happened to my dream, I'm okay. One of the mothers said that actually recently in the night Zoom as well. I'm okay. I have no problems. So are you waiting for the problem to happen? You know definitely that your life is going to end. So are you prepared for that? You definitely know that your loved ones are not going to survive that long. And you definitely know that you are not going to survive that long. In that sense, when you say, when you take that you are there, There's definitely some suffering, and we have seen our parents go through that. We have seen our grandparents go through that. We have seen our patients go through that. We know everyone going through that, even though they talk loud when they are young and well. They will talk well about, oh, who cares? I just want to enjoy this life and die. It's okay to die. I'm okay to die. Let me live now. I don't care what happens next moment. I just want to live now. Okay. If that is the case, that is the case. But are you prepared? Are you aware about underlying things here? What is this burning? What is this burning from when you feel like you are dying? What is the driving force? As I said, what is the driving force that we have this suffering? So it is nice to think about these things. And if someone is actually thinking about this out there, we invite you to come and talk to us. And there is always questions. There's always questions. There's always misunderstandings. There's always different ideas, One idea is definitely I know this because I have even, I know people who believe in this idea. That they believe that the nibbana or the non-vibration should be achieved by concentration meditation. And I know that one which actually originates in works from Australia, they definitely believe that. They believe that the nibbana happens in concentration meditation. But nowadays they are also talking about insight meditation, which is good. Everyone is changing. No one is actually static. So the whole world is changing into insight meditation because I keep track with these things here and there. I don't listen to them very often because I know I can't even follow Aran's sermons these days because there's so much. But if I get chance, I can get the idea. Even the topic can give me the idea that slowly everyone is changing. They are starting to talk about insight meditation and trying to say that if you incorporate insight meditation to concentration meditation, you might win. So they are expecting something to happen. They are going into concentration meditation, sit there and expecting something to happen. How can you believe that? Can you believe that when you are expecting something that nirvana will fall into your lap? Something like that. That is the main problem there is you are expecting something, and how on earth that non-vibration is to happen when you are expecting something. That is very tricky. This is even tricky even to our listeners as well, because they expect things to change. The expectation itself is you, and you are expecting nibbana. So that expectation is still in the mind. This mind is very tricky, as I told you. The mind is tricking us all the time. In the sense, mind is an illusion, which is beautifully there out there. So, if you are in need of something, even imagine, when this world, in the sense, this dream, or this whatever, the 65 or 45 or whatever your age, in that time, that dream that you are thinking about, that dream that you have the parents, you have the family, you have this and that and all that, and your death, that is also in your dream when you think about it. So that dream is this world, isn't it? if you actually understand that this is your mind, you can liberate from mind. You can liberate from mind. But there is underlying kind of vibration too that is very subtle. That's not like uh, uh, when you talk about vibration in sensual world. That's very subtle, but still it is there. So even that we understand that's only due to speed. It's only due to speed that you feel anything like that, the consciousness. But that if you actually get that in one particular way, because Lord Buddha says this is an angle that you have to catch in one particular way, and which is very rare. So when you catch it, you you feel it. You feel that you are not there. That is the breaking point. Breaking point of what? Breaking point of the view. It's a self-view. Self-view is broken. Self-view is shattered because you felt as continuous something forever. Now suddenly that self-view is broken. Because you know that the self is actually in this mind bubble. In this dream. But we have a field too, underline that. That field. Yeah, now you know what is that driving force, that driving force. This is all in one stimulus though. That is the best part of it. You get the chair is the dream. But underlying that chair is a field as well, which is very subtle, which is covered by the thought. So when you feel that the thought chair is not real, even the perception of chair is not real. Why? Because it is just a formation from the sense faculties. It's just a mental production. Mind consciousness production. It's just mind consciousness. Is that true? No, it's not true. So if you understand the mind perceptions are not true, you actually get this feel and the feel of chair. Do you know the chair has a feel? It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it is weird. And this feel is also, if you're touching the chair, it would be like the feel in the skin, or if you're looking at the chair, it will be the feel of the eye. It will be the if you're hearing about something about the chair, it will be the sound of the chair in that sense. Because even if you're in the other room, if the chair fell down, you know that, oh, chair fell down, chair fell down. So the all these things, if you keep understanding, it's a vibratory speed is why you felt the feel of existence. Feel of existence is the main culprit for a life feel. A life feel is the main culprit or the cause for self-will. Yeah, it's very nice to understand all this. Do you do any change while understanding this? No, you just keep understanding that this is how this drama is going on. And will the drama stop? Not really. Not really. The drama will be ongoing. You will continue to see, you will continue to hear, you will continue to feel, you will continue to think. Does that matter? No, you just get rid of this extra power, because the extra power came from taking it for granted, or taking it as actually happening, or taking it as real, or taking it as a thing, or due to ignorance. So the ignorance goes down, the power also goes down, and what you are left with is just tranquility and the lightness. And even in a calamity or in a dangerous situation, you will be so calm. We have heard so much beautiful stories about arahants, so we can relate to that. You know, an arahant who said, I'll leave the 500 venerables alone. If you want someone to kill, just kill me, it's fine. How calm he would be when he says that. I mean, we can just imagine. Our imagination is not good though, because imagination is at the best if you actually actually become this state, Buddha state, or then around state. Life is can be so complicated to some, so okay for some, and very well for some. But at the end, everyone has to die in their own opinion. Death is actually happening in each stimuli, but in their opinions, in their idea, in the with the mundane world, that is how they feel. I have to die. Why do I have to die? My life is so good. I don't want to die. Or someone might actually feel so scared about death. They might feel like, oh, I don't want to die this year. I just want to finish my life. You know that it is a thing now? Yeah. If you don't want to suffer, you can. The two doctors has to sign it and they can just finish the life too if they want. So the things are like moving that fast that people are doing these things, you know. I don't want to suffer, okay? I am not here to suffer. I can control my life. So I'm going to die. You just have to sign. Someone has to sign and then I'm going to die. Yeah. And you feel happy about it? Maybe. Maybe. And you might continue this vibration with that false idea of me, my, mine. And you can uh, you can think about if you really feel it, definitely know there will be a rebirth and in some way or other. It's not because just there is someone to die and someone to be born. It's how this vibration works. Because this vibration, the self vibration, is just a vibration. But it gets so complicated with this thinking process that I don't like suffering. That is the word that a lot of patients use. I don't want to suffer. But they have idea that I am not going to suffer, so I want to die this way. But they don't even go that far. So sometimes one might. It's very interesting. And do you have anything to add? I think our time is also running out, actually. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I think it's about time now.
Yeah, we'll continue our discussion tomorrow. Thank you everyone for coming for this English Zoom discussion, and we all invite for you to come and join if anyone is happy to talk, happy to contribute, happy to be in the discussion. We all invite everyone, and we worship our Advanced every day with so much gratitude, and it's a never-ending gratitude actually, and we continue to evolve into non-vibration, I would say. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone's online, Dr. Gopinath, and worship our Hansa. As always, we are deeply grateful for his guidance and noble spiritual teachings. Everyone's online, Hansa. Everyone's online.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teran San everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 36. First, applying the wisdom of Uppe Nivasanusati Jnana means analyzing how the thoughts were formed right from the beginning of our birth. Second, Chutupati Jnana means understanding the arising and the cessation of a thought and knowing that a thought does not exist. The wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana means understanding and feeling your pains getting dissolved little by little. These pains are lobha, dvesha, and moha. You also realize that you get less affected by the six senses too. The shunyatavaya, the nothingness, can be realized or experienced by thoroughly studying and understand the teachings of the Buddha. The teachings are the Four Noble Truths, Chaturara Satya, the Four Foundations of Mindfulness, Satara Satipatthana, the Noble Eightfold Path, Arya Ashtangika Marga, and by analyzing and studying the deep Dhamma of the dependent origination or the Paticca Samuppada, you can very closely study any of the above teachings and realize the pure truth in one thought. All the above teachings can help you to analyze and realize the truth about a thought. Now, let us learn how to analyze each thought so we can realize the pure truth, the Dhamma, the nothingness, in one fleeting moment or in one fleeting thought. Ekshanika Sitaka. Now, let us understand how all our suffering began. It all starts from a thought. When a thought arises, it is called samudaya. The thought that arose could be a thought of a book. The arising of a thought of a book can bring you happiness or sorrow. Happiness or sorrow are both suffering. Both happiness and sorrow give rise to feelings or vedana. These feelings are either good feelings or bad feelings. The reason for your suffering is this appearance of an illusion or the appearance of this fantasy. The appearance of the book is your illusion. Everybody.
Teruvan Sannai. We worship Aran Mahanse, and may Triple Gem bless you all Dhamma friends. And we will start the Dhamma discussion today as usual. I think Uh, is it possible, Sudama, you to elaborate on a bit more on what Shani was reading?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, I can try to speak it about the key points. So she started, it's a continuation of the yesterday's explanation itself regarding seeing the truth in the stimulus and the thought formation. So the first, the three uh, key wisdoms that one should uh, achieve in the sense to understand the nothingness was brought to light at the beginning. The wisdom of Pubbenivasanussati Jnanaya, wisdom of Chutupapata Jnanaya, or wisdom of Asavakya Jnanaya. And so they were like, as we know, Pubbenivasanussati, going back to see having the wisdom to see that nothing was real unless and until at some point that object or that phenomenon was uh, introduced to one in the past. So to see that the stimulus, the thought is also not true. The moment the thought occurs, one should be able to go back to the first occurrence of that stimulus, then to see it's that there is no substance in that. And Chutupapata Jnana, as explained in the True Dhamma, is the ability to understand the arising and cessation of the thought then and there. And Asavakya Jnana is the one's discernment of diminishing of defilements. So then the focus was on the Buddha's teachings, the Four Noble Truths, four foundations of mindfulness, Noble Eightfold Path, and the dependent origination. So the beauty of this true Dhamma is all of these can be seen in one stimulus. And then Dr. Kokila it further went on. It also uh, mentioned that how the suffering occurs. Suffering is the key word here, because ignorantly people, when uh, somebody experiences certain sensory input, um if uh, the it might create some happiness in the mind, but due to ignorance, we take it as a positive thing. One cannot see that there is also suffering, because the sadness, happiness, and equanimity, all three are taken as forms of suffering when we go into, because the moment the stimulus becomes real, the suffering occurs because the duality occurs. If, for example, if one perceives a flower, the moment the flower becomes real, on the other side, the person who experiences that comes, and some value is also attributed to that flower. So the flower may bring joy uh, as per in this mundane world, but the thing is, the moment it becomes real, there is suffering, though it is taken as that power is attributed as happiness. So that's all, Dr. Kokila. It's basically about suffering. One may not be able to understand suffering in certain emotions. That is the end of the reading today. Theruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Theravada. Actually, when we call Shunnatave or emptiness, there are so many caveats in these things like pitfalls where one can feel the emptiness while you are there. But the understanding of emptiness here is emptiness of the power or the feeling of existence or feeling alive feel. So that is that is the main importance of emptiness we talk about here. But when we try to understand that anyway, it would be empty outside as well as inside, because you understand there's no outside or inside, so everything will be empty. And when you keep understanding that there's nothing here, in the sense that the self feeling of existence is due to the stimulus only. And when we understand that, so that when we understand that the stimulus is causing the feel of existence comes from the stimulus, when the stimulus is true, this changes the whole life. And then we keep understanding how the stimulus is actually not true. So this is the Dhamma, and when we try to understand the stimulus is not true, actually that helps you a lot, because when the three Chutupapat Jnana and the Chutupapat Jnana and the I forgot that one. The Nivasanus Jnana. Yeah, in that one we keep understanding how this stimuli became as a thing, and how this whole thing, this power, was augmented or magnified within this birth, or kind of within this the human realm. So when we keep understanding that stimulus is the reason, yes, but not just the stimulus. It's a stimulus taken as true, like existing. Then the feel of existence will be there. So when we understand how the stimulus has occurred, that is the Pubbeniwana Sanusignani, how the stimulus has occurred. And that has the Chutupapat as well, because that is how it is happening now. And even Asavaksha would be the one where you understand. So that is a bit tricky, the Asavaksha, because even after you feel that how the all the stimuli, when we feel that it is as real, we get this power, and this has to be distinguished properly to understand this power, feel this power, actually feel this power, not understand this power. Understanding is okay, but we have to understand that first, and then you have to feel that too. If you feel that power, which happens when the stimulus is taken for granted or taken as true, then we know that what power we are actually getting rid of. That is the Asvakshinana, because to know that Astrava sure is when we have these very even tiniest amounts of the defilements, they should go to zero. So this is that kind of Dhamma we are listening. So it can be complicated in the beginning, but that's okay. Just keep listening and try and see what you can understand. So when we go back to the thought, we keep understanding how come this stimulus become a thing. how come the stimulus has done this damage throughout the samsara journey. How a stimulus can be different from realm to realm, or kind of how this frequency, the frequency of this vibration or the power can bring about a different world. So the ant has a different kind of world, and worm has a different kind of world. These are very easy examples we take. If we take a dog, it has a different kind of world, and human has a different kind of world. And we don't know what kind of world one cell organism would have, but that would be a field. Definitely it's a field. It's a field of vibration. So that field, can you even imagine how that would be? So that is the thing. The worlds are different when the vibration frequency is different. But does the actual vibration differ? Not really. It just changes the frequency. So this samsari journey we were talking about, first the baby would have like a vibration which will be the force which will make the baby to grow up, fetus to grow up as a baby. That power, and that power is going to maintain or augment that in that system. If the system has enough power, because sometimes we can't even imagine how this kept happening. But if you understand through Dhamma, you can understand how I became the you. This is about the actual alive field, or the beginning of this world. Can you feel that this world? What is this world? This world is full of your mother, father, siblings, family, husband or wife, or partner, or kids, or job. What else? Dhamma. Yeah. So this world, whatever the world you are in, someone's world in America would be different to someone's world in a jungle, and someone's world in Alaska would be different to someone's world in Africa. But there are similarities if it's a human. Why? Because there's only 5 sensory organs, and the thinking pattern, thinking happens same. It's kind of the same way. Even though the different, even the twins, their 2 worlds are different. The way they see the vibration is different. The patterns are different. Attitudes, the way they handle everything, it's different. And stuff happening to them, that is also different. Can you see? Yes. And how come? Yes, it is like that. Then we understand that the different vibrations. So Aranwansi explains how all the humans have different phone numbers. Similarly, how these vibrations differ. And even though it is a 6 sensory organ system, how these 8 billion peoples have 8 billion systems, 8 billion worlds. And my world is different to Sudharma's world, and Sudharma's world is different to Surangi's world. Surangi's world is different to some like Dr. Sakuntala's world. So everyone was the outlook or the way they look at the life. Everything is different. The way they feel is different. That is the main important thing. But when you hear Dhamma, what you understand is, yes, the worlds look different, but there's one thing that is not different. What is that? That is Nibbana. So what is everything? If it is a construct, that can differ. But if there is a non-construct, that is only Nibbana, or the emptiness that we talk about. When there is no that power, when the power is not there, in the sense when you are not there, that is emptiness. And that is the main thing about this Dhamma. How do you become that? How do you get rid of that power? Can you get rid of that power? That's a good question, actually. Can you get rid of that power? I think we discussed this yesterday. You can't get rid of that power. You can only understand how this happens. And if you try to do something, it is just you. What does that mean? This power has that unique ability to survive. And this has happened for kalpas, according to Lord Buddha. He has explained how this power has come a long way in different worlds, in different. It can be. We were talking about the humans, 8 billion humans, but it can be in different perspectives. Like it can be an animal, it can be deva, it can be anything. But this vibration has changed its manifestation. The vibration itself hasn't changed. And when you are born, and in a modern day, when we talk about birthday, we talk about the day the baby comes out of mother's womb. But is that the day that you are born? Actually, no. The day that you are born, what Lord Buddha says is when your sensory organs start to live. How does the sensory organs start to live? That is when you get this new world, new perception. Eye starts to work. It has a perception. Ear has a perception. How does a perception happen? And then you have a new perception, mind perception. So this world, when we keep understanding how this power was evolving, it was there was evolution of that power, keep changing, and keep changing in such a way that your vibration, when your system stops working, when your sensory organ stops working, this additional power is not going to go away. Why? It was additional from the beginning. It was a power which comes not from the actual sensory organs, but when it is taken as real. It's that power, and that power was the one which made you to think that or have a perception of self, and have a thought view, which we discussed partially yesterday. And this view fuels this perception fuels this vibration, and this goes on. If someone hears Dhamma or truth, they just understand, oh my, this is how this happened. This is how the I, myself notion has come. How? It came because of the stimuli. It came because of the stimulus as being felt as real. When it is felt as real, you feel as existent, and then that power makes you to keep looking for that stimuli, or try to maintain that level of existence. So the feel of existence is there, and you try to maintain that feel of existence too. So that's how the evolution begins. We talk about evolution here in the this evolution of this self vibration. So yeah, it is interesting, and how this kept us going. Why? It kept going because we believe that there's something to go on. So we don't want to die. We want to maintain this film, and we are scared to die because this film will stop. That is a feel of existence we have, the alive feel we have, which has evoluting into that alive feel, and that gives you the problem of being scared to die. So when we understand this additional power, which tries to maintain the existence, we actually lose the interest in that. Lose the interest in the stimulus as well, but mainly what you lose the interest is in this self-existence or self-perception or the life feel. That is what is happening, isn't it? Anything else to add? Sanna?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. It's very beautifully explained. And when we talk about the stimulus, Dr. Kokila, or the effect of the stimulus, when the stimulus becomes real, the three effects are there as sorrow and equanimity. So I actually personally find it very difficult to understand how. Now, of course, I know
What are the three things you said?
three things: happy, sappa, dukkha, upeksha.
Okay.
So three levels of power. I mean, the happiness and sorrow, of course, must be generating lot of as when the stimulus generates more power, it becomes obvious as happiness and sorrow. But equanimity, upeksha. So I was unable to find out how can it create when the thing is at that level also the stimulus becomes real, but the excitation is not there. I don't know whether I'm explaining it to you in such a way that you can grasp it. Anyway, the stimulus always generates power the moment it becomes real. But the three effects, the sappa, dukkha, upeksha. So upeksha level or the equanimity level, the power should be, it cannot be zero because the stimulus is anyway real, but the power should be low. Does it make sense?
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
the equanimity.
Upeksha, sappa, dukkha, upeksha. I can't all figure it out.
Um,
Yeah.
yes, we'll try to check about this. So when we have a stimulus, so if we take maybe a tree. No one feels that you want to have it, or you're not gaining anything from that, or you have no problem with that either. But still the tree is there. So the dream is felt. So the dream is ongoing. That is where mothers get a bit, when we try to talk about this, Dhamma gets complicated, because now mothers would say, I don't have any problem with anything anymore. But then if they don't know that there are deeper levels, they would get confused. When Aradhansa says you're still thinking, because this the even to have a kind of equanimity, if you have a dream in the sense perception, the perception may not invoke anything, but still the dream is felt as true. So that underlying power is still there. That's all. So it is kind of something to be understood about these three levels of self-vibration, because the self-vibration, we know, in an self-vibration is just that power we were talking about, the additional power, and that power has this manifestation. How does this power manifest? When it manifests, first it manifests as a field. That's the practical side. So it manifests as a field. You just feel. Even the one cell organism will feel. And then when there is a sensory organ, it becomes different. Why? Now there is another different manifestation. Now that is where you get the sound or the tree or anything. So if you talk about the tree as we discuss, how does the tree come? Tree come from sensory organ, collection of the sensory organ, like the co-vibration brought about a new vibration kind of. But it has all the aspects of all the co-vibrations as well. So how did this happen, and how did this is felt as a thing? Whether it's effect is the equanimity, or effect is the happiness, or effect is the sound. So the mind sensor works in such a way that it has these levels. But main thing to understand is the tree real for you to have any of these outcomes? If the tree is real, yes, you can have any of these outcomes. It can be either sorrow, it can be either happiness, it can be equanimity. But it doesn't matter what the outcome is. Whatever, if the tree is real, still the power is there. That is all I think important. What do you think, Suranka? Do you have any other addition to that? Because everyone looks at different things differently.
Yes, I think the equanimity part is a little difficult to understand. I mean, as you said, Sudharma, happiness and sorrow is pretty well defined, isn't it? It's quite straightforward in terms of understanding the two. It's almost like two opposite ends of the spectrum. But when you say equanimity, it kind of denotes a sense of it denotes a sense of indifference. So there are two ways of looking at it. There is that Sankara Upeksha Jnana, which is wisdom, but we'll come to that. That's right at the very end of the path to realization. But in the sense of the three aspects where there is deception, equanimity is the place where one can, in relation to an object, one can remain indifferent or maybe aloof and say that, I'm not really, there's nothing that I'm being happy about that thing, or it doesn't give me grief. So I'm not happy about it, therefore I'm not attached to it, or there is no craving for it. And whether it's there or not there, I don't care. I'm not overly concerned about it, or I'm not sorry if it's there, or I'm not sorry if it's not there, type of thing. So basically, that's almost like a artificial conditioned state, that conditioned state of like an emotion, which is neither happiness nor sorrow, but nevertheless a state of saying that there is indifference, acknowledging an indifference. But what happens here is, if you actually understand it, there is an implied uh, understanding that there is implied belief that there is still something out there, a stimulus or an object to which I am indifferent. So the object is also still real, and the I who is indifferent towards that object is also real. So in that sense, that person or whoever who's thinking like that is very much a Pruthakjana, very much a lay person without any access to the Dhamma. So those three realms of conditioned states of mind are still very much prevalent, and it is all those three states that one transcends through the true Dhamma teachings and going through the mechanisms of the practical program, and then gradually seeing the fading of the defilements, the asavakka jnana, which you spoke of before. So
even before fading of defilements, the first step of this Dhamma is Sakkaya Ditthi, Sammaditthi. So the Sammaditthi means correct view, isn't it? Correct view or right view?
Right view, yeah.
Yeah. So the truth starts from right view, or the path starts from right view. So what happens there is, so Dharma's question. So what happens there is the notion about this self is the one which is going to change. And when it changes, you understand that there's no self. At the same time, you understand there's nothing as well, because you can't have a thing and then you can't say, oh, I have a thing but I don't have self. That's actually useless, because they are the same thing. So one can't say also the other way around. I don't feel anything, but the self is still there. That is also a misunderstanding of Dhamma again, because it's the same thing. So when the right view comes, what happens is ownership of this, whatever the state that you were talking about, become isolated. What can the states do, or whatever the three states that you said, what can they do? Yeah, okay, I'm happy now. Oh, I'm sad now. Oh, I'm in equanimity now. Oh, what's the big deal about that? Because the I is not there anymore. So the right view is the start of this journey. When the right view is in place, it's like I think a massive tree getting rid of the main root. So the main root is not there. Oh, what's the big deal about the the happiness or the sorrow or the equanimity now. That is where Deyagnati, Satutu Deyagnati, all comes there, because the story starts from right view. I just want to add there. Sorry, Suranka, I just disturb you. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, so I mean, I suppose that's the way the conditional states come off, because if you think about the ultimately what goes away when we talk about inner transformation and that super awakening, the Adhigata Samadhi, and that states so yesterday also we spoke of the sense faculties, and the perceptions arising from the sense faculties still arise without the self anger to it. So that means that in the day-to-day life of an arahat, there is still the tasting and the seeing, the hearing, and so on. And as our Advanced explains, that if you taste a food, you will still feel the taste. The taste doesn't disappear, because as long as the taste buds occur and the vibration happens, the sensation of the taste that occurs in the tongue still occurs. But and you can actually even taste it.
And
But
he
it
will
is
know that it is pineapple. There's no big
exactly.
deal about that.
Yes, so there is a recognition that it is pineapple. Pineapple may be a thought, but it is still a perception, and the perception comes still at that basic level. So without the self as anger to it. So you can taste it, the taste is there without the craving. So what do you call it? Rasa
Rasaraga.
patisangvedi, rasa raga na patisangvedi, which means it's the raga, the craving component, the attachment component, that is then missing from that point. So the sense faculties and the perceptions, the sensations arising out of those still happen, which means that the raga, desa, moha, the craving, the aversion, and the equanimity part of it. So if we talk about the equanimity part of it, in terms of food, one can say that, oh, I like milk rice, or another person can say, I can't stand milk rice. And another one will say, very importantly, saying, the two of you make a fuss about all these things, liking, disliking. I, of course, eat anything. I don't mind anything. I can eat milk rice, I can eat normal rice, I can eat anything. So, does that mean that person has attained nirvana? No. So, I mean, that's a very basic example to show the difference, that even if that person is saying that person is not in happiness or not in sorrow or suffering due to having to eat milk rice, that milk rice or not having to eat milk rice is still very much real to that person. So ultimately, where the arahat is concerned, it's not just upeksha. It is Sankarupeksha Jnana, which is a wisdom that arises by transcending all these three conditioned states, isn't it? So, while getting into that right view, you break that Sakkaya Ditthi, the misconception of self, and from that point onwards, the defilements are gradually dissolving, and with the final dissolution of those defilements and the self vibration, finally, the taints, comes that complete inner transformation, which means that the sense faculties and the perceptions arising out of this, those remain. But Sankarupeksha, Sankara means mental formations, but in terms of volitional formations, not that it doesn't form at all, they still form, but the volitional aspect of it, the current, the self-propelling power, the whatever you can call it, the self-vibrational power is non-existent. And with that comes that transcendental happiness, the inner transformation, and to Dr. Kokada's point, right at the beginning, the nothingness, the emptiness, or the shunyatava. So in that shunyatava, everything is there as it is, everything is perceived as it is, but minus the self-vibration. Yes.
That's very beautiful. Thank you so much for both of you, because actually when this message from Aryan Vasi was heard, I at least could figure it out, because in relation to power. But before, uh,
when I was listening to other sermons, I couldn't understand this equanimity at all because they don't talk about stimulus becoming real or this power generation, so on and so forth. So it's very clear, and you when you explained it with this milk rice thing. So it is, and then when Dr. Kokila said the angle, this non-soul angle, without the non-soul angle, we can't talk about, I mean, anything because when the self angle is there, although it is equanimity, happiness, sorrow, or whatever, we are still in the wrong view. Wrong view, yes. And that's very clear. Thank you very much for that beautiful explanation.
Anything else, Sudharma? Actually, it is.
And Dr. Kokila, they are actually, one might mistakenly take it as liberating from the sensual world also, because one doesn't feel happy
No,
or
no, no.
sad.
Even that,
Yeah, that is not.
no,
Yeah,
that
it's
that
still in the
doesn't
sensual.
happen.
Yeah,
No, that doesn't happen if someone has
yeah,
felt the non-vibration. That is the thing.
yeah,
That is the thing. So the that we talked about that this starts from the right view. So the right view, the doubts and the silapata paramasa, the three things that we talk about.
yeah.
These fetters, are they fetters or
Self-view, um, Sila
I think
Bhattarama, so
the
that's belief.
rites,
Mm,
rites and
yeah,
rituals getting stuck
yeah,
in those things, isn't it? This
yeah.
sila but the paramasa, there is
Paramasa.
no paramarshane means the self doesn't kind of propagate into various habits and rituals, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. So what happens there is when you experience this non-vibration for shana or just in one stimulus for a I think Shani told a word, I can't remember now, but in the book also she told that word for instance or one stimulus. If you felt this non-vibration,
Shana, Ikshanikasita. Ikshanikasita,
yeah, but I
something.
don't know
Yeah.
how she said in English, but
Mm. Ah,
in that instance or in that um, that one moment thing, and when you feel the non-vibration, uh, you definitely have that idea of that power, that tense, that underlying power. It is very evident, and you would know how much power it would have, what kind of uh, power it has, and then the difference between this non-vibration and the vibration. So with this change, it's a change. It's a change as well. With this change, misunderstandings are less because the power is still there, even in subtle ways. It doesn't matter. It's still there. If it is even in the field level, it is still there. So there's nothing to you know, to boast about. And also, even Lord Buddha said, even after attaining the Buddha status in the sense of an Arahant state or a non-vibrational state, he said in a discussion with Maravi, he said, but I think it is just an explanation to see how this is. And he has explained that you haven't lost anything because you feel everything as normal. And have you gained anything? No, you haven't gained anything either. But then he added, I have lost the self anger. Oh, what was the actual word? Yeah, I think so. I think uh,
I have lost only the feeling I am there and ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියන හැඟීම ඕන.
yeah,
නැති වුණා නම් නැති වුණේ ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියන හැඟීම. That's how we answered, I think.
yeah. So the only thing that disappeared was the
Mm.
feel of
Feeling,
existence
yes.
or feel of life feel. Feel of existence is the innava. No, the thiyanava, and the alive feel is the innava. So this that's the only thing that happened, and that's the vision. That's actually the vision, like a view. But underlying that view, there's a perception too, and underlying that perception, there's a vibration too, which is as a feel. So when someone feels this non-vibration, you kind of feel all these levels, because you have to liberate from the mind as well. And then that's the thing. So the misunderstandings are less if someone is aware about these levels. And actually that is the problem in Dhamma discourses done in open Zoom discussions, I would say. But that has helped so much people out there who are seeking Dhamma. If not for that platform, we'll never hear this Dhamma. We'll never have the ability to go near the teacher. So there's always caveats in everything, isn't it? Because if you halfway understand, there's a risk of more misunderstanding and more getting trapped in several levels and still having the self vibration. And so that is a risk. So if someone has not felt the non-vibration, there is a risk of thinking that thinking about them, just basically that, because the feeling of the non-vibration is actually going into all these levels and actually transcend all three levels: the sensual level, the form level, and the non-form level. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
And Dr. Kokila, and if we do not take this message and follow everything carefully, there is a risk that one still be in the sensual world and think that okay,
Yes.
everything is it's the system, because that part is also there. No? When in sermon Saran brings it up also, so ignorant. Even being with ignorance, one may enjoy everything in the world and make everything real and consider, okay, I have achieved because this is the system now. But that person doesn't know it is the mind, isn't it? So that risk is, there for
Yeah, that
all the
doesn't
things.
happen when
Yeah.
someone feels this tense,
Mm. Yes.
because the underlying tense or the feel, just if you, it is easier if you talk in normal language. If you say, if underlying feeling is ignored by the thoughts, usually adults can do this really well. A child, when angry, child will be like, I'm angry. And adults will be like, hi, how are you? But still very angry inside. So the adults have this ability to mask everything. And the same way, if you keep thinking in one pattern, there's a possibility that the emptiness will come as a thought. and no self will come as a thought. But if you at least felt it once, you know that you haven't become that. So the misunderstandings would be less, and boasting will be less, because you know that you haven't become that. And the more you become aware about the self vibration, actually there's nothing to talk about in that sense, you know. Like, the more simpler you get, and more you are kind to yourself, because you know that self vibration, how funny that self vibration is, how illusory this self vibration is, how trappy that self vibration is. You're kind to yourself, you're kind to everyone. You know that it is difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there is an increased tolerance, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, that the more one sees through one's own defilements, and I'm saying one, but defilements, it happens in two ways. For example, if you're having a conversation with a couple of people, back in the day without the true Dhamma, how do we react? We are not even paying attention to what the other person is saying. We are already crafting a response to what that person is saying by listening to the first part of the speech. Why is that? Because we are wanting to, one thing is give our opinion, we want to feel important, we want to leave an impression, we want to relate something where either I am good or I am great or one of my people are great or something like that. So basically, the I is featured heavily in that conversation. Even the response to the point of not even hearing properly what that person is saying. So we haven't really listened in that sense. So then, through the true Dhamma, even you're still having a conversation. Sometimes that based on what that other person is saying, the Perasanya, Navasanya, the past perceptions and becomes present perceptions, and various thoughts spring to mind connected to what that other person is saying. But the urge to actually put it into words is is not there. It doesn't really come. The urge is non-existent. The urge to voice it, the urge to say or make a big deal about it, none of those actually even occur. So there itself, there is such a dissolution of that propulsion, the power, the underlying thing of wanting to do something, wanting to be something. And how does that come about? Because that sakkaya ditthi, that part has kind of gone away. That part has died. So that you can see the impulse that has come from within for ever so long in our lives, as far as we can remember, without the true Dhamma. How did it go away? How did that urge, the craving, the impulse to say something, to be important, through words, through actions, how did that go away? You can't pinpoint a time to it, isn't it? You can't say this day at that time this happened. No, it doesn't work like that. So, and that's the beauty of this whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
but
very beautiful.
then also you might come to the equanimity. So that is there. So not being in this, not even in being in this dream, means you will be fully in the conversation, still not there. So sorry, I think I put it in a different way. So as an Arahant, they may be fully in the discussion also. So that is the tricky part. You know, they might actually have a big conversation with someone and actually not there, because the self-perception is not there. So that's the difficult parts that we sometimes are not fully getting into, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
true. I mean, we can only imagine
yeah, one
how
time
that.
I remember about
Mm.
2-3 years ago, I had to go to one of my like not close friends, but one of the houses, and I was having a discussion with that lady, and I was telling something, and in the middle of a sentence, I felt weird. I just felt weird. I felt the self arising, and I was like, wow. In, I was talking, still wow came to my mind
Yeah.
because I was like, I don't think I continued talking even. I think I just slowly went away from that discussion, in the sense I was there, stayed there, but that that feel, that's the feel that the talking with the power and talking without the power, this should be felt. This should be felt, and you act with the power and without the power. And if you actually get this sense of it, you know where you go off the rail, or you go off the track, I would say. But it is a bit difficult. It is a bit difficult.
As you said, lot of behavioral changes also occur when one is in the path. I mean, understands this, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because need to answer back, need to prove, as Ms. Surangika said, even while discussing Dhamma, sometimes the knowledge, if the other person does not exactly get what I was trying to explain. So we were trying to re-explain and say, no, it is not what I meant, and so on and so forth. So at this level also, there is no need and need to listen to more. And there is lot of gratitude. I mean, for there is a little disturbance here. So I'll stop, Dr. Gopal.
Yeah, actually, when Aranwanse is talking, in the sense when a mother talks to the Aranwanse, we can definitely feel that Aranwanse is not actually listening to the story, but he knows the whole thing. If he tells it once, it will be in his, it is going to be registered. But the thing is, uh, it is not that actual story he's resonating to. Is actually trying to understand what power do you have now, because you may be talking about a big uh, past story that once I didn't feel this, I didn't feel that, and then you are telling that in a like a mm, you know with the, if you're telling that with the self, he definitely feels that. So that is what we are learning as well, how Aranwan say, I mean, the main important thing is to catch yourself. Catch yourself. Catch yourself is the main thing, in the sense, catching this power. When the things get real versus things are not real, in the sense, with the power, without the power. That's very tricky. And within the dream, outside the dream, even so the power is in the sensual world, it is very obvious, it is very easy actually in the sensual world, as Sudharma said, sensual world we can understand this easily, but the problem is understanding this in the form world and the non-form world. So but if you start feeling this, you will continue to do so and will feel the non-vibration as well in one point, then you will definitely understand what's the difference between this feel and the stimulus without the self vibration and stimulus with the self vibration. That is the main thing. So then misunderstandings are very low. But still, according to Aranas, we keep understanding that evolving of this non-self vibration is also slightly different from level to level. So that's why Lord Buddha has explained levels of, for liberation also, that's why he has put levels. Because in some teachings, they didn't talk about a level, they just talked about the non-vibration. But in some teachings, they highlighted more about these levels. So whatever, it's all one non-self or one non-vibration. There can't be multiple non-vibrations. There can't be multiple non-self perceptions. There's only one non-self perception and one form of non-vibration. And everyone, if you have felt the non-vibration, it is the same non-vibration which or Buddha has felt, or all the Arahants have felt. Anything else to add? I can see that is, are we running out of time? Yeah, we have about 7 minutes more.
Dr. Kokila, as today's reading focused on this dependent origination also, can we briefly talk about that as well?
Oh, did we? I didn't notice that.
Dependent origination also.
So dependent origination is all about the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind.
And mind, in the sense, the stimulus, actually. Yeah, how the stimulus has formed, has given rise to this power. So I don't think we went into deep discussion about that. I think we just suggested it, or what? What was the sentence there?
In the book, they mentioned that there are the four teachings of Buddha as Four Noble Truths, Eightfold Path, Dependent Origination, and Four Foundations of Mindfulness.
Yeah, it's very difficult to just say one word about it.
Yeah.
Because it's all about non-vibration. But the thing is, the
Dependent
dependent
origination basically is cause and effect, isn't it? That
if we understand that, it is cause and effect. If we don't understand it, that is how the jati is that you are born. And Soka Parideva continues, that is the actual dependent origination is how you are born, and reverse is the understanding of the dependent origination. So dependent origination is actually, again, understanding how this, it is again that those three things, and it's all related, all these things, because you keep understanding how this self arises. It's again Samudaya and Medodaya as well, all the Udaya, it's all in one thing, one stimulus. You see all this. That is what the Chitta, or the Chittaksana Darshana Mahatsya, Buddhakshana means. So that in one moment, the dependent origination is broken.
Speed the occurrence of vibrations and the power, the effect, isn't it?
Yeah, because if the dependent origination is, if the dependent origination is actually working, that is the self. The jati is the self. So then the death is already there. Because if you are born, you have to die in that stimulus, not about this so-called birth and death. This is completely different. Lord Buddha's explanation is in one stimulus, and one stimulus how you're born and how you have to die if you are born. It's funny. It's actually very interesting as well to understand how this arises. But then, if you have never felt the non-vibration, you have no idea how this is going to get nirodha. or I don't know the word for that, but because there
Cessation.
the because the arising is not there, that is why it is called cessation. When the arising is not there, then the cessation has happened. If the arising is there, it has already gone into usual pattern of suffering. The cessation of suffering is actually when it is not arising in that one particular moment. Self has not arisen because it because of Dhamma, true Dhamma, non-self, non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has happened. So that to happen, you have to fully understand how this stimulus works. That is the actual Dhamma about Satipatthana. Actually, foundation. Yeah, I think it's 4 foundations.
Foundations of mindfulness.
That's how you understand how this self has happened. So it's all related. All these things are related. It's much easier when you take it from that view. Otherwise, it becomes words only.
Yes. We have struggled a lot with those words before. Yes. And there is a beautiful way of telling that Miss Surangika says, if this is, no, when this is, that is there. When this
No, this is.
something, yeah,
This
this is. And
මේ අතිකල්ලි මේ වේ, not මේ
may,
අතිකල්ලි ඒ වේ. මේ
right,
අතිකල්ලි මේ වේ.
Mm.
Yeah. I think we are running into the Zoom
Yeah.
meeting now. So we will
Last
stop for today and we worship Paranwanse at his feet as every day. We have so much gratitude for him. And thank you so much for participating to this English Zoom discussion. And we invite everyone who can handle this language to come and join us. Thank you so much. May
Thank you.
Triple
And
Gem bless you.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Namaskar.
the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever glow. wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado,
gentle walks and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend, just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, say, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, say, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, say, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our era. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this ultimate truth of uh, humanity, the true Dhamma, through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends, I'm presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, showing us a very clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey. That means the cycle of rebirth and death and created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment, the ultimate reality, the ultimate freedom, bliss. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. The feeling position of this true Dhamma is like the Sotapanna Marga Jnana. That means insight knowledge that leads to the path of stream entry. That can be shown that way. This seeker is being scared. He can feel it when he first realizing this uh, true nature of the humanity, the true Dhamma. The seeker begins to feel some kind of fear and uncertainty, fear and anxiety, uneasiness because of the change of his nature. That is why in Dhamma, in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, there are dasajnana, 10 types of insights. One is Udayavya Jnana. That means knowledge of Udayavya Jnana means seeing the appearing and disappearing of thoughts. This Udayavya Jnana means this is a kind of actually this is a knowledge. Knowledge means some kind of insight. Knowledge of arising and passing away of thoughts. Then comes to Bhaya Jnana. Knowledge of fear. When he understands the true nature, this kind of feeling he has is arising. That is called knowledge of fear. Then Bhayatupattana Jnana. Knowledge of appearance of fear and frightening. When he understands the true nature of this world, this seeker has become this kind of mind levels. One is Bhayatupattana Jnana, that is knowledge of the appearance of fear, frightening. We are always seeing the samudaya. That means we are always seeing the arising of thoughts. Fading is not used to us, yes. When we, the seekers of this path to Nibbana, used to see the arising of thoughts, or that is naturally can see the rising of thoughts, but we are not used to see the fading of thoughts. Fading of thoughts is not used to us. If we happen to see the fading of thoughts also, if we keep attention on that at this level, if we happen to see the fading of thoughts, then we will see the fading process continuously. Yes. Now we can see the arising process continuously. If we happen to see the fading of thoughts, then we will be able to see the fading process also continuously. Therefore, the Vaya Jnana, knowledge of dissolution, is appearing. When we happen to see the disappearing of thoughts, this knowledge of dissolution is appearing. Then, Buddothpado Jnana. These are from that 10 insights according to Lord Buddha, and clearly shown by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Then Buddothpado Jnana, knowledge of the manifestation of fear, appearing and happening a fear because of his way of looking at the world, looking at the nature and everything inside and outside, everything is changing. The seeker will have this kind of knowledge, Buddothpado Jnana, knowledge of the manifestation of fear, appearing and happening a fear. Then again, Munyatu Kamyata Jnana is coming with Adinavanupasana Jnana. In Dhamma, these levels of minds are clearly showing. Munyatu Kamyata Jnana means knowledge of the desire for liberation. So when he see this kind, several kinds of changes in his mind as well as his everything around him, this Munyatu Kamyata Jnana is coming. That is, knowledge of desire for liberation is appearing. That means now this seeker want to liberate fast, liberate from this present situation. That wisdom is, that knowledge is coming with Adinavanupasana Jnana. That means knowledge of contemplation of danger is coming with that. Knowledge of contemplation of danger is coming with that. That means the seeker can feel the defects of this big illusion. As we all know, we are living in a big illusion. At that point, the seeker can feel the defects of this big illusion. Yes, there are thousands of defects in this illusion, in this big illusion. The false world, the false world created inside our mind. So this seeker can't say this world is true in any circumstances. Coming up to this level of mindfulness, that means this level of path to Nibbana, that seeker will not say in any circumstances, this seeker will not say this world is true, because he know what he sees, what he feel, and what he hear. Everything is a complete false, because he feels this is a complete lie. Yes. When we realize the truth only, we can understand this is the hardness of this lie. Whoever says so, he will not change. Though 1,000 people are telling, oh, this world is good and very enjoyable, but this seeker will not agreeable to that. When this seeker is realizing this big lie, how he is going to live in this big lie? Yes. When we understand this whole mind created world is a big lie, which is creating inside the mind through the perceptions appearing through our six senses, and understanding it, how can he live in this big lie? Then he will not be able to live in this big lie. That means he just want to go out from this complete illusion. Then Munyatu Kamyata Jnana is arising. Another kind of uh, wisdom is arising. Then, another kind of insight is arising. That is called Munyatu Kamyata Jnana. That means knowledge of the desire for liberation. Yes, now he has a desire. We all, as humans, we all have different kinds of desires. But as the seekers of Nibbana, the seekers who are following the path to Nibbana according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, those seekers having different kind of desires, because we all have the desire for liberation. We know we are getting into a trap. Therefore, we want to liberate from this big trap. Then the seeker is trying to find the end of suffering, like a person with fire on his head. Yes. If a person's head is burning, so he is always trying to come out of that burning. Like that, this seeker is trying to find the end of suffering, struggling to overcome. Yes, struggling to overcome. Lord Buddha showed this example when somebody sees the truth. Yes, Lord Buddha showed this example. A seeker must always search the liberation, like this person who is having fire on his head. Munyatu Kamyata Jnana. Then Munyatu Kamyata Jnana means the knowledge of the desire for liberation. Yes. Not like the mundane world people. They don't want to liberate from this stupid world. They want to run rounds and rounds to uh, please and enjoy their pleasures, to enjoy their six sense of faculties, and the mind created world. They are always trying to not liberate, but to feel pleasure. But the seekers of path to Nibbana, now who's having this knowledge of the desire for liberation. Munyatu kamyata jnana. This wisdom can see the reality of this world all the time. Yes, we can see how people are suffering with sorrow, with illnesses, because of without food, and suffering because of aging, suffering because of death, and suffering because of not enough money, not enough food and clothing. There's no shelter for them to live. So all sorts of things are in this sensual world. So the people who are having this knowledge of the desire for liberation can see the reality of this world all the time. If we go to a hospital, we can see that very clearly how many patients are there, how they are suffering. There are no medicine in government hospitals, no doctors, no proper equipment, and how much these people are suffering. Some are on the roads, not even going to get medicine also. They just lying with so many illnesses, so many hardships. So the suffering is everywhere. Can see the suffering is everywhere. So this wisdom of the wisdom, the desire for liberation can see the reality of this world all the time. Nowadays there is a very hard heat wave here in Sri Lanka, and people are so much suffering because of that. Suffering is everywhere in different forms. Now in this seeker's mind, Ditti Vishuddhi has arisen. Ditti Vishuddhi means purification of view has arisen. That means the seeker who has come up to this position to understand the action mind clearly, and he has come to a point that purification wave has arisen. Ditti Visuddhi has arisen. Then Kanka Vitarana Visuddhi is arising. That means purification by overcoming doubt. There will be no doubts in him. He knows this path to Nibbana is a complete truth. That means the seekers who are following Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma these days, after the true Dhamma revealed after 2600 years after, will know, will don't have any kind of doubts, because when Aryan Mahanse is showing us the path and when he is preaching, it feels us this is the only truth, and there are no doubts in any way for this seeker. And this seeker who comes to this level of mind has no doubt in him. He knows this path to Nibbana is a complete truth. The people of this world, when they realize this world is full of sorrow, they are trying to find the liberation in different ways, in different uh, faiths. They have different religions, different ways they used from the beginning. That means more than 20,000, 40,000 years ago. Still they are searching for truth. But only Lord Buddhas appearing time to time will be showing this truth. And the Arahants, others can't, because they are thinking there is a God and he is doing each and this and that. They are closing their path to freedom by thinking that. So this purification of uh, overcoming doubts will be arising only through this true Buddhist philosophy and path to Nibbana, showing by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse in this era. So, listening to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, everybody knows there will be no doubts, and this seeker knows that he knows this path to Nibbana is completely true. This is the path to reaching Arahanthood and Nibbana. Yes, there is no other way. Some priests used to say there are thousands of ways. No, there is only one way. Lord Buddha stated that, and Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is still telling there is only one path to reaching Arahanthood and Nibbana. That is the path Lord Buddha showed, and again now revealing by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. We are talking about the in-between story. Yes, Aryan Mahanse is telling this is the path to reaching Arahanthood and Nibbana. We are talking about the in-between story. That means how we should reach to Nibbana, how we should reach to Arahanthood. This place is very deep. This place is very deep and profound, because mundane world people cannot understand this. Yes, even if we try to say something, they are laughing at us, because they think there is a person here in this body and he is doing this and that. There are so many thousands, millions of people are out there, and there are countries and things like that. They having that everything is existing. The mundane people, world people are thinking everything is existing and they are existing. So mundane people cannot understand this truth that easily, because they are tied with so many wrong views from by their parents, by their relatives, by their spiritual gurus. So they can't even think of liberation. They are uh, tied into big lies. They can't accept this because they can't bear it up. If we say there's nobody in this body, they can't bear it up. They think there is somebody here, and the person is doing everything. Therefore, they may hurt the seekers, because at the end there is nobody here. So if we are going to tell this to the outside world people, that means mundane world people, they are trying to hurt also, because the spiritual masters of all the time, and this time Avaryan Vahanse is also like that. People can't understand the truth, and they are thinking against the spiritual master, actual spiritual masters, because there is no man here in this body, no animal here on this earth, no sun, no moon. All are just thoughts. Nothing is there. No person, no soul, only the nature of power is there. No matter, no soul, only the nature of power here. Normal people can't bear it up because they have so many things in their mind created world. So they are living with the shadows in their mind. They are trying to meet the shadows, they are trying to feel the shadows of around what they are around, what around them. And always these mundane world people are trying to feel pleasure through those shadows they are seeing through their six sense faculties. So they can't see the shadow world because they are caught into that shadow world for nothing and only suffering, all the time suffering, running and suffering, eating and suffering, suffering. No, without end, they are suffering. We should slowly, slowly enter into the path to Nibbana with slowly realizing the Dhamma. Yes. The seekers also can't run like a, run in this path to Nibbana like a marathon. We must first hear the true Buddhist philosophy and should understand it, then realize it, then start the practical experiences Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing, and slowly, slowly, without uh, without running and without very big effort. The effort should be there, but trying very hard with the thoughts. Thinking is not opening the path. When we happen to think about this path to Nibbana, and when all the time when we think of Nibbana and practicing with the mind, then the path will be closing because thinking is very much different from the feeling. If the mind is very powerful, thinking is there and the feeling is not coming out. So we should slowly, slowly enter into the path to Nibbana with slowly realizing the Dhamma. Then finally, the seekers may understand there are no sins or merits. Everything, if there are no perceptions, so how come the sins and merits may there? There are no sins or merits. Lord Buddha also said, sins and merits are having for the people in the dualistic world. That means the mundane world. Lord Buddha once said, Punya Papa Pahinas. That means the person who is practicing this path to Nibbana, according to Lord Buddha and according to the Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's correct path of Lord Buddha, they are eliminated from sins and merits. It is clearly showing in all the Sutra Deshana preached by Lord Buddha. Now this seeker, we are talking about the seeker who has attained to the action mind level. So now he is in the supramundane world. That means not in the mundane world. He has gone beyond the mundane world, and now the seeker has come to the supramundane world, that is Lokottara Bhumi, redeemed from this mundane world. The seeker is now in the supramundane world. He is moving through form world. Yes. Now this seeker who has come to the point of clear with a clear action mind, now he is in the supramundane world. He is moving through form world. Then that means the heaven and supramundane world. That means he is moving through the form world and non-form world. Form world means heavens and some other Brahma realms. Non-form level, non-form world means a Brahma realm. Now this still living in this human plane, human realm. Is still living in the human realm, and through practicing this uh, true Buddhist, true path to Nibbana of Lord Buddha and Aryan Vahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's great revelation of the path to Nibbana. Now the seeker has moving through form world and non-form world. Now there is no human nature in this seeker's mind. Yes, mind is moving. Body is here on the human plane, but the mind is moving. So now there is no human nature in his mind. There's no human nature. Heavenly nature is there in this seeker's mind. Heavenly nature is there. He is now going beyond the heavenly nature. Also, he is now reaching to the Shuddhatma, that means the pure self, pure soul level. Now, this seeker is reaching the pure soul level. Redeeming from defilements, mental impurities, means directly the Shuddhatma, pure soul, radiant mind. Yes, the person, the seeker who is having this radiant mind, the Shuddhatma, the pure soul, has no mental impurities or defilement. There's no way of those impurities are coming to him. He has fully redeemed from those defilements and mental impurities. That means he is directly come to the level of Shuddhatma, the pure soul, the radiant mind. Lord Buddha said, Prabhaswaram Chittam, Prabhaswaram Chittam, bright and radiant mind. Now the seeker is flowing into the radiant level, becoming Shuddhatma, pure soul. Yes, now the seeker is become the pure soul, still living on the human plane. His body is in the human plane, normally maintaining like others, but mind has gone so far without any problem. There is nothing to do merits or sins. Yes. If any objective thought is not becoming something, not becoming a thing, that means no thing, nothing. No effect from that objective thought, that means there is no merit, so there's nothing to do merits or sins, because to do merits or sins there should be something. The seekers who are practicing this path to Nibbana, they don't find something, they don't find anything, so there's nothing to do merits or sins. All the soulful thoughts become nothing, because there's no soul and there's nothing to do, nothing, he's finding nothing to do sins or merits. So all the soulful thoughts become nothing. Data feeded from childhood by the parents and the society will become nothing. Yes. From the cot, the baby in the cot is first getting impressions. And though he has a radiant mind, slowly, he's starting to feel, starting to see, starting to hear, and gradually parents, relatives, neighbors, and teachers, and the society is feeding so many data into this child. Then come to this level by practicing the path to Nibbana. The seeker who reach to this uh, level of pure soul, Shuddhatma, all the data fed from childhood by the parents and the society will become nothing, because all those are just names and forms and just perceptions. Now the seeker is clearly understanding. He is living in a perception world, that means the vibrational world. Every perception has a vibration. And there is no self in this body. Just like waves, we actually this machine, this body is just a wave of vibration, transforming energy into different other energies. And all the data fed from childhood up to now will become nothing. Levels of education, degrees, and the social levels, and so many things, money and uh, wealth and house and property, lands, and everything become nothing. He knows, the seeker knows, everything is inside the mind only. Everything is just a thought only. So there's nothing for this seeker to attach to. So he is not having this egoistic thinking about his levels of education, degrees, and the levels of social levels and things like that. Or everything will be falling down, become nothing. Yes, the seeker in the path to Nibbana is now become very relaxed without clinging to anything. Every his personal things fallen down, become nothing. Everything become false. This supramundane story is very profound, deep. This is a nature of a sage, Muni. So, once a seeker of path to Nibbana, reaching this level means the supramundane level is very profound and very deep. This is a nature of a sage, like our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time. We always worship him because he is showing us the correct path to Nibbana without misleading us. We have misled throughout our life searching for Nibbana and found nothing. After coming to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, we found the correct path to Nibbana. So the person we are now talking about, the seeker who comes to the level of supramundane, that level is very profound and deep. This is the nature of a sage, Muni. In this situation, there is no self. There is no self. Egoistic thinking is over. There is nobody here to die because there is no self. Uh, Here in his mind, there is no self thoughts. That means there is nobody here to die. If his body is cut into pieces, he will be calm. He will remain calm with the laughter because he is not attached to this body. The seeker who reached this level has nothing to do with his body. He is just maintaining this body to live here, to say this truth to the people who are interested in redeeming from the suffering. Why he can't see a soul? Sorry, when he can't see a soul, he can't see a death. Yes, when there is no soul, when he understands there is no soul in this body, this is just a machine, nature machine like a robot with 6 sense faculties. So now the seeker, no, he can't see a death. Without a self, there will be no death or birth. Redeeming from the self soul means there is no death or birth. This point we are talking now is in heaven while living here in this plane. He is in the Brahma nature. The seeker who is practicing the true Dhamma and come to this level means his body is on this human realm, but his mind is in the heavenly or Brahma realm, Brahma nature. He is completely redeemed from the soul and completely redeemed from the death or rebirth. He has gone beyond non-form level also. That means he has gone beyond this arupa level also. In the pure soul level. Now he is in the pure soul level. He is not in the human world. Yes, he will not born again in this human world or else animal world. Yes. Once the seeker's mind is reaching the highest level, that means when the seeker's mind gone beyond the non-form level, that means the arupa, he will reach in the pure soul level. Then he is not in the human world. He will not born again in this human world or else animal world. He is going up to the point of Shakti Sunyatva, that means the emptiness of power, void of energy. So this ultimate point Aryan Mahansa is describing. The seeker is finally reaching the level of Shakti Shunyatva, emptiness of power, void of energy. No self here, only the nature. Yes. After practicing this path to Nibbana, according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's teachings and Aryan Mahansa's guidance, what happened? The seeker has come to the level of no nature, no self here, only the nature. Seeker has become the nature. When we talk about action mind, can you imagine how deep it is? Yes. When Aryan Mahansa is describing, when we talk about action mind, can you imagine how deep it is? Because the action mind, the level of action mind is the path to clear in the final stage of Nibbana. It's a great position coming to the arising the action mind over the thinking mind. Seeing truth is called Shraddhanusari. We acts guided by faith or belief. Yes. Now we have faith on Lord Buddha and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa because Aryan Mahansa is the correct, showing the correct path of Lord Buddha. So all the practitioners of path to Nibbana has this Shraddhanusari because acts guided by faith or belief. Yes, now we are believing our spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, and having faith, complete faith on him because we can feel that true Dhamma, the true path to Nibbana and feel somewhat feel that the relief from this suffering. So, see in truth is called Shraddhanusari, acts guided by faith or belief. Knowing truth like this is Dhammanusari. So, knowing Dhamma through the spiritual master and following the path to come to this level is called Dhammanusari. Acts guided by the teaching of the Lord Buddha and our spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, the great sage of our time. As we say so, this fact is not easy to understand. Very difficult. Aryan Mahansa is explaining. As we say so, this fact is not easy to understand. Why? It's very subtle. That is why it's difficult. It's very subtle. Understanding these facts is a wonder. We're so subtle and deep. That is why understanding this fact is a wonderful experience. So subtle and deep. But as a human, the only thing we have to do on this human realm is this, to understand the truth and redeeming from the suffering and living a wonderful life until the death comes. Until we are releasing from this body without making another body. Now we are presenting, easy to say but difficult to understand. Aryan Vahanse is telling. Though Aryan Vahanse is presenting like this, easy to say but difficult to understand. But when gradually listening to Dhamma and practicing, that can be also done. This society may kill the person who is talking the truth. Yes, in the Lord Buddha's era also this happened. So many Brahmins and so many different types of uh, people were there who are practicing Dhamma, Nigantas, Jatilas and different kinds of people. When Lord Buddha started to talk about the truth, then they were very angry with Lord Buddha and tried to kill Lord Buddha using different methods. They used Prince Siddhartha's brother-in-law Devadatta to do things like that. And different other things also. Those Brahmins tried to harm Lord Buddha and finally they couldn't do anything. Once they tried sending an elephant, given toddy to the elephant and send the elephant to the Lord Buddha's path. When Lord Buddha was walking, the elephant Nalagiri has Tusker Nalagiri was coming near Lord Buddha, but in front of Lord Buddha he knelt down. It knelt down and then nothing happened. Thereafter, once a large, very big stones were thrown to the path where Lord Buddha was walking, and that was also not happened. That means another stone came out from the earth and stopped it. But a small piece has come to Lord Buddha's feet and small kind of thing is happen. That means they tried so many things because saying truth is not suitable for this mundane world because they are getting angry. Nowadays also we can understand this. If somebody is talking truth, others are always against him. They are always wants lies. They're depending on lies. They are showing off and thinking or every time thinking of lies and showing off lies and everything. They don't want the truth because the truth is better than the lies. But accepting the truth is the only way to overcome the suffering. But these people are ignorant and they can't understand the value of the truth. Why the society is always against the person who's talking truth? Why is that? Truth is not what they think. All of their thinking patterns will be broken down after hearing truth because there are millions of wrong views covered the society. all the religions, all the worshipping methods, faiths, all are lies, all are based on lies. Everything, their faiths and their worshipping and their religions will be finally finished after hearing this truth. Therefore, they are not liking the truth because most of the people in this society are in wrong views. They are trying, they are thinking they are correct. The one pointed does meditation, the samatha meditation is a great thing like that. They are just doing it without an end. But that is a wrong view. They can't redeem from suffering by using samatha meditation because there is a doer in that. There is a meditator in that samatha meditation. They are suppressing the thoughts and mind is hidden for a certain time period. When they come out from the samadhi and the meditation pose, everything is over and the suffering has again started. So, like that. But nobody is still thinking of that. So many people in this world now know about this true Dhamma, but most of them are still bind with ignorance because they say thousands of years about their religions and they say this and that they say there are gods, God is doing this, God is there is a heaven and God is taking us there. Some people are thinking like that and some are telling their God is far more powerful than others because they have more than 15,000 years of history. And all those wrong views and wrong things giving very hard hardships to their body to search the truth. Still in the Himalaya, there are people just sitting on the ice and trying to redeem from suffering, but it's also a big lie. All those are lies. The only way to overcome the suffering is the path to Nibbana. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago, and now Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is revealing it again to show the complete redeeming from suffering. So, for today, I'm concluding this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddhothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping with the technology be helped by Triple Gem. So this is another session of Deshana's discussion of the Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, which we have daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. For any of you, any of our Dhamma friends who has been listening to these Zoom discussions, you are welcome to join this session. If you have anything to discuss or any places to clarify from any of the Zoom discussions, we will be able to help you. And some of our friends who are doing these sermons will be joining. Uh, so this is a very friendly forum. I would say that there shouldn't be any hesitation to ask even any type of question. I mean, don't think that it is too simple or sort of like that. Do not sort of think on that line. Any question is important, and both parties, the person who is asking the question as well as the person who is trying to explain, will be benefited. So it is a kind of dharmadane, I would say. So you are welcome to join us. If I briefly mention, this is actually uh, the Lord Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has been doing these Dhamma sermons for the last 5 years, and nearly 12,000 sermons have been uploaded so far. So you can find them and listen to them. Actually, stepwise, the listeners have been taken forward with this Deshana, because the initial ones are very simple, and he's gradually taking the group forward with more and more deeper explanations, which is quite beautiful for all of us who are listening to this. And we know, just if I briefly remind, for the friends who are listening who can understand Sinhala, out of many websites, I just want to mention the main one, which is www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. And for our English speaking friends, uh, the main one is www.wisdomofasia. Wisdom of Asia is written as one word, .com. So those are the two websites that I wanted to remind, where you can listen to the older ones, particularly in that Sinhalese one. It's beautifully categorized, so it's very easy to find out under different topics. And in the English one, the Wisdom of Asia, there are lots of scientific evidence also, along with the Dhamma facts. So you can go to those websites and see. I'm sure they will be quite beneficial. So we can start our discussion. We can see three of our friends, including our Venerable Sir, Venerable Dhammasunanda also has joined. So Theruvan Saranai to all of you. We can start the discussion. Is there any topic that you want to bring up, Theruvan Saranai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yes, Malini.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Doctor. Today morning, Aryan Vanse's morning discussion, Aryan Vanse explained the dreams. There are dreams, and upon this, so another dream. Can you explain what is that?
But
You
I'm
didn't.
sorry. No, I couldn't actually hold day. Yesterday I was away. but I will just try to explain the dreams into the knowledge that I have. Dr. Kokila also has joined. She will add
And
the.
Dr. Kokila was there in the morning
Ah,
session.
okay. Dr. Kokila, is it possible for you to answer that? She wants to know about the dreams topic that was discussed in the morning.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it is that necessary. It is again, if you want to apply it in the real life, even this life is a dream. So if you want to apply it really, you can apply it that way. He was saying something deep, but I mean, the messages are quite different. If you want to take a message from that, there's a deeper message saying that, like actually even now, if you are awakened from the dream,
there is another
now,
dream.
no, like yes. So another dream is this dream, no? Like now. So is Malini dreaming now?
Dream is my
Yes
dream
or
is
no?
speaking. Yes, speaking.
Yes. So that's the thing. If you awaken from that, that's it. Even this dream, if you awaken from that, that's it. But this is a kind of a discussion to show the levels. It's something that the form level and then sensual level also is a dream. Even the form level is a dream. Finally, there's nothing actually to take as real. That's
dreams,
it.
all
Nothing
are
much.
dreams.
No, even that word is a dream. You said now that it's a dream. Yeah, even
all
that
are
word is a
dreams.
dream. So there is nothing for you to hang on to.
Right. Thank you.
Even this Dhamma is the same. Any concept is a concept. It is a production of a mind. All the vibrations coming together, there is a mind vibration form. Which one is true? Even this Dhamma. That's why at one point you should be fully aware, you should have that wisdom that none of these things are true. So that's where the Paruva බිම තියෙන කතාව coming. What is it? Let the, what is it called?
All are not true. That is the main thing.
All are not true. Even that concept is not true. All are not true concept is also not true. So anything,
not true.
anything
Nothing.
in that sense is a production. It's a creation. It's okay. Being the creation, it's fine. But feeling that is the problem. So now thinking can be replaced by another way of thinking, right? So when you're a child, you think doll is very nice. You can replace that with the thinking that doll is not enough. Maybe a car is good. Oh, then when a little bit bigger, the again concept is different. Then doll is not good enough. Actually, having a baby is good. So the concepts can be different. From time to time, the concepts can be different, but understanding that this whole system, even the consciousness is not true, what about the mind? Do you get it? Or do you just say, Do you get it?
Get it. Got it.
You got it. Yeah. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah, there's nothing. Finally, there's nothing much left for you to. Even if the sensation of light is not true, what about the
others?
This right or wrong, the good or bad, everything is in the mind side. So that is where the breaking this glass cage, which is again the actually mind bubble. In that sense, we have talked about this before. The mind bubble, we have to realize that it's a mind bubble. Then only it is going to break. Otherwise, it's not going to break just because you think, oh, I'm going to break my glass cage. You can't do that. You have to realize that you are just in a way of thinking. So you have attitudes, you have habits, you have a way of thinking. All are due to this creation, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, I couldn't listen to that, but from what I knew earlier was that uh, nighttime dream is one type of dreaming, and we are waking from that one and then waking up to another dream. So what we are
No, actually, what brought the problem is Aryan Vahanse talked about a dream. That's why this whole
Mm,
thing here has come up. Aryan
mhm.
Vahanse talked about a dream where he dreamt about being being awakened in a dream. So it's like a double dream.
Okay, okay.
So he was talking about a dream he
Mm,
had where he felt that he's awakened from the dream.
very good. Okay, right.
So it's like a 3 layers kind of thing. But
Mm.
these are all things that being said is not necessarily to you to hang on to it. Just fully realize that,
Everything is a dream, isn't it? If that is the
even if you say that, now whatever the words we use here, we are trying to communicate only there's no self. How do we get into that understanding? We have to fully realize that these stimuli are not true. Then stimuli have several layers. But still, if the stimuli is felt as true, of course the life feel is there, so you can't prevent it. But then if you fully really understand that even the light sensation, if the sound sensation, touch sensation, then they come together having the mind sensation. Mind sensation, you don't say that, mind consciousness. So the mind, none of these things are actually there. They are created, yes, but they are not actually there. So to awaken from the dream, you have to fully realize what type of this speed, what type of thing that speed does, speed of the sensory organ does. We are kind of trapped in that, but it's something you can fully realize that. That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, we can continue and yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, after you listen also, we can talk about that again if you want.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, as Dr. Kokila explained, now sometime back, I think I remember a discussion that was made about these dreams and the fact that there is no light in the light perception, there is no sound in the sound perception. That one is very clearly you can understand from the dream side now, particularly the dreams that we see in the night. We think, oh, it's a dream. I mean, just when I wake up, it's a dream. So we feel sometimes relieved, particularly if it was a kind of a nightmare that you were scared and you were very stressful. And when you wake up, you feel, oh, okay, it's a dream, just a dream. And you feel satisfied, isn't it? So, but really speaking, all the time, that is what is happening. Just the five senses are functioning, and because of the speed, something is created now. The fact that there's no light in the light perception, there's no sound in the sound perception, there's no real light. I think that would be the better word. There's no real light in the light perception, there's no real sound in the sound perception. So all five senses, it's applicable like that. How you can understand it in when it comes to the night dream, because night dream part, it's easy for us to get convinced because already we know that it is simply a dream. Now we can see the dreams with all kinds of pictures. all kinds of colors. Sometimes you might remember I was wearing a red dotted frock, or I was wearing a blue sari. You can remember even the colors and the shapes very correctly. So that point, it's very clear that there was nothing to do with the vibration of the eye, but there were pictures created. Similarly, you might remember in the dream that there were sounds. Yes, he spoke to me at that time. You might remember the words, even what was spoken, but there was nothing to do with the ear. So there is no real sound in the ear perception. So like that, all five, sometimes now you feel that you are being pushed by somebody, or you are hit by somebody. You feel that it was painful also. So that means there was touch sensation, touch perception was there, but actually there was nothing to do with the skin. There was no real vibration of the skin to say that there was some pushing or some touching. So this is applicable to all five senses when it comes to the dream that we experience in the night. So that part is very clear. Now we know that none of the organs, none of the senses were really functioning, were vibrating, but we could experience them. But what happens when we are awake? Now, if I say the word a jack tree, it was just a sound to the ear. So what happened at the ear level? There was a fast vibration which became synchronized to the sound. Fast vibration means actually there was no sound, but because of the fast vibration, it created as if there is a real sound. And when I say about the jack tree, see, like in the dream, all other senses, all other senses combine to form the rest of the picture about the jack tree. Now, right now, when I say jack tree, you have got a complete picture of the jack tree. Its picture is there, the uses of it there, the way, the type of the fruits which are there, even the shape of the leaves, maybe even the smell of the fruit, the taste of the fruit, every possible perception that has occurred time to time will spark right now as a single vibration. So it's very clear. Leave aside the ear, because now you might say that no, I heard a sound. So if you leave aside the ear function, all other senses, the there was a picture, there was a smell, there was a texture, the way that you feel when you touch the trunk, or when you are eating, the way that you feel in the mouth. So all those are right now came up as a single thought, a single vibration, isn't it? So where did those come from? They were all right now created in the mind as a thought. So your tongue didn't have anything to do, your eye didn't have anything to do, your skin didn't have anything to do. So without any involvement of those sense faculties, you got those sensor functions created right now. So can you say that it is different from the night dream? It's exactly the same way. And talking about the ear now, when I said the jack tree, it was a sound, and the vibrations became equal, and you thought there was some hearing. And that part, if you take, if there was no speed in this vibration, there's nothing called hearing. And if you didn't have a functioning ear, again, you can't talk about hearing. So that is also a creation at that moment. So everything created then and there, and if the speed wasn't there, you can't talk about any of this. I don't know whether I was clear enough for you all. Anything to add or anything to ask about what I said? Yes, our friend who, yes, Sudharma.
Yeah, that's Thiruvan Saranai. Yeah, very beautifully explained that the night dream and the daydream, actually, whatever it is, all are dreams. So it was beautifully explained, Doctor. And when you were explaining, it came to me that so the mind has the power to compensate for all other sense faculties. In the night
Yes.
dream, we know that only the mind is at
Mm.
work. And
Yeah.
I remember once Aryan Vahanse said, Doctor, if like in the dream, if somebody beats you, just imagine in the morning you can see the marks on the like on your skin. So
Yeah.
that although it's the night dream, it has that much effect on the system.
Mm.
Do you remember that? He
Yeah, yeah.
explained.
I
Yeah,
remember.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Mm.
So is it all about dreams that you are talking about?
No, actually, it
Oh
was a
my,
question that came up.
okay, all right.
Mm.
That's a beautiful question. It really should be because I don't know, we didn't talk about that recently. So this dream thing, as you said, when uh, I think one of you, Dr. Hokina once explained this to me. Uh, Actually, they, in the dream, do you see anything? So, as you beautifully explained, you were wearing the red dotted dress. So, where did all that come from? Because I was not perceiving anything. Actually, that is a dream within a dream. So, it's I think it's a good area to uh, talk more about, Doctor, if you can explain further.
Yeah. Actually, there has been Deshana today morning practical experience Deshana 5 o'clock one. RN Mahasi has given an example about a dream that he has seen. So the
I
question was
see.
on that. I didn't
I
actually
see.
listen to that. But as you said, what I knew was actually it is some from one dream changing to another dream. But we feel when we wake up, we feel relieved sometimes. So it's a dream only. But the same thing, same incidents can happen in the so-called awakened time. But we do not take it as a dream. We feel that it is something real. So that is where the things are going wrong.
It is real because
Mm.
the three-dimensional nature. In the dream also, do we experience the three-dimensional? Yeah, near, far, all
I
those are experienced, right? The dream
Yeah, I
also.
think so. I think you experience the 3D things in the night
Yeah, yeah,
dream, don't you?
yeah. Hmm. We do. Yeah.
Mm.
Even traveling, going to places, we travel on the train, all those are seen in dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes far away things are seen. Sometimes, uh, I mean, you really feel that you are being pushed or pulled. I
Yeah,
feel that
doctor.
there's some 3D effect.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is only uh, in the, I mean, I don't know whether the word is correct. In the shallow sleep, in the deep sleep, it doesn't happen. My
Mm.
mind consciousness does not function, is it?
Yeah. Yes. So I suppose that
How
is the
about
only
how
time.
about last night discussion? Did you listen to that?
That
Last
is
night one, yes, yes.
Andolanaatmaka Deshana.
Yeah, what do you think, Sudharma?
Doctor, I was unable to listen to.
Oh, you haven't listened to last night or the morning one then?
No, doctor. Only this. I took part in this discussion yesterday. That's it. Because my son is actually studying, so I haven't brought my this headset. So I'm unable to listen to that. I must find a way today. I couldn't buy that headset around here. I need to buy one and I have to listen to them. I couldn't
In the
actually.
morning.
No.
Yeah, true. I usually listen in the morning as well.
Hmm.
Yeah. Today it was a holiday in Australia. That's why I was able to participate for the 5 o'clock
Your
one.
doctor, after I came here, all holidays, no, like from Easter
No,
Friday, yeah,
it's a very
here.
rare one actually.
So I have to depend on my son all the time to travel. Here in Queensland, public buses don't work on holidays. So
Mm.
that is.
Mm. Oh, how did you listen, Dr. Sakuntala, the last night one?
Yes, early morning today I managed to listen. It was a long one yesterday,
Yeah, it
almost
was.
4 hours, I think. Just few things that I could remember was that some points that I got. One thing that Aranmasi said that even the zygote has a uh, self vibration, that savinyanika nature is there. That is because of the uh, taints or the sasava power,
Mm.
because that is what
Mm.
is telepathized right at the beginning. Uh, and also, he said that the different types of waves are different, isn't it? Now, that is, of course, something that we know because telephone waves are different from the
Mm.
TV waves. And also, he said similarly, the gravity power is different from the magnetic power, and the mind power is yet another type of
Yeah. What
wave.
about breaking your glass, Dr. Sakuntala? Breaking your own cage. Can you do that?
Should do it, must do it. Yes, I don't think I have broken steel.
No, actually, it's just realizing that it's that kind of
Mm,
situation, you know.
mm,
When you say that when someone says, I don't feel anything, we have to be very careful because that concept itself is not really good, you know, because this is not a non-feel dhamma. You feel everything as normal, but what you lose is this self
self. Mm,
perception or self vibration, self view. So this is the trickiest part in dhamma also. So that is a problem. But I think Sudharma or Dr. Sakuntala, anyone in that sense, fully giving up on this, in the sense, not giving up, how can I say, let go of mind, has to come from a lot of confidence, you know, like, because
Yeah.
we like kind of hang on to perceptions. Just imagine if you think that this is how my son should be, this is how my daughter should be, this is how my husband should be, this is how I should be. We have a kind of a cage.
Yeah, still. Is that the
Yeah,
mind bubble you were referring to, doctor? The glass thing? Actually, I have to go back to that and listen to until then. Is it that we are stuck in that frame? Is it what you mean?
frame, yeah, kind of a frame.
Hmm.
It's not an actual frame, but
Hmm.
it is a
Imaginary, right?
mindful dream. So the dream, the word dream, the word cage, the word mind, the word mind bubble, whatever use is not. It's all referring to one same thing.
That illusion.
Yeah, you know, this illusion begins about 1 year of age, slowly develops. But there is a feel illusion as well. Kind of a feel illusion. I mean, that's a word just came out, but don't stand on the words, because consciousness itself is a creation.
And doctor, now when the eye perceives stuff, actually it is all light, but we see the separate, I mean outline now, the tree, the shape, and then we see something as the background, then a vehicle, then maybe a
Yeah,
boat.
go back to your
Yeah.
dream, not your dream. Go back to the day that you open the door. Going back to your experience, you opened the door, you saw the that one slipper was missing. Was it one slipper?
Yes, yes,
One
yes.
shoe was missing.
Missing.
And you were talking about how you were not shaken by that.
Shaken by it, yeah.
And it was a good thing. It is definitely a good thing. But why? What is the reason that to say that? Now imagine Naran Hanse is there. Naran Hanse opens the door and find out that one shoe is missing. What is the difference? Lord Buddha opens the door and Lord Buddha sees one shoe is missing. What's the difference?
He would still notice
What's
it,
one difference? Don't say too much words.
Yeah, the self, without the self perception,
Yeah.
sense of self. Yeah, I will not look for it, but
no, even
that
the words
action
will
will
make it
happen.
so
Yeah,
bad. Yeah.
yeah.
Seeing will
That
happen.
seeing will happen without the notion of I there, the involvement of I.
So if someone is saying that it happened like that, it's actually an arahant state. In the path, the first instance that we actually everyone to the first, the Arahants is trying so hard with the Pratipada and everything for everyone to feel this non-vibration. The non-vibration is actually facing kind of one moment. That's the thing. So in that instance, outside was not a thing to you. You yourself felt that. But still the dream was there. If now the problem is Arahant is giving even the Arahant state in the discussions. So when we hear that, we automatically think that what I felt was Arahant state. That is the problem with these mental images. It's very easy to do that, when if teacher says something, we kind of imagine that, isn't it? If teacher says, this is the what can teacher say? This is there are this much continents. Our island is near India, and this is like an island. What is called island is when it is fully covered, surrounded by water. Now we take it as whole, right? We fully took it as real, isn't it?
Yes.
And now when we say an island, we have like a complete picture surrounded by water. So the teacher didn't do anything wrong. Teacher was doing her job. We didn't do anything wrong either. We just students, let's just learn. But what happened was the concepts we develop here, even if it's a Tarzan, Tarzan will have some kind of concept from the monkeys. Same way, we get some concepts from the teachers, from the friends, from the family. If mother is doing in something in some way, then the children are just imitating that. Same way the Tarzan would imitate the monkeys, monkey mom. And if monkey is jumping from tree to tree, Tarzan can walk, but Tarzan will start jumping too from tree to tree. And he will become a master of it. Because there's no way that he can avoid that, because it's a pattern of living now. So, but if he is taken to the town, like just imagine he was taken to the, he was in the kind of a jungle and he is taken to the city now. Now he has a concept of jumping from tree to tree, but now he's not doing that. Why? He sees everyone walking and going in cars. So he will do that. So which one is correct? Is anything correct or anything as real? So if you go to now, you can definitely say this in a dream also. Which one is real? The dream is real or the actual thing is real, or what? None of these things are true. So when you open the door, you saw that one slipper was missing. And you said you didn't feel any burning, which is fully understandable. I mean, definitely we are not getting traumatized by these things now, do we? But the thing is, and you said that in the other one too, when there was a cobra in the garden, you didn't get shaken by that. But then you actually really beautifully said, when the daughter was going up and down shouting, you thought, why this daughter is, why should daughter run around like this? Why is she scared like that? So you thought. But the thing is, none of these things are true. So whatever the perception is not true. So the shoe perception doesn't have a shoe there. Cobra perception doesn't have a cobra there. Daughter perception doesn't have the daughter there. The sun perception doesn't have the sun there. So then what do you come to? You come to the feel. Then what do you feel? Well, there's something you feel. If you are looking at whatever the Rupa Satana, how do you say that in English?
Shape of light we say, but just the shape.
The shape of light is the perception level. So if that is not true, but still you feel something. That is the whole theory of this alive field. You feel something. That is why we are confused about this world. Even though everyone understand, even Malini Amma will understand, okay, we understand now. I'm in a room, I can see the door, the walls, the fan, the ceiling, and the windows. Yes, but these perceptions are there. It's fine, but if it comes to the level of the feel, even if you don't fully understand that the perceptions are not true, you feel something. So the feel is misunderstood. There's a whole problem there. Feel is misunderstood. I mean, it's a terrible misunderstanding, not just a simple misunderstanding. It's a complete ignorance because you feel something, you feel the light. Because you feel something is there, even though you fully realize that it is not the shoe. So what do you feel? If you're looking at the shoe, what do you feel? You feel something. What is it? This the speed you feel, the speed of the eye. To come to this level, it's actually the deep insight, that penetrative thinking that should happen. Then only you realize, actually Aranvan says today morning, he said so many beautiful aspects of this Trividya. You all should listen to that.
Okay. Trividya or doctor, three realms.
No,
Trividya.
Trividya, because one should feel the non-vibration to actually fully realize the Trividya. So the actual path starts from this non-self experience. So, because Asavaksha Jnana starts from the moment that you felt the full vibration and the non-vibration, that's where the gap is. So the full vibration means the sasa, the actual power of whatever the vibration is in your system. So even the other one, what is it called? Pubbhe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapata Jnana. Chutupapata Jnana, he said, it is about this understanding this moment. That it is actually this life will, or everything is in a moment, is understood only that if that moment arises. Otherwise, how can you say that it is a moment? One moment, one stimuli is where you arise and you kind of not you, where this whole thing arises and the cessation happens. We never felt the cessation, it's a different story. But you have to feel it at least once to say the difference, isn't it? So what is important is piercing one thought. So Aranvan definitely talked about going into meditative states doesn't help. Going into dreamy world is not good enough. But it can happen. So definitely, if you don't feel much things in the sensual world, it's a very good state. But task is not over. Because there's no confirmation. Paramarshana, the Buddhi Kankati, the Amme Kankati, Sanghe Kankati, what are the other things? Champa is not there today. So there are like, I don't know, how many? Do you remember?
No, doctor, I don't know.
Vichikicha has, I don't know whether it's 9 or...
Vichikicha has 9 levels.
Is it 9 levels? I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't know, doctor. No. Maybe Dr. Sakuri.
No, I was also trying to remember what is the fourth one.
Yeah, so all
I
these
have heard
are
Buddha the Ataten Ganasakriya. Is that the
so
fourth?
these 8.
8
yeah.
yes.
all this should vanish. How would that vanish? If you feel this non-vibration. After you feel non-vibration at least once, then you don't really have much problems, because you know what your vibration is. Not knowing the vibration is the problem. Not knowing what you are going to get rid of is the problem. So you have to get direct insight into one stimuli, isn't it? Anything else?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, you asked both of us to break the glass boxes for me and Sudharma both. From your angle, what can you comment about myself?
About you, actually, I think you should just relax.
Okay.
Even Sudharma, just relax. I mean, nothing else can be done. Just let go of, you have a really powerful mind anyway. I mean, we all have. We all have. We have kind of has come a long way. I mean, studied well also. So it is going to be very high anyway. We study well. We kind of have some kind of pose in society where people will look up to you and people will kind of respect you, kind of you will have a kind of how do I say even these things? I mean, I'm talking about myself, so very high ego. So kind of high ego. It's the way I could say. So this the mind bubble is going to be strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be strong. There are some people who are more into feel anyway. There are some people who are more into mind. So it's a pattern. It's a pattern. But we can beat any pattern. Pattern is not the problem. The wisdom is a necessity. And the push from the noble friend. So if you can drop, and actually in a different way, I have told you to become the baby Sakuntala or child Sakuntala. You know, child Sakuntala didn't have all these problems now.
Yeah.
That you are a consultant or you are a pediatrician or you are a doctor or whatever. That you have children, you have this and that and all that. It's kind of a status that we are in a, actually speaking, this this glass cage has kind of different levels. So once you break one level, you feel like, wow, I'm done, you know. And to see there's another level. So so the becoming child Sakuntala is not that easy. I'll just tell Malini Amma about that. Malini Amma is about old enough to understand this Dhamma, which is great. But actually to drop all the build-up concepts, that's not that easy, isn't it? It's not that easy. We have attitudes. How are our attitudes are going to say? Now, a teacher has a different attitude. Doctor has a different attitude. Nurse has a different attitude. Engineer might have a different attitude. Let alone, forget about that. That's the job part. Mother has a different attitude. Father has a different attitude. Sister has a different attitude. How many roles do you play? I mean, I play multiple roles.
Yeah, true.
So I'm not a grandmother yet, and I don't know when that would be. I don't. I have all the other roles. So which role is true now? Well, I haven't become a nun, so I don't have that role either. So, but there are different roles we can achieve. We can go to a nunnery and become a nun, or like a monastic, and we can do anything. So what kind of role is real? Are you the teacher? Are you the doctor? Are you the consultant? Are you the wife? Are you the mother? Or are you the brother? Sorry, sister to the brother and sister? Or are you the daughter? Are you the friend? I know you have a lot of friends also. Are you the one who goes to a meeting and trying to tell Dhamma to others? Are you that? Or are you actually finally Sakuntala? Oh, Dr. Chandani, because I get confused all the time. Dr. Chandani, I'm like, okay, it's Dr. Chandani. And when you come here, I always say Dr. Sakuntala. And yeah, who are you actually?
Yeah, actually speaking now, as you said, multiple roles now. When I was doing this 9:30 a.m. Zoom, I don't know how they used to sort of talk very hard and sort of the kind of hitting very hard with the words, saying that I have this ego. So I was wondering what is he meaning? I mean, I know that as a person, when I was compared with my colleagues, I I was given this kind of the uh, uh, well the I was given the idea about many people who knew me that compared to a lot of colleagues, I'm really down to earth. So I'm very approachable. That sort of comments I have received. So I was wondering what is this ego that Aranvas is trying to say. But later on only I really felt that it wasn't that crude level superficial type of ego that he was meaning. There are many hidden places, hidden areas where the ego was very clearly there. As you said, when when a person is having so many roles to play. Now, of course, after the retirement, significant number of roles have been now removed, but still at this level also there are so many roles which are being played. Very clearly you said,
No. You go to a
yeah.
hospital, you will
Mm.
definitely become the retired that whoever.
Yes, I know. Particularly when known people come forward and say, how are you? What can I do for you? That, yeah, definitely it comes up that time.
It is okay though. I mean,
Mm, mm,
this is normal. Now,
yeah.
don't take this. Someone no, you're not going to have dementia here. You
Yeah.
will know that you are the whoever, and you were doing that sort of job. Yes, and
Mm,
yes, everything is right. If you did a mistake in your past, yeah, it's all right. But what is actual Dhamma here? And this system, the ownership is claimed. Everything
mm,
is personal. It's claimed already.
mm,
As soon as son or daughter calls you, you become the mother instantly. and it's actually happening. I mean, it's real, isn't it? Do you feel as awakened from the dream and you are talking to the sun? No,
No,
you
no.
become the actual mother and you're talking.
Mother. Yeah, true. And also talking about these programs when we are going to, I mean,
Just
this
imagine that.
one day,
You went to, did you go to
Kurunegala yesterday.
Kurunegala?
I was
It
asked to
was a
go.
complete thing different. And I was like, I actually logged in for a moment and I'm like, why Aranwanse is saying Dr. Chandani from Kurunegala, can you talk, Dr. Chandani? And I'm like, what? So everything has changed. So he has
Yeah,
actually
no,
changed the
actually,
position.
yeah, actually, we were asked to swap the places. Maybe for this week only, I don't know.
No,
So
it's a
just about,
beautiful thing to do. Remember,
yeah, it was exactly. It was exactly because none of them knew that I am coming there. And Kurunegala was completely a new place to me. I haven't been there actually. I had to find the place and go. And except one or two people whom I have seen on the screen, I have not met any of them physically also. So, I mean, I could remember the faces.
did you, Dr. Sakuntala, did you really feel that you met them physically? It's a joke,
No,
actually.
no, 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 no. That is a mundane world again.
I
So I
felt them
what I go
physically.
what what I wanted to tell was actually I didn't know them. I mean, just I had to
Yeah,
introduce myself, and then they said, "Now I am Manila, I am so and so," like that. So uh, this walking session, the walking meditation, the stretch was much longer than the candy place, but that was full of gravel, and there were very sharp pieces of stones. Uh, the whole stretch was like that. Uh, so when we started walking, first place that actually I could see that the thoughts were sort of coming up. It's very painful. Should avoid this way. Should keep the foot like this. Should keep if there is a patch of grass like that. Then there was a sharp. This thing pricked my toe also, and I was the full of thoughts that time actually. And then I had to lift my that big toe and walk because I didn't want that to be go inside further. But the second, third rounds actually, what we did was like in Dombagoda, RN Mahanse has done it in two steps. First and second together, and third and fourth, like without any uh, aramuna, without any sort of
but
preparation or thinking.
did he ask to change it, or did you do it yourself? You might have
No,
to ask
it was
him.
not actually myself. The others suggested, Mehenin Wahanse, and they suggested, shall we do it like that? There were few people who took part in Domagoda also,
Yeah,
and
but
all of
always be
them.
careful to
Mm,
contact
I
Karen
know.
Hanse and ask, because he has if you ask something, he might say the other way around.
Of course, yes. Because other thing was all of them, except one person, were have been doing. They have been doing this for a long time.
Oh, that's a
And
good one.
some of them have gone to Dombagata also. So they said we will do it like this because that is how we did. And anyway, if we try to go step by, I mean, automatically that jumps to the third or fourth level. And so that because of that they suggested. So then it's okay, Kila. Then I said okay. As you said, I should have asked Aryan say
I
yes
don't
to.
think so. I don't think that even though that word is wrong, that everyone is jumping to the third and fourth means everyone should have felt the non-vibration. I don't think so. I think this is the problem everywhere. That third and
Well,
fourth is coming, and I don't
mm,
think so. This meditative state that going into, they
mm.
get trapped there. There is a very, like, actually the sometimes it is tricky.
I remember that question was asked by one of the venerables, one of our Mihininvases. What Aranvase said was, I mean, he said it's like that.
You
It can
can't do
happen that
anything.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Even I have felt it that way. If I am trying to
You feel
start
it all
from,
the time, I think.
yeah, yeah,
You can't even sleep now.
yeah. So what I was going to do was when I tell us when we were doing the third, fourth round, I mean the pricks were felt, and there were so many other stimuli which were coming and going. The it
So
was
you could
very,
have easily become the prick.
yes, that is what I was going to say. Yes.
Well,
So,
losing you, and
yeah,
becoming the
I
prick.
lost myself. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
the
was a
thing.
good experience. Partly, I think, because that walking stretch is longer. And now the place that we are doing in our temple in Kandy, it's soft and very sort of very soft to the foot, so not much variation. And it's a short area also, whereas this one is a long stretch. I think that was helpful.
Mm.
And as you said, that when people were sort of kind of giving appreciations, I could feel that I could get that feel, that kind of how can I say, the feeling of myself
Mm.
trying to that kind of excitation. Yes, it was very clear, and then blah blah, all sorts of things. So many things, don't you know? I mean, so when I was listening to them, then I felt that myself was there.
No. That's the wrong concept you told. It's not
Mm.
myself. It's the mind sense.
You mean that they are kune nati satut? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, but if you actually took it as yourself, I can't help you. But yeah, you
No,
should.
it didn't have a burning actually. Didn't have
So
a
that's the
heaviness.
thing. That's the thing. What
Yeah.
I'm saying. If you get a experience with whole insight, because
Mm,
sometimes the insight can be not that strong. If this experience should be full of insight, then you fully realize that there is never a self. Then
mm,
this attribution of everything to the self is gone. Whatever you feel,
yeah.
whatever you feel, I mean, you feel sky high, but still no, there's no self there.
Yeah, the Mehenin Vahasi didn't want to walk too much. She said she wanted to walk on the soft grass, so she changed her route. But the others, all others, walked along the same thing, and then most of them said that actually that difficulty, the one that was due to the sharp stones, wasn't felt in the last 2, 3 rounds. So it was in a very relaxed manner. All could feel that relaxed feeling. And also there were many distractions also, but I think there were some dogs who were always fighting there, so it didn't actually distract any person, and it didn't become a problem to anyone.
Yeah, even that sentence, we have to be very careful when you say these things. The
Mm.
actual, if just imagine there's dogs barking,
Mm.
uh, that 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 itself is enough to feel the non-vibration.
Yeah.
But if you are in a how this whole thing is so difficult to say. So if you are in a meditative state, you might not even hear the dog barking.
Yeah, it didn't actually happen particularly in the meditative state. It happened while we were discussing, and I mean, those dogs are there all the time. and very frequently they were fighting among themselves and barking. So, as you said, it was certainly not due to the meditative state.
Mm. Yeah, fully realizing that if you are going into a meditative state, you should have the wisdom enough to understand that you went into a meditative state. Because here, what happens is not you not feeling the actual gravel, but what happens is the feel is there, you are not there. It's a very different aspect. It's a beautiful experience. And that, if it is the first time you are experiencing it, you can actually catch the sasa. That's the whole thing here. And if you miss that, you can't catch your sasa. Sasa means your vibration. That is the beginning of asavaksha jnana. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. It's very important to get how much power of that vibration is, and zero power of the non-vibration. Or the anidasana vijnana, whatever we say. Yeah, listen to the morning one as well. Aranhan's discussion was so good.
I wanted to finish the yesterday morning one. I could listen only about half of it. I thought I listened to that and listen to today morning one, but I don't know whether I can finish today. I'm trying anyway.
Yeah, you have a lot of tasks now.
Yeah, I know. No, when I returned, it was quite late yesterday, so there wasn't time to do anything.
Yeah. When people say about meditative states, you must have the idea that it's a meditative state. And when someone says about the no self experience, it is somewhat different. But the thing is, this directly saying it is also coming through experience, I think. So Aranhansi can be very direct about things, you know. Anything else? Yes, anyone can join today. Champa is not there. She was there initially, but now she's not there.
Yes, yeah.
Venerable is also there, and Malani Amma and Sudha. Anything else?
Doctor, when Dr. Sakuntala was explaining that walking on that gravel path, so actually when we were doing that in Dobagoda, the first round, actually we felt that the pain when we step on the sharp stones and so on. And later what happened was, in the second round, when we were passing that uh, bit of land, what happened was, automatically, without any thought, the we were walking on the grass. We don't know how we avoided that, gravel part. And it is the body, actually, the system has got that in the first round, and in the second round automatically we were avoiding that, without any. So
I think that shouldn't have happened. I mean, it's okay now. It has happened anyway. But I think because
so
this is
without the thought, can it happen? The just body. We were following the person who was walking.
Yeah, it's okay. If you are burning, you get away from the burning. That's fine. You are not jumping into a fire, no?
Yeah.
That's fine. But what I'm trying to say is, if this variation of feels is a there's a better chance, you know.
Yeah, that's good, doctor. But that was the, I mean, whole idea behind having this
No, even
student.
Aranwansi said, if
Yeah.
Aranwansi is leading, he avoids the areas that can be detrimental to the team.
Ah.
He said in one sermon, I can't remember, he said he saw the cow and he felt the cow was a bit agitated and he avoided the cow and he was leading the thing and he went in a different angle. And like that, someone is leading. If you are leading, it's a different story. But if someone is leading, if he is avoiding whatever that area, then everyone follows that. So it doesn't matter then.
And there was a like try show coming towards the people, and without any thought, we were like going to the, I mean, moving away from the middle of the road. So actually, in the discussion, I think Asanti was conducting the discussion, and which he was highlighting. So involuntarily, the body was reacting in those situations without any intention that okay, vehicle is coming, I have to get to a side. No, nobody was thinking, but
No, that's the perception level.
right.
That's the perception level. The perception is there. No, this three-wheeler can hit us. Now, if there is a rabbit hears a sound, why the rabbit is jumping? I mean, I had a rabbit long time ago. She used to be very vigilant, especially at night. Very vigilant, and if there's even a movement of the grass, she will be very vigilant. Why? There's a perception, isn't it? Perception of danger. In their sense, it's a perception of danger. So the perception level is there.
But we can't say it's the non-self experience. That
I mean, this is different. Actual non-self experience is in the field side, isn't it? Yeah, it is a bit difficult to say. It is a bit difficult to say.
now getting
But action mind and no self is the phenomena here. I think what you're trying to say, it's a bit of a overlap there. So the action mind, there's no perception. So just imagine like this. Okay, we'll go back to that. So you are walking, right? So you are walking. That's the command you got. So the start point is there's walking. So you walk. Actually, you're following someone, right? You're not the one who is leading, right? You're following someone. So you can see the one who is in front of you.
Yes.
I think your eyes were wandering so much so that you saw everything like this. But if you're actually on the task, what you would see is the person in front of you.
Yes, that's all.
And the grass or whatever if you're looking at the floor. Because to walk, you don't have to keep looking at I mean, like a child, we used to look at everything and jump up and down, and yeah, that's all right. What I'm trying to say is if we are doing the walking task, we just walk. When we walk, if there's someone specifically this walking meditation, we are walking in a line. So the one in front of you is there, is the one behind you is there. So you know that you have to maintain the pace.
So this initially this becomes a task, but then when you keep doing this for about 10 minutes, this task part is gone.
Gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Then you come to the level if there is no perception as such. This is in the field side. If there is no perception as such, you might feel the task happening, and then feel the non-vibration as well. Like that's a very difficult area to say. Like you,
like a robot, just movement.
Even that word is not good enough because it's a feel. Because just imagine if you walk, you have the kind of the feel that you are walking, right? Yeah, that is gone. That's the thing. So you can't really say much about it because it's all in the field side. But if you are looking around, that's a different thought. Three-wheel thought is not in the walking thought. Three-wheel thought is a different thought. Dogs are different thoughts. Cow is a different thought. But it is good enough, then you understand, fully realize that how others' thoughts does matter. It did matter. It did matter. The perception actually worked. But if you actually fully realize this action mind, even that can become action mind. You just do whatever you... it's really difficult to say that. You go by the feel is a different one to you go by the perception.
The experiences were different of the now intentionally avoiding travel. That happened, as you said, initial level, because we were conscious about the walking and now know we have to follow this command and we have to go behind the other person in the line. And so when the feet feels that the gravel, so intentionally avoiding it and stepping on the grass is one thing. But as you said, in the second round, what happens was, I mean, just following the other person without knowing that we are following the other person, even without the awareness that we are avoiding gravel. And that three-wheeler thing, actually, we didn't see the three-wheeler even.
Now go to that. Now go to that and see you still feel you. But this is the whole idea that is the importance.
Yeah.
You don't feel in front of you. You don't feel the three-wheeler. You don't feel anything, but you feel you. That is what is you're going to lose. If you know that, then only you know the non-feel.
We know, should be, I mean, skilled enough to identify the self-perception even at that subtle
that's
level.
the thing. That's the thing. Otherwise, what are we going to do?
Hmm.
What are we getting rid of?
Yeah.
This is the thing. You feeling you is a feel as well. You losing you is a feel as well. You feeling three-wheel is a different thing. That's completely in the duality side now.
Yeah.
Do you get this duality thing?
Yeah, that's that me and you, I mean, external, internal.
Now, even Dr. Sakuntala's case, you and the gravel, there's duality initially.
Yeah, at the beginning, yes, definitely there was duality, yes. But to the latter part, as you said, that thought about walking was gone. That mental picture wasn't there. And something was happening.
Yeah, but the problem is whether you felt you. whether you fully realize what your taints are. This is the whole tricky part here. Or whether you went into a meditative state. It's a very tricky area.
Yeah, it wasn't a meditative state, of course, and I find it difficult to explain toward what happened towards the latter part of that walking.
Yeah, 100%. I
Uh,
mean, I don't think
yeah.
anyone can
Mm,
explain. I mean, there is a struggle, even today morning, Aran Hansi said, that area, there's no much ability to say, only metaphors can be applied.
yeah.
But you finding you is the important aspect, and you losing you is the third one, fourth, kind of the
Fourth
last
one.
one.
Last
Yeah.
time.
So you because even if you don't feel anything, you still feel you. Kind of. I mean, this is even, I don't know whether these wordings are also wrong. I think the self vibration can be felt, no? The power has to be fully realized. The power, your taints, your power, which was in the zygote level, should be felt. That's completely not in the dream. Oh, this is difficult actually. It's difficult. Yeah, that's where Aranvansa is needed. Actually, it's a difficult area which when we, I mean, there's no way that that's where always Aranvansa comes. If he's there, if he's here now, he might say, "What are you talking, Kovila? It's a field, so you can't talk about that." That's what he would say. You have to feel that. So the problem is, if you have found you, then after that, whatever happens, happens. It doesn't matter. Definitely that power is going to dwindle because you have the now experience your whole power. You are fully aware. You know what is the gap between that and the non-vibration. 100%. Then that is where the actual path begins. But when people talk, we don't know whether their actual path has begun or not. That's the whole tricky area, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if someone asks, Aranhansa, is my keles, my defilements are they coming down? That question itself is so wrong. That means there is no attraction, yeah. There is no understanding about self-vibration. Self-vibration is not the shoe vibration. Self-vibration is not the gravel vibration. Self-vibration is not the dog vibration. In the sense, I'm talking about these thoughts that happen. Actually, the power that thought has. So the shoe thought, if it was pierced only, then she will know what power that taints had. That in that particular moment. That moment is good enough for you to change the whole life. After that, the path begins. After Samma Ditti, everything starts. Samma Sankappa, Samma Ajiva, Samma Vayama. Like that, everything starts. Why? The self, self view has broken. Because when the stimuli, the shoe is not a thing, you are not there, it's a beautiful experience that you fully get it. If the shoe is not felt as a thing, your taints are also gone. But it is deeply in the deep field side, not in the mind bubble. So when I say the mind bubble is very strong, you can't do much about that either, but just let go and relax is what you can do. And if you actually walk like a child, definitely this the this becomes much easier. I mean, you can't, but as it's as a metaphor. If Sudharma becomes a child Sudharma will actually feel everything as normal, not thinking anything about the three-wheeler, nothing. Then she will feel the coldness, she will feel the touch, she will feel the light, free as a bird. And then may feel because the Amma is there, may feel the non-vibration too. Thickness of the mind bubble is a bit tricky. I don't know whether even my explanations are good enough to even get that. That's why Aranwanse is there actually. His guidance is very important. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
You explained clearly, doctor. It really helps, actually. Makes us think and makes us, I mean, go deeper. I mean, see through ourselves. I mean, when you were explaining, I was trying to, like, it was like penetrative insight while listening. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, actually, it's very true because this discussion thing, because few of us are joining and then the things can be discussed in detail. So it's very useful.
And Dr. Sakuntala being attacked all the time, isn't it?
That's perfectly all right. No issue at all. I was thinking of this baby level now. The first round when I was walking, I was just myself because I could feel the pain, and then the prick that I had on the big toe, I was sort of lifting it up and walking. So it was the full thought level. Uh, and then actually
Imagine
this
if you're a child, you will remove that.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, also remove that. But now when we have lots of thoughts about it, we might avoid that stretch. We will sort of be careful with the steps, and then maybe thinking of wearing a footwear and then walking. All sorts of thoughts are coming at this level. But if it was the child's level, if there is something painful, the child will cry and remove what was pricking there, and then the next round we'll walk in the same way because that thought flowing is not there with the child, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
and
the
might
like
get
the
hit by the three-wheeler also.
three-wheeler also, yes. That example that you said about a child who is running in the park, just sort of carefree type of running, that sort of behavior will be there even with the gravel path, isn't it?
Yeah, and they might cry and they might actually stop.
Mm, yeah. Actually, when it pricked my toe, I couldn't stop and try to remove because others were coming behind. I didn't want to
So you are
block
the
the path.
leader.
Well, no, I
You
wasn't
have to
the
be
leader.
very,
No, I was I was about
Aranwanse might have done that.
to.
That's what I'm saying. So
Mm,
this whole
mm.
thing, I'm the leader. I have to go in such a way that I have to lead this thing. That's the thing. That's the perception
I have to
again.
set an example. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Is that, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
what came to my mind was that the path is very narrow. If I stop somewhere, others also will have to stop. So that is I was sort of middle of that group. But if I stop there, others will have to stop. So because of that, I just continued.
actually, if they are all in a non-self thing, they might all bump into you, and
Mm.
that's all right.
Yes. Mm.
Mm. Yeah, this the differentiating between this form level and the non-form level is not easy, but it is easy when it happens. And Piers, in this one thought is not the doesn't necessarily need to happen while you are walking, but it may happen or may not happen. But understanding this, that actions, dog sound. Just imagine that dogs were shouting at that moment, but you were doing the walk. It can be like when some venerables were walking and they heard a lady singing a song, and they say that they became arahants in that moment. So it is kind of like that. Their whole thing is in the walking, but suddenly there's a disturbance where they hear something. These are very good instances, Just imagine you're walking, you hear a vehicle braking, or the three-wheeler sound. The sound itself is enough for you to fully realize this, Or even the touch sensation of the feet is good enough. I mean, even the gravel that giving you the trouble feeling, that even that is good enough to go into the action mind and the no self mind. There's no self mind, no self vibe level. It's a tricky area that action mind is actually sometimes Aranwanse. I mean, recently he said, I don't know if it's today morning or yesterday morning, he said curiosity is actually the Anidassana. Anidassana Vinyane.
Yeah, I think Kriyasita should be Anidassana, no? Because it is a
That's the thing. So that should come with that is all in the field side, no? Actually speaking, even the first one is in the field side. The duality is in the field.
Yeah.
That you are. So what is even the first round is mistaken when you just imagine the first one. What is the first round? Outside is not true. Outside is a perception. So outside is a perception in the mind. If it is the first one, three-wheeler coming, what is the kamatahana there? The perception only. So what is the second one? Perception is not true, then there can't be a three-wheeler. What is there then? It's a sensation of light. I don't know. I mean, do you get it?
Yeah.
If you're seeing it, you can't touch the three-wheeler. I don't think no one will run and touch the three-wheeler there. If you hear the sound of the three-wheeler, it's a different one. Then it's hearing. But it is the same thing. I mean, I think three-wheeler was Sudharma's explanation, but anything. So if you heard the three-wheeler sound, three-wheelers can have a lot of sounds. Even there's Pang van. What is it? The bread vans coming, isn't it? With so much beautiful sounds they put.
Chun pang.
Chun pang. One can attain this realization with that dose, but it will be a sound only. So if the perception is not there, it's a complete feel. What do you feel? The fast vibration of the sound.
Actually, there was one such, this Chunpang van was going, the sound was there when we were explaining yesterday morning. So I took it as an example just to say that how that whole picture was created in the mind just with that sound vibration.
Yeah.
We heard only the sound, we didn't see it. So just the sound came, and then with the sound, that was a good sort of thing to take up because all could experience it, even the smell of the fresh
But
air.
that's the vibration.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the talk about the vibration. But
Mm.
that's the talk about the that actually that bread van, if you know it's a bread van or ice cream van, whatever. And just say it's a bread van. Bread van is a perception, the actual sensual world, right? But when it comes to the perception level, it's a perception only. In the sense, there is no attribution that I can buy some bread now, or this gravel is too much, I should take the foot away. That is all in the sensual world. Or this noise is disturbing us, whatever, that is the sensual world. But if when it comes to the perception level, actually perception level is not true. So the perception level not true means the second one. So first one is understanding it's a perception. That's all right. But the second one is perception is not true. Then the feel should be there. Then it's a sound. If you keep listening to that, if the sound is there, if you kind of get into the actual feel level, what you feel is the actual tense, the sound with that power. And if you fully realize that it is not there, actually there's nothing in that. It's a sensory function only, the sound, ear function only, the speed only, and the non-vibration might arise. That's the sound. If it's a three-wheeler sight, it's a different one. It's a vision. If it's a gravel touch, it's a different one. Gravel touch is more easier because you're going to, if you're going in like a stretch of 3 kilometers, this gravel touch may be easier because three-wheeler will be gone quickly and you will not be able to kind of get that. But if that sound of the bread van is there for some time, then you might have to, because this is initially a bit difficult. But if you all have passed that level, there's no problem in that. There's no actual need to think any of these things. Because then what is important is how much power you have or not. Yeah. What was it,
Excuse
Sultana?
me, doctor. Yeah, now you mean to say that at perception level there won't be any vitakka vichara, initial thoughts and sustained thoughts, right? The three-wheeler or whatever. The perception level, no associated thoughts will arise. No?
No.
No.
If you're looking at something, perception is the Rupa Satan only.
Yeah, sure.
Feel side, there's no even Rupa Satan.
And doctor, that piercing of the stimulus, it happens automatically. I mean, it's the one can pierce the thought intentionally, no going into
No, you
details
can't.
with the mind.
You
No,
can't. Yeah.
there is no active contemplation, no, that happens.
No active, or even no
Mm,
passive.
mm,
But Dhamma actually works inside.
mm.
Because if the thought arises, it becomes another thought. No, it's a next thought
Yeah,
then. You have
it's
missed that first one. All this is actually in the start of the path. Finding your tense is the start of the path.
now actually I am walking on a gravel path, and when I started, it was so painful. It pricks my feet and so on. But now it has taken like 10 minutes. I don't feel that
That can
since my
happen as
focus is
normally as well. Yesterday,
getting, yeah.
you know, when there are problems, just imagine we have no food. Don't we get adjusted?
Happy to that is
So adjustment will happen.
yeah.
Finding your own tense is not something like that.
Mm.
Actually, last night there was talk about that. Dr. Sakuntala, did you listen? No, you didn't. You didn't listen to last night. Oh, no, you did. I can't remember now. Because there was a talk about that, you know. I think Asanti asked that. Because you get the disturbance, but you know that the disturbance will go away. Something like that. It was, you have to listen to that. But this whole thing with the self-view or without self-view is the main important thing. See, if we walk in like a grass area, and there is some mud, you will feel it.
And as you said, doctor, when I pay attention to walking, only I feel the pain. When I'm listening to you and focusing on this,
Yeah,
always
that's the thing. Yeah.
that's yeah.
So if you don't pick that up, the three-wheeler took
Yeah.
your whole attention.
Mm.
And you are saying you didn't notice that. No. That means you are floating. That's why you don't even realize that it has three-wheeler now. That's why you are saying that. No, even here you
Yeah,
knew
doctor.
it was a
At that
three-wheeler.
point, what happened was when the people walking in front of us move away, the body just moves with them
Then
without.
you can't talk about the
Yeah,
three-wheeler.
yeah.
That's a different perception. Then don't mix up. Because in the walking, if the first person is the guidance post, the guidance post moves, you move according to that. That's a different scenario.
Yeah.
But you remembered about a three-wheeler means you saw that.
It came up in the discussion actually.
So you didn't even see the three-wheeler.
No, we were just like walking because we were focusing.
But did you see or not?
No, I didn't see because with downcast eyes we were
So
walking. No, just
then you
we
are
heard
actually
the sound.
misinterpreting other. So that's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
contemplating properly. So if you hear the sound, that's a different organ now.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
So imagine you're walking, the cow is it mooing or something, where the cows cry. So there's a sound like that. That sound if the sound perception is not a thing, you will go directly into the feel side. But these long stretches are important for you to do the walking meditation. That's a different pattern of meditation, not the sound meditation. But people get these things in a different angle, because in a stretch you can have the seeing, you can have the listening, you can have the touch. But the task is walking, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you take the task of walking, this is a different way of meditation. So what Aranvansi is trying to do is give the task of walking, right? Now you go behind the person in front of you. So there is a guidance, because there is a pace. So you can't go more than that, because you will collide into the one before you. Or if you slow down, the other person behind you will collide into you. So you have a pace which is given by the system, given by the actual guidance from the teacher. So you have so Aranhansa usually looks into everything. So he wants some kind of a gap between two people, because to avoid this issue. So with the correct line in between, you start walking. This is completely a task, action. So this is all in the, not the Vachi Sankara, it's not the, because you're not
Bodily
talking there.
formation.
But body actions. So this is a different thing. But when you are in the, if Dr. Sakuntala is in her house now, I have a visual picture of her house. She has a what is it? Like a upstairs place where she can hear things. She can see things also. But if just imagine she's sitting there and just listening to bird sounds, that's a different kind of meditation. But when you are walking, everything can get mixed also. If you are seeing something, if you are hearing something, because Aranwasi hasn't put any restrictions on any of these things, because he said he was walking, he saw the cow was agitated, he avoided the cow and he led everyone. So but again, you can't really compare Aranwanse's walk there, because Aranwanse can't actually put any self vibration there. But this is everyone else. This is a try and catch the self vibration and catch the non vibration, and actually understand that this in any of these actions have no self in it. So that is very, very important to understand. Even talking, there's no self here, but it has to be kind of fully understood, isn't it? Otherwise, you get the doubts. So when will the doubts go away? Doubts will go away if you really fully feel it, that any of these actions will there's no one there. It's okay to listen to things when you are walking, like where actually the walking meditation is disturbed, and it is a good chance too. That's what I'm saying. It is a good chance as well, because there's a full disturbance. So the disturbance is also can be taken as a good sign, or you can actually feel the action mind in the walking as well. So
Yeah,
there are
that
different
can be felt.
aspects
No,
here.
doctor. Although the focus is on your explanation, the walking happens. yeah, without any kind of being conscious about that from time to time.
Yeah, but the catching the self in the walking and catching the no self in the walking is the trick here.
Mhm.
Because you can walk with self as well as you can walk without self.
So
How can one say this even?
should be felt. Yeah.
Actually, even talking about these things is very good, I think, because when you fully know that there is a life field here, the life field is too deeper than the perception. Don't you feel that? Don't you feel that, Sudharma?
I feel this deeper than the perception. That is, Dr. I feel
Don't
actually
you
I'm
feel
unable to
a life
define.
field?
Yeah, I know it is deeper, but I cannot explain what it is actually. The I feel it's it's always there. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the uh, life field is also not true.
Mm.
When you fully realize this, then you don't have to worry about any of these things, you know. Even the life field is a creation, but you have to come to that level.
It's a creation of that Sansaric vibration initially. It
No,
starts
no,
with
no.
that.
It's the creation of the sensory organ. I mean, yes, in the beginning, yes, but we are turning it.
Yeah, it becomes manifest with the sense faculty functions.
If we are to actually turn to the patisota or the actual path, we have to fully realize that it is the fast vibration or the speed of the sensory organ only.
Mm.
Then only this bhavasanya will go. What is the bhavasanya? The
Becoming the
existence perception will go. Either otherwise, it will be there. If this dhamma doesn't come properly, the existence feel or existence perception will not vanish. So just imagine just imagine someone is in the form meditative state or even the non-form meditative state. Non-form meditative state is like you are fast asleep. So, or you can be actually awake also, but you don't feel anything. That's a different story. That's where the actual self vibration is uh, can't can't be can't be found. But in the form level, you can actually find it. You can find it. There, you know, Aranwanse always says the vibration should be there for you to pierce it. කෙලෙස් තියෙන භූමිය තමයි නිවන තියෙන්නේ.
Mm. That is why the
Vibration,
child with
the
radiant mind cannot.
vibration should be there to capture the non-vibration. Actually, even that word is maybe not true. Non-vibration arises when the vibration is not there. So, non-vibration is absence of the vibration. So the vibration should be fully felt, and then when the perception of when you fully realize that the perception of the existence is a wrong thing, the self-perception is also gone. The power is also gone because existence sanya or the power sanya or the existence perception is gone. But you have to understand this existence perception now. What do you think?
Yeah, doctor. once
Even the
Aryan
unicellular organism has this, but you have
has
to go
this,
to that
yeah.
level and feel it.
Aryan once said that you have to, while seeing the mountain, you have to like involve in this penetrative insight to realize that the mountain is not there. So that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And seeing the light, while seeing the light, you have to feel that light is not there. So the deep penetrative insight is a must, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah. So that is different meditative states can arise. That can be different, but just imagine someone who is fully aware about their own vibration. Then this center starts to get dissolved anyway, because you start to fully realize that even if you are talking, because the self view is broken, the power which is there start to dissolve. And even if you are doing something, because the self view is not there, that power starts to dissolve anyway.
Yeah, that's why it is said that you should know it and just wait. Know it and leave it behind. The rest will automatically happen. But for that, you need to, like, initially, you have to make a lot of effort to understand this, and then you have to leave it behind, relax, and take time, isn't it, Doctor? That's why that advice is given.
Yeah, because you're not going to the school, you might have that now. Because you're fully engrossed in that, don't you? Don't you feel like that?
Yeah.
You have friends there, you have a lot of, you have students also there, right?
Stood everybody was there, and the media unit events, because I was when I was there, I
No,
was
but you didn't answer my question. Are there students in the school?
the perceptions only that I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like me having patience. Yeah, it is tricky, but
But
this
we don't know,
dream
Doctor, at
is the issue.
which moment they become real. We don't know. That risk is still there.
No, when the self view is not there, when the self view is not there with full confidence or with full consolidation, there's no doubts about Dhamma, there's no doubts about arising and cessation of this stimuli. This power of the student is slowly going to go down. Power of the three-wheeler is going to slowly go down. Actually, I don't think you have anything to do with that three-wheeler. Power of the son is going to go down. Power of the daughter or the daughter-in-law is going to go down. Power is of you. Power is of you is the same as power of son that comes from that moment.
Yeah.
Because there is no power of you. Actually, power of you is the power of son.
Yeah, that was the hidden part. No, until.
So if you are living with your son at the moment, son is you. That power is the one which is slowly going down. If you don't have a self view, you know definitely 100% that what is slowly going down is the power of the stimulus. But if the self view is there, this become complicated. You think that it is your power which is slowly going down. No. You fully realize that at that moment only you fully realize that there was never a self. What was there, what that power was, actually this stimuli power.
Exactly. The power of stimulus.
So after that is power of son, power of daughter-in-law or daughter, power of family, power of sister, power of husband, power of whatever, students, power of friends, power of home, power of the shoe. Everything will go down slowly. There are levels of that. At one point, none of these worldly perceptions will matter. What matters then is the actual good feel you have. That good feel, it takes some time for someone to realize that good feel is the now slight in power is there in the good feel. So that also will slowly reduce and you will become the good feel. Then you can't really differentiate. The differentiation is not there. The power of the good feel also is gone. That is where an arahant is.
Once Saranai Doctor, we are exceeding the time. Looks so 9:32.
Yeah, we will stop the discussion there. Sanai,
Saranai, and thank you
we
so
worship
much, Doctor, for the
Varanasi.
Devan Saranai. Friends, Devan Saranai.
Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Truth Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 34. And you should have the understanding and the wisdom that not even a book exists at this moment. It is an illusion. When you arrive at this point of wisdom, you will awaken to the moment of the pure truth, that truly nothing exists at all. When you awaken to the moment, you will experience the nothingness, the shunyatavaya. When you have practically experienced and realized the pure truth that the outside does not exist, you will not believe the illusion of the book you see outside. You will also have a very clear realization that what you see outside is only thought. Then you will let go of your thought too. With that deep realization and wisdom, you will let go of the belief in both the outside and the thought altogether. That letting go of the outside and the thought will awakening you to the moment of the pure truth. When a thought ceases to form, you too cease to form or materialize. It is known as Sunyata Vimukta, Cheto Vimuktiya. Nothing exists, Shunya. There is no thought, Animittai. There is no happiness, no sadness, Apranitai. Shunyatavaya, nothingness, is the Buddha Svabhavaya, no thought. When you realize the pure truth that nothing exists, there is nothing for you to get attached to or to develop a dislike to. You realize that you don't generate or create kills or taints such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. This realization is wisdom. This realization is called asavakya jnana. Being conscious of each aramana and using the Trividyava to analyze each sense input aramana leads to Cheto Vimuktiya. Trividyava means applying the three types of wisdom to analyze a thought, and they are Upparinivasanassati Jnanaya, Chutupati Jnanaya, and Asavakya Jnana. Therefore, everybody.
Therwan Saranai. We all worship Aryan Vasi's feet. Therwan Saranai Aryan Vasa. And we worship all bhikkhus and nuns, our bhikshun and bhikshuni Mahanse who have joined maybe by YouTube. We worship all of you, Therwan Saranai, and also we warmly welcome all our Dhamma friends who have joined to this discussion and also who are listening through other means. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is the English Zoom discussion that we are starting at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time to discuss the sermons and disclosures made by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. Actually, the true Dhamma, which has been preached long ago, 2600 years ago, by Lord Buddha, and the true facts that revealed during that time was concealed and covered for some time, and due to the influence of various other religions, there were some actually alterations in the teachings. But our R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, has done his own research and then revived all the teachings which happened and which was done long ago. And now we, all of us, are very lucky, extremely lucky to hear the true Dhamma facts. And the beauty is that when you listen more and more, and then when you try to understand these facts in these sermons, it automatically gets applied to the day-to-day life, and uh, the self perception, or mm, how the thoughts are formed, how the mind is formed, how this self feeling occurs, all these facts become clearer and clearer. So, Shani, first of all, thank you very much for reading the 2 pages for us. And Dr. Kokila and Sudharma also have joined. Teruan Sannai for both of you. So we can start the discussion. And the main facts that I could gather from the 2 pages that Shani read is actually it was trying to explain that there is nothing permanent outside. There is no permanently persisting world which we label as the materialistic world, but it's all a creation and a part of the thought. And to understand how this world is created by the thoughts, there are 3 wisdoms or jnanas which described by Lord Buddha. So the 3 jnanas were the Chutupapata Jnanaya, Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnanaya, and Asavakya Jnanaya, which we will be describing and explaining in detail during the course of this discussion. So may I invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Aryan says, oh, I'm talking in, I was going to talk in Sinhala. We worship Aryan as usual, and yes, we will start the discussion. I think Shani read the book, and it was mainly about, still about the thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still about the thought, yes.
And how knowing about fully about a thought. So when we talk about a thought, I think actually it is the stimuli. So, because chair has all these layers. The when this power, we talk about this power, which is, if it is extending, like to have a better chair, with a great liking to a chair or wanting a chair, it extends to that level which is sensual world. And also it has this dream level where the perceptions, mental perceptions, are still a thing, even though there's no much attention, or no much, how do I say, seeking, craving, no much craving towards them or trying to achieve them. So underneath that actually is the veil where we can feel the actually the value of the share. That is the most difficult part, maybe, because we are like mostly our feel is masked by the thinking patterns or thoughts. So, and there was a interesting thing, I don't know, she was adding here. He has so many interesting things every day, but one of the things, I mean, there are so many things, but one of the things was like, even these attitudes, are they yours? Even these patterns, are they yours? So in such a way, you can understand how when one actually get rid of this self notion or idea of self or Atma Drushti or the thinking pattern that there is me and everything else is not me, in the sense I'm here and everyone else, everything else is outside. So this duality is always a pattern. And with an experience, if you feel that this is not the truth, actually the value of if the value of the stimulus is not felt, it is the main important thing. If it is not felt, then the actual this duality is not there. So for that reason, to feel to come to the feel or to feel the part, to feel anything, the value, the mask of this mind or the mind power should become zero at that point to actually feel this change. So that is the important thing that we struggle every day. Which one is us? Which one is not us? Which one is me? Which one is not me? Oh, what is this power? So it is something that you have to feel. So that power, when you actually feel it again, you can see it has reduced. So within the mind, you can't actually judge this. So it is 100% need that it should be felt. We can start the discussion. Yes, anything on the book or anything on the anything to discuss, you can start the discussion and we can develop on that.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Sorry, Dr. Sakuntala, please.
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
May Thiruvan Saranai to both of you, and Ms. Rangita too has joined. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dharma friends. And Dr. Kokila, it's very beautiful. Nothing can be, realized through mind. Only knowledge can be gained through mind. So the feel, even the self perception is felt, isn't it? It is also a feel. And I think now there are two concepts as self perception and self view. Yesterday in the reading, it was uh, mentioned this Sakaya, this Drushti, how to become it's at the point of stream enterer, one would get rid of this self view. So, Dr. Kokila, self perception is something that automatically arises with the existent feel, and self view, in other words, happens mostly due to ignorance and environmental factors also aggravate or establish the self view. So please, can you please elaborate on that and help us to clarify it further?
Self
Theruvan
view is actually a natural phenomenon actually, because self view, if the self perception is there or self vibration is there, and if the self perception occurs in a human mind, this is about the human mind. I'm not talking about any other realms, because any other realms, it's not easy to describe the mind, because the most developed mind is in these humans, and humans have this beautiful natural way of forming a mind, and this is a natural phenomena actually. What is happening here, what is a natural phenomena actually? What happens is the formation of the mind, that's the chitta niyama. So the formation of mind is like, if you happen to have a one particular time you get a taste and someone says this is pineapple, and you get the smell also. First, you don't get them all together, but with time, if the baby or child gets this idea again and again, this smell is related to this picture, and that is related to this sound, pineapple. The formation of the pineapple thought is very natural, very, very natural. And when there is a self vibration, telepathizing in each and every stimuli, the duality kind of thing, getting a view, self view, is natural. This goes on happening. It multiplies each day, kind of not multiply. The word English meaning is not correct there. I think it
gets
and
stronger and
keeps adding, yeah, because each stimulus, this is getting reinforced. Every stimulus, this gets reinforced. This idea of self gets reinforced, so never fails. So if someone is a bit older, that person, the reinforcement of this self idea is much more stronger, like maybe million times stronger than a child, because this has happened multiple times, maybe billion times, rather than a child. So this reinforcement of self-perception, or and which leads to the self-will, is a natural thing, but it is the very strongest will ever, because that is the only thing which happens repeatedly in every stimuli. Yeah. None of the stimuli are free of this, unless you feel the non-vibration at one point. In all other times, self vibration is there, self perception is there, self view is there. This is very important to understand, actually. So, because sometimes you can't even understand that the self view is there, but it is there, because no one is actually thinking. When you go to the bed, do you think, I am here, I am here? No one is doing that mantra, but it is there. The self view is there. So it is very important to understand how this goes on happening. And when you get this understanding, the most important thing is, yes, this is a natural thing. But what happens with that? That is the augmentation of this vibration, which telepathizes into a human level. Now, this is one vibration, and this one vibration keeps, the frequency can change, and it can get really different. Lord Buddha has once said that times you have been buried in this place in this same name is countless. It was an example told to someone. I think it is an example to say that numerous times this repetition of these things has happened. And how did that happen? Because it keeps changing. So the number of times that you have gone to lower realms or the Satrapaya is also countless, isn't it? So you understand that this cycle never ends. And Lord Buddha once thought, how can we actually get rid of this issue? How can we end this suffering? And then the answer comes, okay, ending of this suffering, like what I was thinking. It is very important to understand how this suffering works. So yes, it was a natural phenomena, but there was a additional part which is happening because the arising of the mind is normal, but this additional power thing was coming from the beginning because of the chains, basically the chains or the self vibration in the zygote. So from the beginning, we have this additional problem, like a virus in a computer system. It has an additional problem. What is the additional problem? Yes, the mind is formed, it's fine. Senses are working, that is fine too. There are thoughts, it's okay. But what's the difference? Difference is that the self vibration is active too. How does this self vibration work? It works very illusory way because it gives you the sense of existence, and it keep evolving to sense of living as well, like a life feel as well. So this evolving thing makes you to have an idea that is self view. So this kind of additional virus thing, but it is kind of attached to this system, which is normal. So the senses working is normal, but being born into this system is actually not normal, but it has happened already. We are in this system now talking, all of us in a Zoom discussion, yeah. But if someone understands this Dhamma or actually become Dhamma, then everything changes because there's non-vibration or there's no self-vibration if someone is like an arahant, I'm talking. And then there is no that there's virus guard, which is the virus guard is Dhamma. Actually, the virus can't function anymore. There's no telepathization after that to virus. What is a virus? That is the self vibration, self perception, and self will. What breaks initially with the feeling of the non vibration with the self will, because at that particular moment you know that you are not there. So the perception, whatever the stimuli would be there, but there's no self. It's a very specific moment that you understand that this whole samsaric journey, what you
Doctor,
have.
we cannot hear you properly sometimes. I don't know whether there is a signal.
Maybe my signals, yeah.
Yes.
Do you think I have to go out? Or can you hear me now? Maybe my mic wasn't working well.
Yeah, now you're audible, yes.
Sorry, so this self-perception works as an additional power. So the self-view, even that looks normal when we think in that way, but that is an additional virus in this system because that is the reason why there is suffering throughout. So the actual self-view is never going to be broken until you feel the non-vibration. And when you feel the non-vibration, when you actually understand there's no self, and whatever we felt before was because the stimuli was important or has become a thing. then the doubts about Dhamma is gone. Self thinking about a self is gone. Putting yourself as for all the defilements, even defilements, you don't put it as your defilements. You have attitudes, yes, they are not your attitudes. You have some problems, yes, they are not your problems. They are, but you act normal. You know this. You act normal. You don't go to, you're not going to, you say, under you're not going to do that. You just know now that there's no self, it's something you have felt. And then when the self is broken, the power for the self perception, the feeding power for the self perception is broken, because the view actually reinforces the self perception. It reinforces all the time, and this effect is not there, and the defilements slowly going to go down. What do you think? I'm not sure whether I have whether it is anything else to add, Dr. Sakuntala or Dr. Surangika?
Yes, maybe Surangika is busy with something. I think looking at the same thing from another angle, if I pick up some of the facts that was explained by R.N. Hanse today morning at 5 o'clock sermon, uh, his question was that, who am I? How can you describe myself? Who am I? So the question looks very simple, but when you try to answer, it has a very deep meaning. So briefly, if I say what was explained, I think that sermon needs to be listened several times to sort of get everything extracted what he was trying to convey. Uh, One thing now, you can't call the body as myself, uh, because this is actually explained in one of the main meditations in Buddhist teaching also, where each and every part of the body is taken separately, and then is it myself? Can you call the hand myself? Can you call the leg myself? Or maybe the tiny, tiny parts of the body. Each and every part is, the whole body is divided into several long list of pieces, parts, and then trying to sort of see whether you can call any of them as myself. You can call them as mine. You can call my body, my leg, my hand, my head, but you can't call the head is me. You can't call the hand is me, leg is me. So, in other words, it becomes a part of the so-called world, uh, the materialistic world, like you saying, my house, my plate, my cup, my car, like you saying that, you call the body parts also as mine. Then you can't call the body as me. So then you have to further research, and you have to further experiment and see where this myself, who am I, and where is this myself. Then talking about the mind. Now, if the body is not me, then you have to consider the mind. Can the mind be called me or myself? Uh, Now, how it was explained was that if if the mind is you, then mind should be under control of myself. So that means I should be able to control my mind. Can you do it? No. because during, this concentration meditation, it's very clear that thoughts are flowing, and the person is struggling to control the thoughts and want to keep the concentration to one point, to one thought, but you cannot do it. Then this is something which is not under control of myself. Then can you have the ownership, or can you say that the mind is me? No. So then you exclude that also. Then the third point explained was that can you call the senses as myself? Now, senses has got something to do with the myself, but you can't call the senses as me. Now, if you lose the sensor function, uh, then there is no creation of myself. So uh, the creation is happening due to some involvement of the senses, but you can't call the seeing is me. You can't call the hearing is me. Uh, Feeling of the warmth, cold, or the smell or the taste, you can't call any of them as myself. But it has something to do with the myself. So it provides the basic uh, concept of making myself, but you cannot directly say it is myself. So in other words, none of these can be labeled as myself. So again, the question comes, who am I and where am I? Can you locate or pinpoint and say, this is where I am? So these were the facts that was described. And then finally, I think he came to R.N. Mahasi came to a very deeper fact. Finally, what was mentioned was that actually in the process of this thought formation, the current which is created, that is the current which is created due to the speed, that is what you can label as myself. Uh, so these are some of the facts that I picked up. I think this is a very important sermon for Sinhalese. People who can understand Sinhala, if they can listen to this, it gives very important and very deep facts about myself. Theruvan Saranai. Maybe somebody else can add something to that.
Yeah, it's very very nice actually. Looking at in a different perspective when we try to question
Yeah.
how this view, is there a ground, are there any grounds to believe in this view? And Lord Buddha has used so many ways to break this view, but just understanding this uh, will will happen, but it will consolidate if you feel this as well. That is how it would be. Anything else to add to that question, Suramika?
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Theruvan Saranai. So I think that last point is the one that was emphasized a bit in the, I think, today's talks as well as yesterday's groundbreaking revolutionary talk as well in the night Zoom. And I think that's where the whole emphasis should be there. The skill, I think, lies in truly realizing the function of the sense faculties, and clearly distinguishing that and separating it from the way the self forms and the self view, how it properly propels itself into the self view and the self vibration as well. So the issue is, like you said, Dr. Sakuntala, it's not as if the senses are separate and the thought is separate. the senses and the vibrations and the manifestations occurring through the senses contribute to the construct of the thought, the second cycle. So we know that there are two cycles in the way the vibrations happen and the mind consciousness works. The first cycle is the basic sensory perceptions arising, the light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch, taste, and smell. And together, those then form the next cycle, which is called the mind consciousness. We spoke about the stimulus, so the mind consciousness, i.e., the stimulus or mind object, whatever you call it, that is the consciousness, and that is basically everything that is known in this conventional world, that is associated as the so-called external world, whether it is mother, father, chair, table, bank, house, children, grandparents, whoever it is. Everything, every facet, every action, every task, every act, activity, and so on, animate, inanimate, is the mind object. Anything that we have named, which we can, the feeling that that exists is the next stage in which the self vibration occurs or the existent field occurs. But that for that to happen, the self view occurs as well, because once the external world becomes a reality and there is a belief that that is there, then the self view automatically forms on this side. But the skill here is to be able to discern the self vibration and understand that there are innate features in the functions of the sensors which are unique to those different sensors, and to be able to recognize that is the skill, and that can be obtained only through the real deep understanding of the Dhamma, because the issue here, and the issue that has always been there for living beings to be in this samsaric cycle, is ignorance. And ignorance as to what? Ignorance as to the fact that there has been a belief that there is a thing, the itta sanyama, the sense of existence, the feel of existence, that has been the driving force due to ignorance for this so-called self-vibration to keep on continuing to maintain itself from through this samsaric cycle of birth and death. So understanding that and separating that from the functions of the sense faculties, I think is the most challenging, and the way the discussion is going these days. And the more there is the, even if the self view has kind of been understood, getting to the real understanding of the self vibration and distinguishing that from the self sense faculties, I think is becoming so fine that it is, I think R.N. Vasi used the example that Lord Buddha had used as well about the 100 hairs of a horse, or one hair of a horse's tail or something being split into 100 times or something. And even that is the easy compared to being able to understand or distinguish or discern this so-called self-vibration. Because the common mistake is that there is jumping to the conclusion that, oh, any kind of burning sensation, any kind of weight being given to a thought, any kind of value being given to something is there. That's me. I have put myself into that equation. That's the self vibration. I am there. So that's the automatic thing that we come to. Whereas the more advanced on the path to realization, and that also comes only through the understanding of the true Dhamma, that it's the faculties, and I think that the most challenging of the faculties is also the mind consciousness itself, which has the emotions, the sense of happiness, the sense of elation, depression, fatigue, stress, all these kind of things, which are various types of emotions and types of even anger and things like that, which I mean, there was an experience that I had yesterday or today also that was trying to, I mean, I said something to my mother because she doesn't take her medicine on time, but and I was quite firm with her, but and then for a fraction of a second you wonder as if where did that the slight kind of annoyance came from, because it's not there for a long time, and it appears at a moment a word is said, and then it goes away, but then for a fraction of a second there is the kind of clicking that was there anything there, and then it takes time. It takes understanding of the Dhamma. There's no other way to put it. Whether if there is no understanding, or if there is a less understanding, there can be the notion that or the conclusion that there is a self there, and you can jump to that conclusion. You can worry about it. You can stress about it, and that means there is a mind. The mind component is coming into that. So it is quite difficult. And just because in one instance like that it doesn't occur, that doesn't mean in the next instance it doesn't occur. Because that confidence that we have spoken of in the past Zoom discussions, the confidence of being able to really understand 100% that there is no self view and that there is no self here, leads to that the ability to be able to discern that self vibration and how that whole thing works. I think I'll leave it there, but it is quite difficult, and it is challenging even to pose a question. It has been quite challenging, I think. So I've been listening to a lot of this morning's talk, I think twice, but it's becoming very refined now to be able to understand as well as be on the path. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, it is. More you feel it, it becomes easier. I think it is important that take even these factors a bit easy and kind of not let the thoughts wander and not give power to the thoughts again, which we tend to do. That's the kind of a pattern we have all the time, giving extra that power to the thoughts. It's actually not someone is doing that, it's actually happening here with the self vibration. The self view, the reinforcement of that view, the effect of the self view is immense, because the self perception is always very powerful when self view is there. You feel as threatened when someone is shouting at you or trying to hit you. You feel threatened. When someone is appreciating you, you feel happy. So everything is like in that perspective. If someone is going to hit you, if you feel threatened, that's because of the self vibration. Even in a person who self view has broken, it can happen. Yeah. What do you think, Sudharma? Do you think we have touched all the
Yes,
aspects of?
Mr. Kokila, and thank you so much, because three of you looked at it from three perspectives and went into detail. It's very interesting. And in one of the sermons, actually, Aryan Mahanse explained, I listened to it a couple of days ago, and he was telling that we can't do anything with the power, as you all mentioned. Only thing we can see the truth of the stimulus when we listen to the message of this spiritual teacher. We are aware that it is just a system functioning. There is no self. So that helps to dwindle the self view. So when we get, more and more confident in that, to see that it as to see it as a system, this alleviates, this power goes down. This and when one becomes, I'm not talking about this somebody walking on the path, but still as knowledge we know that there are 4 stages. So when one comes to the stream entrance stage, that actually that is the point where uh, someone realizes the right view, the shift from the wrong view to right view. So at that point, he or she gets rid of self view, but the self perception, as you all explained, will dwindle, and it's a gradual process, and it will go until the non vibration. No one becomes an arahant, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah,
true.
yeah. That's very beautiful, because earlier we never knew that there are two things, because Aryan Maharaj always says it's very easy to handle self with the true message, but self perception, of course, with as you said, these taints, the effect of taints, it will go on. Until somebody becomes the non-vibration. Yes, very interesting and very useful. All inputs made by you. Thiruvan Saran.
Anything else? The importance of the field is the main problem, I think, here. Yes, Rank.
Yes,
I
Dr.
just
Kokila, the
remembered.
field. Please.
Sorry, Sudama, you go ahead.
No, Miss Rangika, I would like to listen to you more, because I was just
What
I
was the
just
question?
remembered something.
Were you going to ask a question, Sudharma?
it's again about the field, Dr. Kokila. This self perception itself is a field, isn't it? That the feeling uh, that I am there. In other words, it's the life field or the existent field. Is it more or less the same? The self vibration, a life field, and the existent field.
The self vibration is a field. Field leads to the self perception.
Okay. All right.
What was it, Surangika?
Actually, self-perception and self-vibration, it's Atma Company and Atma Sanya, isn't it? So
That
it's
is
the
what
same thing, isn't it? It's self.
Aranvanse was talking about this evolution of the self vibration. It doesn't stay the same way. That's why we talk about this in a different perspective sometimes. The self may ethically thing. The so the evolving, the singular word is different. What is the singular word?
Viparinamana.
Yeah, that thing. I think it is that. So the
Yeah, changing, basically. Yeah.
yeah, and recently morning discussion he was talking about this. So the how this alive field is part and parcel of the existence, field of existence. So the field of existence and changing into a life field and all these lead to like a perception. So perception, be careful. Perception is in the mainly we talk about perception in mind, but still in the skanda level also there is a perception. So I think that is that has to be remembered. But self-perception can happen in all these levels, even in the mano sensor or even in the other five senses.
That's self-vibration, isn't it, Dr. Buddha?
Yeah, what I'm saying is perception word. I'm talking about the word actually here. You know, the perception word.
Yeah, perception is there in the aggregates, but that's what you're trying to say,
But
isn't it?
no,
The
but
perception.
yeah, but even it is there in the self, in the mind also. So this get a bit complicated sometimes, you know, when the word is used for perception, the word is used. Self-perception gets very finer in the field level because it is in the aggregate level. Do you get the point? But in the when it comes to the mind, again the same thing is happening. The self-perception is there, but it is a bit different. That's what I'm saying. So that there's a slight difference to the dream level and the field level. The Rupaloka and Arupaloka.
What I understood was, I know what you're trying to say in the like the Panchaskandha, the five, in the basic aggregates also there is the sanya, the perception, which remains even for arahats. But in that stage, which is the basic sensor level, the perception is still there, as you
Wheel of
said, in the
existence is there.
very
Wheel of
refined
existence.
forms. Because of the, yes, the wheel of existence is there, so it still exists in a very, very refined form.
Yeah.
But my understanding was that it's not self-perception, but just perception. Is that wrong?
Well, you can't call it a self-perception in that mind way. That's what I'm saying. You can't call it in the mind. It is very easy, you know, like self-perception. It's very easy, atmasanya. But what I'm trying to say is, even in the consciousness level, this is how difficult it becomes when you have the experience. Only you can say that what is the difference between consciousness and the perception, if I can say in that way.
I don't know that you can use the word self at all at that stage, isn't it? In anything, whether it's perception.
No, it is kind of difficult. I think the vibration would be the better way of saying that, because there is a subtle thing there, because even the worm, even though it is the fail level, the tense level, or the basic feel is the main thing they have. They don't have a big mind, but can have a subtle wanting to live, kind of wanting to maintain the feel. So kind of that is the thing. So this wanting, in contrast to the actual feel, is the main problem that we have, that we were talking. Ranka was highlighting that how it becomes a bit confusing. That is the main thing that is difficult to explain also, because it's a feel. So what I'm trying to say is, the baby or the psychotic level, there's a vibration, yes. If you go to that level, it is a bit easy. So the psychotic level has a vibration, has no idea what it is. but there's no mind at all. But still, when it comes to the five sensory organs, even though the mind has not formed yet, there is a feel of existence. And if there is a feel of existence, there is always a chance of feeling alive. That is the consciousness. That is kind of the GV. GV is about, isn't it? When you feel,
Yeah,
how do you say that?
alive.
How do you say that? Yeah, alive. That
The
one.
sense of feeling alive, yeah.
Yeah, that one is the problem. But that you can't get rid of that without getting rid of that vibration.
And Dr. Kokila, identifying the self vibration itself is a challenge, isn't it?
Challenge, yeah. Challenge.
Because Aryan Hanse kept asking, those days I remember, you haven't still identified the soul in you. Now you talk with the self view or believing that you are there and it's so prominent, but still you can't see that. So he was like, first step is identifying that, isn't it? So actually it's also a feel. It took a lot of time now when
The
he
problem
was,
is you can't
yeah,
identify that because
really,
when
yeah.
you are there, you can't identify that.
Yes, true.
So if you
Mm.
let it go and you understand all these things, you let it go and you start to actually live in the kind of, normally, this might happen. But if you want to identify, it
And
will
get rid of
definitely
it.
hide. Definitely
Yeah.
hide. It will hide. That's one reason that Ananda Thero had the problem. Because whenever you try to do something, it hides.
And then you also come to the mind, isn't it? That's the other problem.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Because that searching, the getting frustrated kind of thing is the mind. It's nothing else, isn't it?
Mm.
The
And
trying to find.
now when we feel angry, happy, excited, proud, all, I mean, those emotions are different forms of self vibration, or what? How can we define the
So that's again the self view.
self
So
view?
imagine someone's self view is shattered without a doubt. Whatever happens after that is a sensory effect.
Sensory effect, yes. If
Or
someone,
or
sorry.
or it will be that power. So that again, if someone identified that difference in that particular moment, that moment that they talk about, whatever that moment, whatever they talk in Sinhala way,
The the moment,
Shana
Shana,
Matre or something.
yeah, Buddhakshane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that
yeah,
one.
Shana Sampati.
So that itself gives you the idea of this vibration and the non-vibration. That's the thing. It all depends on these things. So it's a catch-22. So until you feel this, you have this problem, and you don't let it go. But until you let it go, also you don't feel this. So that is why it is getting finer and finer. But the main important thing I can say is just that's identify these things. When the noble friend tells you that there is a self vibration that arises only when the stimuli is taken as a thing. This is very basic and the must know thing. That is the must know thing. If you know that, then no problem. And
He used to,
reversal is the truth. Reversal would be, you would feel the reverse part. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, and when we were working with Aryan Mahase, I mean, last few weeks, several times he pointed out, it's you there. Can you see now? Like that. It was so beautiful, actually. Then and there he pointed out how how we work with self-view.
It is a bit difficult, actually. It takes some time. Doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether you really feel this Dhamma. And if you start feeling Dhamma, definitely you will end that. But not because you want it, because it's actually a phenomena. If you start feeling this, it will happen. It's just a phenomena, not because you want it, because there's no self. Do you get the point, Sudharma? Even Dhamma is another.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that reminds me that there has never been a self too, no? When you said there is no self, so yeah, only thing we have to uh, try to convince that it is a system only, so that can be done by maintaining the awareness, basically. I mean, living in the present moment. So that is the only thing we can do to, I mean, see the truth in the stimulus. We must be, uh, I mean, mindful, not, I mean, to not putting in lot of effort, and just relax
That
and let it happen. Yeah.
So Dharma, in
Yes.
the last night, if you listen to the 7 p.m. Zoom, Renwansi gave this example about, I think Nikini asked the question, and Renwansi was explaining and saying, how Lord Buddha's, when he met somebody he knew, he like Satutuvadan Yodi, that means, he engaged in preliminary chit chat and, greeted the friend with happiness. So, in that sense, you can't say the Buddha had self vibration, right? So, there is, when you meet a friend for after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness, and that is the feature, that is the inherent feature of the mind consciousness. That is part of the emotion. So that is the thing that we need to distinguish. But that happiness occurs at the moment you see the friend. But then it is a spontaneous occurrence. And you go with the spontaneous occurrence, and that's it. But later, if you continue to think about, oh, I saw that friend, no, that was really nice. We went down memory lane. It was a good time. She has really
Durangika, but
changed
the
now.
thing is, I would like to add there, Surangika, the thing is, when you understand that your power in this, within this mind is zero, that is where you understand that that person will never be born in these realms. And then the feel level is completely the lower. So the mellow midila, in the sense, when that happens, whatever happens after that is a sense level. That is the thing. But when we try to give an example without that feel, it can become an issue. So imagine we are trying to give an idea about an arahant that can have flaws, isn't it? Like, so the likewise, what we should understand is the final effect when we say Melonuk Midila is getting rid of this whole mind thing. And Melonuk Midila means getting rid of this tense. So, and then after that, you live as normal. Completely, there is a problem of survival, though. There is a problem of survival because there's no interest in surviving here. That is the main thing. But what I'm trying to say is, the actions, you can't judge by actions. Any action at all. So when Lord Buddha shouted at that Swaminanse and to go behind him and say 7 times to go out of Vedavanarama, think about that. Like it can't, because if you have to say it 7 times, once maybe, yeah, it is fine. Go out, go out, go out. Oh my goodness, becomes very very tricky when we say it multiple times, isn't it? So but the main thing is lack of self vibration. That is the problem that Aran says, highlighting every morning, I think, because identifying this feel of non-existence. This is the trick, I think, because that is the important thing, feel of non-existence and no self-perception. And Arhantism has completely become the non-self-perception, or in the sense, it is the new norm. So that even in that system works normal, it completely under the power of the non-self-perception now, isn't it? Did you get the point I was trying to say?
Yeah, but
Exactly.
in the
uh,
sorry, Sudama, you go ahead.
No, both of you nicely explained what Aryana always says. Just because someone becomes fully awakened, he or she doesn't become disabled. Mandabuddhika vennine, everything happens as normal, and no one from, externally, by seeing the person, no one can assume that he's a fully awakened one or not. So both of you nicely explained that, because smiling, talking to people, organizing things, advising, if there's a necessity, raising the voice, everything will happen as usual, because even Buddha, as you said, now shouted at Potila Thero. So everything will happen as normal, and only he knows that there is no any burning, there is no any vibration, isn't it? That's what both of you explained, I think. That's
Actually,
how
even that last sentence bit is bit not true. What you have to say is, not that Lord Buddha knows that there is no self vibration or something, because he has become the non self vibration
exactly
or non
become.
vibration. So there's no story about a vibration at all there. No self perception at all there. It is non self perception. Anatta, anicca, anatta, and that, like that, it's a different, it's completely different now. They are the norm. So there's no even even a even an idea again. So it's completely different. The vice versa, kind of udukuru vecha ekak yatikuru vecha ekak udukuru karawa wage. In the sense, something turned down has turned up, means it's completely different. Not in the way we think. We think that maybe that Arahant is thinking that this is not real. No, that's not the way. There's no notion of realness there, no notion of self-vibration there. Is that okay? Did you get the point?
Yes, very clear, Dr. Kokila, when we use words, because it's according to our level, we always use the mind then, because we cannot, we are talking about never felt, never experienced kind of situation. So always the words, I mean, we are unable to explain. That's why. Yeah, now it's
Just
clear. Yeah.
on that point that I was trying to say, Dr. Hokira, the when it comes to the mind consciousness, that example, if you meet a friend and at that moment you're happy, you speak to that person happily, but there is no reliving that.
No
In the
reliving, but
no,
also even at that particular moment, there is no self-perception in an arahant. So don't take, it's not about us we are talking about. In an arahant, for example, we can take Lord Buddha, there's no self-perception at all, nothing at all.
no.
So
So
no
yeah, I was
self-vibration at all. So
yeah. So that point there, that was an example for Sudharma's question about the mind consciousness also has its innate features.
yes, 100%. 100%.
And in that sense, it is, if I can say it so, it is fully entitled to the emotion of happiness.
100%.
Those things arise spontaneously.
That's why Aranwasi says deyak nathi satata deyak nathi
That's
dukkha.
right. Yes. So
Yeah.
if that happens and then that happens and that it's an incident, but then if later on you're reliving it and trying to, what is the word in Sinhalese, vidinwa, that is the mind. So that doesn't actually happen. Even if it comes as a thought, the thought dies off because it doesn't have a power in it. There is no inherent power. And the fact that you met a friend 2 hours ago and you engaged in a good chat can occur as a thought, but that thought doesn't have force in it. So
whatever those actions, whatever those words, whatever the actions, whatever the words, whatever the thoughts, is not the matter. What matters is the underlying that power. So that is the trick. That is the trick. Again, that comes to that trick. The field that that if there is that field, imagine someone is a stream enterer. Just imagine. We can imagine. So if you are a stream enterer, the self view is shattered. It is not there anymore. But you have all the defilements. Still you have all the defilements. But there's no ownership for the defilement now. So that's where the story begins. Defilements are there. There's no ownership. And the defilements are going to die down because there's no ownership. That is the beginning of the path. But then, when defilements are completely gone, that is kind of, non-returner, then comes the tense. Still, you can't say any good thing about the non-returner. Actually, now only even that understanding is there, because how come non-returning is not that good? Because there is always a chance of this tense giving you some trouble, but not to the level of the michadittika or wrong view. But still, why Lord Buddha said, why Sariputta, why did you stop there? Why did you stop that person there? Something like that. Why didn't you give the other bit? So likewise, it's very important to understand that, there is always a gap in the field and in the mind. So we need to understand that, and we need to actually understand this. That's all you can do. You can't do anything other than that, because you have come this far and you understand fully about that the thought is has nothing to do. Thought is useless in the sense thought is there. I mean, thought, nothing happens to thought, but thought is not a thing. And then all the importance goes to the self vibration, just one vibration. That is a transitionary time from mind to the field. I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom discussion today. So we will hand over the Zoom to 4 o'clock Zooms. I didn't even notice that. So we worship Paranwanse as normal. We have so much gratitude for his all the guidance in this path. And thank you so much for joining to build up a discussion in English language. And we will meet tomorrow as well. Teruan Saranai. May Triple Gem
One
bless you
Saranai,
all.
Dr. Purushottama, Teruvan Saranai all of you.
continue with the book reading. The True Brahman Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 32. When you have the wisdom of the Kruta Jnana, you just don't do anything. The scene of the illusion automatically happens. Automatically happens means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Krutajnana, the moment you receive an aramana from any one of your senses, you will immediately be able to realize that the book which you see outside is only a thought and that it does not exist outside. And then you let go of that thought. When you let go of one thought, it is similar to letting go of a long string of consecutive thoughts that arise in the mind consciousness. To come to this stage of Krutajnana, you should be a Sotapanna. Only a person who has developed the wisdom of a Sotapanna and an Anagami would come to this point of Krutajnana. If we explain it even further, we could say that only a person who has practically experienced the pure truth, a person who has dropped off his concept of self, and a person who is on the path to nirvana can be at this stage of Krutajnana or at this stage of wisdom. At this stage of Krutajnana, you should already have a deep realization that the stimulus, aramana, that comes from outside or the book seen outside is only a sanya, a perception that has been introduced to your mind consciousness before. You should also know very well that perception of a book is something that was not introduced to you at this moment. The perception of a book was something that was introduced to you before. Also, you must have a very clear understanding that except for the thought that was formed at this moment, there is no other thought. You always have only one thought, and you should also know that the thought is formed only in this moment. You should also have a very clear understanding that there is nothing as the moment either. Theravasana everybody.
Therun Saranai. We worship Aryan Mahamsi at his feet. Therun Saranai Aryan Mahamsa. And also we warmly welcome all the listeners through the Zoom or or some other means. Therwan Saranai to all of you. Uh, and we also are very grateful and very thankful to the friends who are helping us from the background in the technology. Uh, so this is our daily English Zoom discussion. Today, the 1st of January, beginning of a new year, and we are starting our English Zoom discussion. Thank you, Shani, for reading the 2 pages for us from the book. We have been talking about the nature of the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and uh, a basic description about the mind and the thought. So we have not gone to the deep facts how the thought is formed, but some sort of superficial introduction about the thought was done and the mind. And also it was briefly mentioned about the what is meant by a thought. That means everything that we describe as the material or the outside world comes in the form of thoughts. And also it was mentioned that thought is something that occurs right at this moment, and it's always a single thought which comes at a time, and then it's a string of thoughts which occurs at a very high speed. So that is the essence of what Shani read for us. We can start the discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and Sudharma. We can start the discussion on that basis. Therwan Sarnai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. It's kind of the similar things that we discuss on this line. So to add to yesterday, what was the main point other than yesterday in the book? What was the main point? So I think it is the continuation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yes.
So it's still about the thought, still about the perceptions, mental formations.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of discussed this a lot, but I think I couldn't even couldn't finish even listening to Andolnathmapadeshana yesterday. Usually I don't miss that, but today I couldn't listen to that. I listened to a little bit of that, the first part of that, and then when I listened to that, I was like feeling that how Aranhanse was worried about people misunderstanding Dhamma in different ways. So I wanted to just highlight that in English medium as well, just in case. Because when we say the thought is not real, or outside is not real, we can, if we take this Dhamma halfway, we can be in great trouble. That has happened before. You know, there had been some vada or some what is vada? I think like a debate about this ever persisting something and not persisting something, not persisting. So when we come to the no side, there can be a great trouble here if we don't understand the full Dhamma. That is where even Aranohanse, when he starts talking about something, he finishes it. Kind of he takes into the last bit as well. If we don't do that, I think the main risk is if we take this Dhamma in half-hearted way or kind of in the middle. If you stop in the middle, there can be a kind of misunderstanding or misalignment in this part, because if someone just stop there outside, whatever is there outside is actually a perception in the mind, yes. And then if someone actually stops there, there's a very great risk of you being not understanding the whole story, because the whole story is about the self-perception or self-vibration. And if you don't go deeper and deeper and deeper, I think misunderstanding is possible, and actually you might be in trouble, because when we talk about something about the whole Dhamma, when we talk about a chair, okay, we take it as an example, or we can take daughter as an example. So the daughter, I mean, this is a bit sensitive, but we can take it. So the daughter is actually a thought. And then why are we doing this? Why are we even talking about the daughter? Is the self-perception, even though there is a self-perception or self-view, actually there is no self. What was out there was only a stimulus, which we have given so much value to. And how much this value has come, how this value has come is that we are actually researching. So when we try to understand that, we understand that the actual, when we try to like understand the manifestation of the daughter. So the daughter is kind of a perception in the mind, yes. And then we, not only that, we actually understand then if we see daughter, even the light, because there should be the perception of light to see someone. That's how you understand that it is your daughter. And even seeing is not real. It is just a past vibration. So then we kind of keep understanding that the self-perception or the self-vibration is only due to this being misunderstood as a thing. Because the notion, the duality is felt when there is a thing. If there is no duality, you don't feel anything, you don't even know anything about it. But even knowing, you know that even Lord Buddha, when he went to see Yasodhara, he know that this is Yasodhara. There's no misunderstanding in there. There's no, he saw Rahula, who is the son, and when Rahula asked for the return for him something, I don't know how to say that in English, he asked Daya or something which should be coming from that. Then he just took him, so he knows that he's his son before being and before becoming Lord Buddha or understanding truth or becoming the truth. So before becoming the truth, he had a son, and he can feel the son. So when the self vibration is not there, you can feel all the other beings, all the other vibrations, how they are and how close they are to the non-vibration, and how they can capture this vibration to become the non-vibration. So I don't think I put it in a nice way today, but what I'm trying to say is we try to understand all about the stimulus just to understand that there's nothing to take granted for. There's nothing, there's no value. It is all constructs. Either it is a mental construct or otherwise it is a sensory construct, sensory organ construct. So sensory organ constructs would be the light, the sound, the taste, the smell, or the touch, or the temperature. But the mental constructs would be mother, father, moon, sun, house, family, husband, wife, daughter, son, yeah, friends, my job, my, colleagues. So the story goes on. That is a mental construct. Why are we trying to understand this? Is to understand that if there is no self, what do we feel? And what we feel is the self vibration, which actually arises when the stimulus is felt as a thing. When you keep understanding this, actually duality is gone, and you feel like you are becoming the sound, or becoming the actually you won't feel like as it is happening to you. So that is the important thing. So what Aranwanse was trying to say, I couldn't finish the sermon, but I just heard only few parts of it in the beginning. He was trying to say, if you take this halfway, it may actually harm you. So take it fully. Don't stop anywhere. Just don't misunderstand this. So thought is not real, yes, but you have to understand that when you understand the thought is not real, what dies down is your power. So you are actually getting rid of you, not getting rid of anything else. So actually when you get rid of you, you become the daughter, you become the son, you become the person out there, you become basically everyone. That is Lord Buddha, how he was explained. He was he was the everyone. So yeah, anything to add? I think you may have listened to the whole sermon, but I couldn't. The 7 o'clock one last night. It is a new year, yes, but you can actually try and understand this sermon. It's happening one by one. There's no massive numbers, but still one by one, who understand this has a big power. But that to happen, you can't stop here and there. You have to understand the full thing, and the curiosity should be there to understand the full thing. That what we are fighting for, what we are actually fighting is to get rid of the self vibration, not to actually do anything else. And when you get rid of the self vibration, you become the thing. So it is very that is the Mahakarma, extreme kindness that Lord Buddha had, isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, actually, that 7 o'clock uh, Deshana, but there were lots of people who were giving their views towards the latter part uh, and how they understood and all. So that was it at the 7 o'clock. And then today morning, Aryan Mahase joined to the last half an hour, like, and then he explained something very fine actually about the vibrations, the changing nature of the vibrations he explained. And that changing nature of the vibrations is what is meant by feeling alive. That was one of the things that I grasped from that explanation. And the that changing pattern of the vibration occurs within that vibration itself. So it's a very fast mechanism, but also with the time, the vibrations which occur regarding the same stimulus also can change. So within that same vibration, as well as with time, the vibrations that occur later on also can change. That was one of the things that he mentioned. Uh, as you said, in the middle of the part that you, somewhere halfway of your explanation, you mentioned about that duality. Now, duality means that the system feels that it is existing there, there, and then the system is here. So there is always two sides there. And you mentioned that it is applicable to the thoughts as well as to the sensor levels, isn't it? So the thought means
Yeah, but
simply.
actually, even if you, after understanding that there is no duality, you can we always talk about this, the Ratan Mahanse, or the person who has become this non-vibration will start living as normal again. Like there is no self-vibration, but he will be seeing as normal, hearing as normal. Everything will be normal without that power. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So it is a bit difficult to explain also, I think, from Aran Hanse's perspective and our perspective, because some of the things may be not that clear. But we can talk within the limits of our feelings and how it it should be kind of understood first as well, because these finer points, I haven't listened to the morning one or the nothing today. So yes, it becomes more finer, and I suppose there's no other word than finer. It becomes finer, and I think more kind of intricate, or kind of like very, very delicate, so that it is only you who will know even the difference, because this vibratory nature, how it changes, or the self vibration, how you feel and how it changes, and how the non vibration, where the power is not there, how that happens. And you just keep understanding. So when we talk about these things, we usually feel that I usually, we have sense of faculties where we feel differently. Even that keeps changing, because you keep understanding that these sense of faculties are just one mode of just one vibration, actually. Like, even though the output is different, it's just one vibration. So the difference, that changing pattern, when changing patterns are there, definitely anyone would love that, isn't it? Like, one day you would love to eat vanilla ice cream, one day you would like to eat chocolate ice cream, one day you might feel like eating some fruit and nut ice cream. So no one wants to eat the same thing every day unless you have some allergic reaction to others. So we like the difference. We like to entertain the ears at one point, and we like to entertain the eyes at one point. We can't keep entertaining one sensory organ forever, because that is how it is, because then the living life feel is not there, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the superficial level, isn't it, Dr. Popila? I mean, the wanting to change the clothes or food or whatever it is.
It is a
That is,
superficial level, but in
uh,
deeper down
mm,
also,
yeah, it
in the
is.
feel also, uh, even though you don't talk about the type of the ice cream,
Mm,
deeper down, even if you don't have any thinking pattern, even the baby has this problem.
Yes.
That's why when there is a thing hanging up their coat, when that is not one single color usually, it has multiple colors. It gives a various sounds. It doesn't give one sound, and just different stuff, like. So they are mesmerized by that. How are they mesmerized and they don't know anything about it? So even in the field, that alive field, there is a very underlying need for alive field. That is the thing what I was trying to say. But I need to listen to what Aaron say has been talking in the morning, because he puts these things really very, very specifically, very direct way. So it is beautiful all the time. But when we keep understanding how a baby react to stuff, how baby is wanting to live, how baby would, even a worm, how a worm would love to live, how he would like to maintain the whatever the comfortable way. So the humans are a bit different. Humans have so much like 6 sensory organs. So they have different ways of, but in the finally you understand, when you are understanding a bit more, you understand this feel is actually nothing but the self vibration which is playing up. It's actually wisdom mixed with the wisdom. It's because it's not actually something you would feel. What do you think? Anything else?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, and Dhamma friends. In the morning discussion, Dr. Sakuntala, another important thing Anand Mahansi focused on is that in each thought, all the previous data, uh, can be telepathized into each stimulus. Uh, that actually, as knowledge, we knew that the self vibration, the stains, that vibration was telepathized into the zygote. But actually, for the first time, I heard that everything is present in each stimulus also. Did you get it?
Well,
Dr.
actually,
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
very easy to understand. If you actually become
Yeah.
if you can become the zygote, you can, I mean, through wisdom, just try to
Yes, Dr.
feel that.
Kokila. Yes.
Just try to feel that. And when you feel that, just become the zygote and see that vibration has all the samsaric cycle, isn't it? All the feels that you have felt, everything is there. It's just that whether you would be able to telepathize into one of them is quite different. It can be different from each and every time, but everything is there. That's why this sansaric cycle is not going to just stop by just thinking that it will stop. It's never going to happen. So this whole system should be understood thoroughly to feel it. And if you can feel it, you know that this vibration actually has everything. And this heaviness or the vibratory nature of that, or the frequency, I would say, I mean, it is very theoretical when we say that, but the frequency of that vibration depends on how much it is, how can we say, uh, thick, how thick that is. That's why even a small baby will not have much vibration, but with time he might end up in Niraya also, like very lower realms. How can that happen?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of the most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. The Buddha's teaching invites us to awaken from ignorance, just as we wake from a dream and recognize its nature through the wisdom. When attachment weakens, peace grows. When peace grows, liberation becomes possible. May we gradually free from ourselves from suffering and walk in the path towards Nibbana. Today, we'll switch on to the awakening to the moment. What we are discussing here are not applicable to mundane life. Conventional rites and rituals are good for the sustenance of society and culture. But recognizing the truth is beyond those. In Buddha's time, he expounded the truth as profound and not heard before. This means Buddhist philosophy is beyond conventional thinking. Actually, this statement is valid even today. The things we all consider real are in fact false. Reality is completely different. This is the point we need to understand first. If we are on the spiritual path, if you are ready to hear the truth, we have to tell it as if preached to 5 ascetics in Buddha's time, which they never heard before. We habitually think our perceptions are true. We are trapped with 6 senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. We believe the sensations getting through the 6 senses are real. When the truth is realized, we truly recognize all these are false. As long as we do not recognize the truth, we are in ignorance. Due to ignorance, we are subjected to an unending cycle of birth and death. This lengthy samsara. This endless suffering, unless we come out of the ignorance, there is no escape from suffering. Do we have to suffer again and again? Do we want to live in ignorance? Isn't there any escape from that? All these are questions in front of us. Everybody wants to stop this samsara. If their wisdom is awakened, they don't need to walk in this endless samsara. Because everybody knows very clearly this samsaric journey is very dangerous. Now in this birth, our wisdom is somewhat awakened. We are physically fit enough not at all bad in hearing, can see well. Understanding ability is also good. Top of everything, we have born in the Buddothpado time. So, don't you think this is the high time for one to understand this Dhamma well and put an effort to end up this samsara? What is an assurance that one can give? That we will be able to listen to this Dhamma in another birth? And what is the assurance we can give that we will be mentally all right as well as physically all right? We will have a good hearing ability. And as I told before, top of everything, that we will be born in the Buddothpado time. Nobody can give any assurance. So we were born with all these things, fortunately. So we should get the maximum out of this birth. We should not postpone Nibbana. Fortunately, we hear the exact Dhamma expounded by our Tathagata Lord Buduranjana Wahanse. That message given by Lord Buddha is given by our Buddothpado Wahanse. without any change. The essence of Buddhism is taught by him in a very simple form. That is why even the mothers in the rural areas, very far away, maybe they are not that much knowledgeable. Not they have like learned many things from the books, but yet their wisdom is awakened. If once this preaching is heard, they understand the difference. They know that this is the path they have been searching for a long time. At times they cry. Not that they cry in pain. They cry because of the eternal happiness. That happiness is due to this clear Dhamma that lead us in the correct path. What is this correct path? That is Nibbana. Now we are not touching in the darkness. The darkness is no longer existing for the people who are listening to this Dhamma. The message given by Lord Buddha. Who else was preached to us before? We were touching in the darkness. We went to person. Whenever we heard that Theru was preaching Buddhism well, we happened to go there. After some time, we'll understand what we are searching for was not found there. Then again, we go for another person because we had a desire. We wanted to finish this samsara. We knew the gravity of the birth. That is why we wanted to end this samsara. We never wanted to give it up. We were searching. Fortunately, though some people say this social media has become a curse, that really became a blessing to all of us. Otherwise, how we would have listened to him? This is the high time for everybody to understand. We have to analyze this Dhamma carefully. It does not teach us very deep Dhamma facts at once. Little by little, using simple examples, grabs from the environment, he explains this Dhamma inherent to him without damaging the meaning. what Lord Buddha has preached to the world. So, my dear Dhamma friend, this is the time that everybody should accelerate the journey towards Nibbana, as if a person whose head is on fire. We need to extinguish that. We get the rain for that. We have to get wet in that rain. This Dhamma is for Prajnavantaya. That is why Lord Buddha also said, Panyavanta sayan Dhammo, nayan Dhammo dupanyasa. Does it mean by it has to be an intellectual person who has learned many things from books? No. This is to have great effort, great desire, the intelligence to grasp this Dhamma. It's not the degrees or any other kind of educational qualification a person should possess. The clear understanding. We all are fortunate. We hear this Dhamma. It's up to us how we proceed in this path. The path is very clear. But we should understand that we have to make it clear. Aryan Wahanse has shown us the path. Whatever the obstacles, hindrances in the path, one has to be intelligent to remove those things. No path will be clear the way we want. But we should be intelligent to remove the hindrances, obstacles in the path. We should have a determination. Somehow or the other, we should proceed towards the determination, towards the destination. That is our goal. We are searching for Nibbana. Ultimately, we realize that there is no particular place or no particular kind of a thing that we are searching for. That is the Sunyatavaya. Then only we have the assurance to say, we will have no rebirth. Our suffering is absolutely over. When the suffering is absolutely over, what else is there? Isn't that what we have been searching for many births? Yes, my dear Dhamma friend, take it seriously. This time will never knock at our gate once again. This can be the last chance that we have got. Should we miss that? No, we should not. We know it is only suffering in mundane life, in ignorance. We believe we are happy and satisfied when we have money. when we have tasty food, delicious food, when we have luxuries, kind of, there are things to utilize, can be luxurious vehicles, nice fancy dresses. This is the mundane way of life. We get satisfied when we get more and more. After some time, the clothes may fade away and we look for new clothes. Again, after some time, they get further spoiled and old. Again, we look for new ones. In this manner, we are running after better and better ones. Even for the food, we are running after new dishes and new varieties. At times, we change the taste in the ignorant way of life. Are we ever satisfied? No, we are never satisfied for long. We look for the next. There's nothing in this world to be called satisfactory for long. This is suffering. What we think pleasure in this world is in fact pain only. There is no lasting pleasure. All end up in suffering. So then, what should be done? We should realize and analyze what should be understood. The reality should be understood. That is none other than Nibbana. You can ask whether you can see Nibbana at this moment. Yes, truth is that Nibbana is seen at this moment. At this moment, you have a thought. The nature of thoughts? Yes, they appear and disappear. Can we find everlasting thought? No, all are transient. It is only these thoughts that give us suffering. What we call the mind, in fact, is a collection of thoughts only. We use mind and thought interchangeably. Our suffering is only in the mind. Therefore, seeing the truth in simple words is understanding the full functioning of the mind. This manifested. The world is created by your mind. That is why Lord Buddha said, the six senses themselves are the world. Salayatana loko loko. Chittena niyati loko. Beauty and ugliness that you see are not in out objects, then where are they? They are in your mind. Moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. The birth of a thought and death of a thought happens in this moment. The one who sees the birth and death of a thought seen Udevaya will not find conventional death. This death becomes false. Birth and death happen at this moment. Before your outgoing breath happens, you need to contemplate Marananusati, occurrence of death. Contemplating Marananusati means seeing the death of thought at the moment. Lord Buddha said, if one contemplates death before the in-breath goes out, that is sacred. Seeing death in the moment is Shana Sampatti, which is recognizing the reality of the moment. It is very rare for one to see death in this moment. It is very rare to listen to Dhamma. It is very rare to get a human birth. It is very rare to live in a spiritually elevating place. We are struggling to understand the mechanism of the moment. If we could recognize the mechanism of a single thought, we see the truth. Sometimes we use the term aramuna for the thoughts. If we see one leaf of a mango tree, for an example, and we see it properly, it is equal to seeing all the leaves of the mango tree. Similarly, if we could see one thought properly, we have seen the mechanism of all thoughts. Therefore, seeing one thought properly is seen Nibbana, or seeing the truth. Now you know you have only this moment. If we talk to you, it is only at this moment. If we talk to you tomorrow, there is also only this moment. Even in 5 years' time, only this moment. If we think about the past, it is only a thought in the present moment. If you think of the future, it is again only a thought in the present moment. So it's crystal clear that We have only this moment. And the beauty of it is, even the thought at this moment is not true. Past thoughts are gone. Future thoughts have not yet appeared. The thought appearing at this moment is also not true. Atitam nagammeya uppatikke anagata. Paccupannase dhamma tatra tatra vipassati. Tatra tatra vipassati. You see a book. This book is not outside. It is a thought in the mind. This book is created in the mind by binding colors, form and sound together. Now analyze how you came to know the book for the first time in early childhood. When you start speaking, you were taught colors and sounds such as red, green, blue, yellow, etc. Here, color includes form as well, and sound is the word of the language you use. For easy reference, we use the word color only. From an early age, objects are identified by binding color and sound together. Until today, this process of binding colors and sounds continued for your worldly transactions. We call the result of combining colors and sounds the mind or thoughts. Here we use color and sounds because these two are predominant among other sensations. Binding sound to other sensation happens in a similar way. When you hear the sound parrot, a form of a parrot is created in your mind. If you hear the sound crow, a crow is created in your mind. Suppose a person does not know English, hears the word, any form is not created in his mind like ours. He cannot understand. Therefore, no form is created. He has not bound the color to the sound crow. Do you see how a form is created in your mind out of a sound? Now you can understand that the mind is the result of binding colors and sounds. This is the truth you need to recognize. We have only the present moment. Everything happens only at this moment. If you see the reality of the mind, you will see that there is no book out there. There is no crow outside. All appear in the mind at this moment. So you are free from outer objects. Now, when you investigate the mind, can you find a book or crow in the mind? No, we can't find anything in the mind. It is just the appearance of thought. Now you are free from the mind as well. Truly, we cannot find anything inside or outside. It is empty of things. The sunyatama. No material or mental objects exist to be grasped. This is called animitta. Suppose there is a book, then know me also. The absence of me or individual self is the absence of things. This is sunyata, the emptiness. This is freedom from the mind. This is the Buddha's nature of the moment. Buddha's birth is at this moment. Buddha's death is also at this moment. Buddha's awakening is also at this moment. Therefore, Buddha's Temagula, birth, death and awakening, is at this moment only. Thus, every moment is a Vesak, isn't it? If one realizes the truth, for him, every moment is auspicious. The greatest achievement in human life is the realizing the truth. That is the most auspicious thing. Awakening to Buddha nature is the most auspicious moment. All defilements, what you call as klesha, will disappear with the awakening to the truth. For such a seeker, there will be no rebirth in the lower worlds. He will steadily progress towards the state of complete absorption, arahat. All mundane people who are ignorant of the truth, there is a chance of getting birth in lower worlds. No matter how religiously they do meritorious deeds. The mundane world is full of wrong beliefs and concepts. There is no right vision. Samadhi. Lord Buddha said that there are two categories of livelihood. One is right livelihood, Samma Ajiva, and the other is wrong livelihood, Mithya Ajiva. All mundane people are on Mithya Ajiva. Those who are on Samma Ajiva are in Arya Bhumi. Arya Bhumi is where the awakening to the truth happens. The eightfold path is found only when the truth is understood. Then you start walking along Buddha's path. Those who believe the world is real are far away from the truth. They are in the wrong perspective. There is no difference between the animal and them until you hear the truth from the spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitra, and understand the truth. There is no end to the cycle of birth and death. There is no end to samsara. It requires a detailed explanation to describe how the endless birth and death cycle happens. Now you know what is Temagula. It appears only at this moment. Take everything simple. Do not make this a burden. Happily and leisurely know that we have only this moment and contemplate this over and over again. Turn inward your mind. Try to be attentively aware. See here to the moment. You know this mind is false. When you know its falsity itself is the contemplation. Do not make this contemplation a burden and suffer. Traveling along the spiritual path is very beautiful and light, but you will lose its beauty and lightness when you create unnecessary clinging and expectations of Nibbana. This clinging to Nibbana is another form of impediment in the mental illusion. Please do remember, you have to catch the serpent at the right spot. Otherwise, it will bite you. Similarly, you have to listen to Dhamma talks with a keen intellect and grab the correct meaning. Actually, what we are describing here is very simple. You should not make it complicated and a burden. What you are talking here is not observing the mind or thoughts continuously. Due to past habits, for a long time, you are naturally tempted to go outward towards the world. However, when you listen to Dhamma, you are repeatedly reminded that there are no things outside. At the same time, your mind is purified. Ignorance will slowly fade away. You start looking inward. You start seeing your own mind, how thoughts come into existence and disappear. Your misconceptions and wrong beliefs fade away, and clarity so slowly dawns upon you. Like a clean white cloth, your mind should be purified. At the beginning, the mind was pure. Subsequently, due to social conditioning, impurified your mind, and the mind becomes unpure. Now you are covered with so many klesha. When you begin to see the truth of the mind, these klesha will begin to fade away slowly. It is like getting all dirt on a cloth washed away slowly. You do not need to be rushed. Cleansing or klesha will happening gradually and automatically when you are on the spiritual path. You have found the path to Nibbana. Now you see how important even 1 second in your life is. We don't know the next moment what will really happen to us. Maybe we will fall into sicknesses the whole life. Maybe we have to confine to a bed with the physical collapsation. We will fall mentally too. Then, however much we hear this Dhamma, do you think we will be able to understand? Do you think that we will be able to comprehend this Dhamma? Will the sorrow be over? Will the journey of this samsara be over? Therefore, this is the high time. Nobody can forecast what will happen next. The Buddothpado Kalaya has arisen. We should be intelligent to seek this through Dhamma. not to go in search of materials that will help us in this mundane world. Let them be there. We may use them for that moment, but our pursuit, our determination, our perseverance, and everything should be developed in your mind to find this Nibbana. The material things that one may wish to get will give you a temporary pleasure. Does it last long? So we should find this eternal peace. Eternal peace cannot be found in the materials. We listen to the Dhamma expounded by our Lord Buddha. This is a rare chance. We should get the maximum out of it. Day and night, we should work tirelessly to achieve this. People misinterpret when say achieve, that is something material. What is the use of having materials? Unless otherwise we have the eternal peace grows in our mind. My dear Dhamma friends, we listen to the Lord Buddha's preaching as it is. We can clearly comprehend. Now we are in the path. The path to Nibbana. It's our bounden duty to get the maximum out of this and attain Nibbana. That is the ever-ending happiness. Everybody should hear this Dhamma. Everybody should be able to comprehend this Dhamma. Everybody should determine that this can be the last chance that we get to hear this Dhamma. My dear teacher, the greatest Buddothpado Wahanse, may you get the physical strength, mental strength to guide the people who go in this samsara. They are helpless. They need your support. May Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Sarnai.
how much it is, how can we say, thick, how thick that is. That's why even a small baby will not have much vibration, but with time he might end up in Nilay also, like very lower realms. How can that happen? That happens because that vibration in the Chutisita has every aspect of it. Just one vibration has the ability to have this all of it. The thing is, the synchronizing to that level can be different. The baby will not synchronize to the one level. So the baby will synchronize to the feel level, but once you become the mind is developed, you synchronize to whole different type of it. So the synchronicity changes as well. So the level changes as well, but it is just one vibration. I have to listen to Arana's sermon because he puts these things so beautifully that it is very important even for us to listen and try and understand these things.
He reiterated what you said, Dr. Kokila. Now the child in the cot, how this power makes the child to grab the phone, and how the child cries when mother tries to take it back. And finally, he was talking about the cessation of perception, Sanya Nirodha. That was the in part of it. So when you reiterated everything again, it's very beautiful and meaningful, and it's for us, of course, it helps a lot. And Dr. Kokila, when you said the pitfalls or the challenges a beginner faces in understanding Dhamma, you said Daryan Hanse also said that one should be very careful when discussing Dhamma and introducing it to a new person. Basically, the main concept of Gautama Buddha Sasana is that there is no one and there is nothing. Kenek naha, deyak naha. So, since we have lived in this world made of four great elements and giving all name labels and stuff, at once when somebody hears this, there is no one, there is nothing, they are kind of shocked and they hesitate to believe it. They think we are kind of extreme. It's an extremist perspective, although it is the true message of Gautama Buddha, since it has been distorted over these 2,500 years. At once they cannot get it because it comes as a new version, although it is the original version. So as you said, Dr. Kokila, when we
That's why we
talk to,
should not
yeah,
actually say these things like that.
exactly,
That's what the feel should be. Like when someone is talking about something, and you can just say, "Oh, okay." But when someone says about the beauty of a flower, you can say, "Oh, that is not that beautiful to me. How did that happen?" The beauty is in your eye, isn't it? The beauty is in your mind. That is very tricky. And actually, one can actually kill someone for the beauty. Someone might not even look at that because it's not that beautiful. So this change in perception and the how these perceptions are tricking you, then and there, it's very very difficult, because if you don't have a good companionship with someone, you might not be even able to say any of these things. And specifically, not everyone will like to hear that, as you said, but no one should actually start from that heavy stuff. I don't think even Aranavanse started with heavy stuff. If you listen to Aranavanse's initial Dhamma talks, he's not talking that deep about this field. He's now talking about that because it is needed for long-term listeners. Otherwise, I think after this talking about this time, he will start talking about from Dhamma about from the beginning, because that's how it goes. It goes in cycles. Because how some or other last bit should be explained by noble friend, because otherwise it will not be understood. It will not be like in the, you know, when it is out there, anyone can go back to that YouTube video and listen to that, you know, if someone needs it, because it's out there. If it is not out there, it will just not out there. That is the problem. So he's adding a bit more delicate things now, and which is needed for everyone. And when we try to tell something very like for a newcomer, if you try to say there is no self, he might get shocked and he might not even want to listen again. But if you say, if you start with something like something simple, example doesn't come to me, but something simple, that might stuck it, because you know, yesterday we talked about it, how Surangika listened to them, but these things are very extreme. Like I kind of liked it, because I kind of was trying to understand what is self, and I kind of liked it, so that's why I went on listening. And Surangika said she was mesmerized by the idea of like you are not seeing, you are actually thinking. You are not hearing, you are actually thinking. You are not feeling, actually you are thinking. That sentence actually shocked her. So that shocking, someone can actually keep listening to that due to the curiosity, or someone might even say, oh, that is extremism, that's nothing, we should not listen to that. Yeah, these things do happen. We don't have to worry about that. Actually, we don't have to. And we shouldn't appear extreme as well, because sometimes mothers, actually, when they try to talk even about Dhamma, they are a bit extreme actually. You can feel it too, that they are actually, their self vibration is more when they are trying to talk about that. How come is that? You know, that's extremely important, how you understand your own vibration, not actually other people's vibration. So if you can't understand your own vibration, you are at risk, let alone understanding someone else's vibration, isn't it? So the trick is understanding other person's vibration. And if you feel that person is not matching this vibe, don't even tell anything.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, there, Aryan Hase never leaves it just as there is no one, there is nothing. He always says there will be the projections of all the sensory faculties and things made up of 4 great elements. What we are explaining is that you can't find what you think is out there. So there again we come to that it's a world of thoughts, what you explained right now. So when we talk about Dhamma, we have to explain the full story, kind of. I mean the entire
If you
concept,
start
as
to
you
do
said.
that.
Yeah.
If you
Yes.
start
Yes.
to do that. So if you don't start, that's fine. If you feel
Yeah.
that the vibration doesn't match, you don't start. If you start,
Yes.
there's a risk also. I'll tell you this at this moment. Like there's a risk if you just tell something and you leave there and you couldn't complete. There's always a misunderstanding. So the best thing is to say, are you suffering at the moment? If you are suffering and you want to understand about this suffering, how this suffering comes, listen to Buddothpado and says sermons. Be open-minded. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Just listen and see. That's it. Without much pressure. Because if you put pressure, everyone starts worrying. I have known this forever. If you go to a temple and if the head venerable there starts forcing you onto something, will you not run away? You will. I mean, I will.
Of course we will. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nothing
if you
to
feel like
face.
if you feel like I don't think it is comfortable. No one wants to come out of their comfortable shell.
Zone. Yeah.
Yeah, but the main thing is, if you have someone, if you know someone, and if you want to give this, you give this very slowly. And if you know that person has no much capacity, you have to give it very slowly. And if you are feeling that you are not going to give it more than 2 days, just let them listen to them and just leave it there, because halfway done tasks are much more dangerous than not started tasks. Isn't it?
Helps a lot, Dr. Kokila. That helps a lot. And when I had some time with this, spent some time with this Bhante from Thailand. Those days, Dr. Kokila, when he was actually at the very beginning, I mean, at Matara Tissamaharama, he was his meditation was mostly towards concentration or tranquility meditation. So I was connecting it to, it also came naturally, Buddothpado sermons and explaining it. What happened at the end was, Dr. Kokila, he was talking about Buddothpado sermons. The language barrier was not there. He felt what was explained in Sinhala, and he also had a lot of discussions with Aryan Vahanse. He considered Aryan Vahanse as his Guru. So he was telling Sudharma, now you have true Dhamma here. You have Aryan here. He calls him like that. And actually Aryan Vahanse was not there in Anuradhapura. He was in Mahiyangana at that time. When he finished the sermon at Anuradhapura, he invited all the followers that this one is listening to Buddothpado sermons. She is a lay woman, so please talk to her and try to understand this. This is, you already have true Dhamma here. He was, I mean, finally he was talking about Buddothpado sermons. When Aryan Vahanse said last evening he got an invitation from Thailand, and they have bought a block of land to construct a monastery and name it as Buddothpado. That actually he made the decision in Sri Lanka because he got Dhamma, and he actually, even Aryan Vahanse himself told Bhante is so humble, and he listens to Buddothpado sermons and have a lot of discussions with him also. So actually, this also is a good example to show that true Dhamma is a universal thing. It doesn't matter whether it's from Thai, everybody. I mean, despite the nationality, race, caste, creed, the truth is truth, and it will come up, and people, the fortunate people, will hear this message. So I just
And also
yeah.
sometimes our vibration might not match the, sometimes, because RN1 says vibration, non-vibration matches everything. So it is very, very different vibe, and yeah, it helps so much. And not everyone would feel it, but if you feel it, it would change the person forever. But the problem is not about like getting mesmerized about a person. This is about Dhamma, and I have never met Paran Vanse, who haven't seen him myself, and same, like, not as a person, not as anything, but seeing through his sermons, his Dhamma, the non-vibration, that is the most important thing. And when we talk about this half done jobs. We have to make sure that when we talk about Dhamma, we have to actually end up telling about the, when we started saying that. If we not finished with it, kenekna, that they are similar. Deakna is similar to kenekna in the sense the stimulus is equal to actually the value of the stimulus is the sensation of you. If you don't give this message, that is the trickiest part to understand, that it is the vibe, the stimulus only that can be worrying someone, but it is so beautiful to know, because if someone has not researched about yourself or myself, researched about what is you, then you will be like, oh, that is extreme. But if you go to someone who has thought about these things, that is not extreme, because they are thinking about it. They are actually trying to find out about it. They're actually worrying or wondering about what this suffering is. Why one time you are happy, why one time you are sad, why you are seeing different levels of yourself or others, if you sing. And when they die, how unhappily they die. If they are dying happily, they are usually in a different world, thinking in a different angle. I'm going to God, and they might die happily because they are under the impression that they might go to God. So the vibration is towards the craving. So yeah, there are lots and lots of caveats here, isn't it? Anything, Suranjika, in that context? I don't know whether she had time to listen to the sermons. I am actually getting busy these days. I couldn't listen some of them.
Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, and Teruvan Sannai Dhamma friends. I think last night's one was, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the latter part, or from halfway through the conversation went on to different people's experience, particularly because Aryan Vahanse brought up the 31st night, 31st, last day of the year, and how people are kind of going a little nuts on the road and thinking that this is the end of the year, means almost like this is the end of the world kind of thing. So then there were people from different parts of the world. There was a lady who spoke from Italy, and then Harshi spoke from the US, speaking about different societies and the way they tackle, the way they see the 31st and the materialistic things they do about celebration, food, drinks, and entertainment and so on. And that is basically their world. They don't know anything else, and therefore the foremost things in their mind is entertain themselves, enjoy, and then eat, drink, and be merry kind of thing. So, they work hard, they earn a lot, and they spend a lot, and that's about it type of thing. So without any access to true Dhamma, that is almost the fate of mankind through pure ignorance. And so that was the tendency of that part of the conversation. But then I think in the later stages, Mahacharya Tuma also spoke, and he was also talking, I think, about certain aspects about, I think, Aryan Mahansi brought up the fact that, if you are talking about the feel, that you have to give an example about the feel rather than just say, that a thing doesn't become a thing type of thing. And I think the professor was also trying to elaborate on that and saying you can't try to cover it up by thoughts, and that it's almost as if how a cat covers up the poo with the paw and goes off. It's almost like you're trying to hide it but you're not really hiding it. You're just putting a sticker over it, and you're not addressing the problem. So that was, I think, the last bit of the conversation. And then, of course, there was quite a bit more of various things and Aryan Mahansa's plans for 2026 and so on. But coming back to Sudharma's question and that discussion, I think, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the advice is you really can't go into that, go into the depths of it straight away, isn't it? Because if you anything for that matter, I mean, even if you try to teach something, you have to teach a child something. You have to take them through first grade, second grade, third grade before you can tell the child to, sit for the the grade 5 scholarship. So it's something like that. And if the subject even is not introduced to that person, if the person is particularly completely new to this aspect of Dhamma, then you have to broach it in a way that is easily understood. And that's why I think Aryan Mahansa also, most of the time you find with mothers, he asks them, what's your background? What do you do as a job? What's your husband's job? How many children do you have? And then he kind of brings out the person and the person's problems and all. And through the problem, he then gradually eases into the Dhamma by saying that, how did this topic of the child being away from you or the child being estranged, how did it create so much suffering for you? How did it bring so much sorrow? Was there a child from the beginning of your life? How did this child become so important? So it's a gradual easing into a topic which is close to that person's heart. And I think that is the way that one can actually bring the Dhamma close to the person and make them understand it. And to your other point, there are certain people who are, even in these countries, seekers of truth, meaning they are open to and they're receptive to listening to various facets of Dhamma or different versions or different ways of understanding the Dhamma. So to that extent, they're curious. They bring that curiosity mindset and they have an open mind. So for such people, again, you have to have a bit of intuitiveness to be able to discern such people, and then you can gradually ease into a topic of, for example, the sensory perceptions, how those sensory perceptions make up this world, and bring it from a point of curiosity, and then use an example where if you're in the monastery, say something in the garden or some ritual that has been just practiced in the monastery, take some example like that and show. So then it becomes easier for that person to take, and they will approach it from a sense of curiosity, and then you just leave it. Again, if you bombard the person, then also, I have had this experience. If you say too much, also they get turned off. So there needs to be a bit of balance, and there needs to be a bit of an understanding and experience in handling that kind of thing. Some people are totally not tuned into it at all. And then, as you said, Dr. Kokila, then you need to know that there's no point. You just have to leave such people alone. Because I think Aryan Mahansa has also said that some people, there'll be a longer route that they have to take. And that can be through, offering flowers at a temple, doing that little ritual, which will still give them a bit of solace and comfort. Such people come about and get their happiness or peace in that way. But there are some people, the ones that are more spiritually intellectually curious in a spiritual kind of way, who would be a bit more receptive to being given the Dhamma in a more direct manner. So there are various ways in which, and I mean, we have seen this in the last 5 years with all these Zoom discussions, how Aryan Mahansa very intricately navigates the path with various people, isn't it? So that's the beauty of the way he can, not only he can tune into their vibration, but he also gets about it in such a skillful manner that there are lots of lessons for us to learn from.
Yeah, that's wonderful,
that.
isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is a kind of a mastering thing, which happens through feel. That's what he suddenly came into our Zoom and was like telling us, why don't you feel? Don't you feel the other human beings? And like, yeah, it is opening us as well, you know, like kind of, yes, are an answer. And then yes, because he guides everyone. He guides us very slowly. He hasn't guided us in one day. He can't. And but these changes has not happened within one day. Has not happened in 10 months. Has happened with time. And to hang in there, kind of keep listening to same Dhamma for some time, it is kind of interesting. And even if someone is understanding even part of it, it is good. But the main trick here is to understand the non-vibration. Because if you haven't felt this power, you don't know what you are actually getting rid of. And you don't know what's the difference between the sensory vibration and the power, because you will be misunderstanding this all the time. So there is a tricky, intricate, or very fine points. But to come to that level, you know, even sometimes we talk about these things, you know, it can just keep changing. Everything changes. Very slowly, everything changes, isn't it?
Yeah, and that other point you made right at the beginning about, I think, Dr. Sakuntala's point about this morning Zoom. I think I listened to it, but not, I was doing something else as usual, so I need to listen to that again. The Sanya Viparinama and, the vibration evolving, as well as the Abhisankarana, the volitional formation, both happening at the same time. And the next thought and the next thought is also changing. The pattern is changing. The power is also changing. And what you said, Dr. Kokina, about this moment, the stimulus in this moment, or the vibration, encapsulates the entire vibratory cycle or patterns of this whole samsaric journey or cycle in this moment. And that is why, isn't it, that one can also, through the true Dhamma and the practice, help, or the practice helps to seize that vibration as well and end the samsaric cycle. Because if it didn't encompass, if that zygote level vibration didn't encompass the entire samsaric cycle vibration, then one cannot erode it through fading of the defilements and through the access of the true Dhamma, isn't it? It works both ways. I mean, it has the whole thing in it, the vibration. And then because it contains the entire vibration of this whole samsaric cycle, which is why I think Aryan Mahansa said, what is vibrating in this very moment is not only the past perceptions, present perceptions in this birth from a conventional sense of the word, but it can happen from any past perception, even in a past life, can telepathize or synchronize to this very moment. That is what this single vibration is all about. Although that vibration is also changing and evolving, so bringing that vibration to an end is possible because it is that one vibration which, when it ceases, becomes the non-vibration. The cessation of it itself brings about the non-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, It is, I need to listen to that actually, but
I don't know whether he actually went into that. I can't remember that part of the talk. Dr. Sakuntala, did he just stop at that every moment has everything only?
Yeah, he also mentioned that every vibration tend to get telepathized to another vibration which happened in the past. So it may be within a short period, or as you all mentioned, maybe some kalpa time away. That means innumerable time gap. So every vibration will get telepathized to some another vibration. So in other words, I think in Sinhala it says that Purana Karmaya Valandanava. That means we are always well, can you say it's
consuming?
Consuming the past experiences. So that was one of the things. So if there is no similar vibration in the past, this vibration will not happen, isn't it? I mean, for this vibration to happen, there should be always something which can be synchronized from the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the importance of or even the difficult part of the non-vibration. Because if we have felt the non-vibration before, the story is a bit different. But there are instances in the Lord Buddha's time that they say the whole town, or I don't know if it's a town or the village, but that whole area, people actually understood Dhamma, but they didn't go in deeper than that. So they can have this situation again. They can synchronize to that again easily. But for the first one, it is an experience that has never happened before.
And he's given some examples also in past talks, I think, about, how we come across a face that is so familiar in a crowd, but we are really quite sure we haven't met that person before. And then, some places he's given the example where some person gets this impulse to kill a person completely out of the blue, No warning, no premeditation, nothing, but just...
I heard some similar situation even in Australia. Suddenly, there's an impulse to harm another person. Has not seen or heard about that person before. I can't imagine things happening like that. But in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, everything is like kind of explained, isn't it?
And also the love at first sight, that is something that is described. So that also can be explained in the same way, isn't it?
The explanation, love at first sight, is not there. Actually, the field is different. Field is that the closer feeling. The feel is different. The story becomes then, the perception we give is love at first sight, but that's the closer feeling. But this can come as good thing or a bad thing, it doesn't matter.
Also, me mentioned in the morning Deshana, I think Surangika may have heard, you might remember, this called in Anusote, or when you are going down along the flow, the vibrations, the way that the vibrations are evolving is such that the vibrations become stronger and stronger. Whereas in Patisote, or when you are going upstream against the stream, the evolving of the vibrations occur in a pattern where the vibrations become less and less powerful. That was one of the things that he mentioned. That means in Anusotaya, the vibrations will become stronger because of the, evolution occurs in such a way that the vibrations become more stronger. In Patisotaya, the evolving occurs into a pattern where the vibrations become less and less, becomes weaker and weaker or less dense, yes.
Yeah, it's like that whirlpool example, isn't it? Because there's nothing to stop the flow of the current, two opposing currents coming together and drawing everything into the whirlpool. It's like the Anusota, isn't it? Because every vitaka or every stimulus and every active thought around the stimulus, believing it to be real, takes that person along the samsaric cycle and the Anusota. Whereas on the other side, against the stream, would be, we talked about like an antivirus, isn't it? The true Dhamma acts like an antivirus, where the thoughts and the binding nature of it and the underlying current is not allowed to go in full flow, isn't it? Because of the Dhamma understanding comes in there to arrest that flow or slow it down to the point that where the awareness or the vidarshana aspect of it then comes into play.
And this revelation solves a lot of problems we had in the sense now when five of us perceive the same stimulus, the power generated differ from one another. No? So the thought power, it's very beautiful. And it solved a lot of problems, of course. It's beautiful.
That was what he named as, sorry, yes.
Tell.
That was what Sudharma mentioned, that was described as this Nanatta Kaya, Nanatta Sanya, isn't it? Different systems or different bodies, different people will have different perceptions.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, this Gati Purudu also, that what we have innate things all. This one point answered a lot of doubts in the sense the problems due to ignorance. We couldn't come to terms with certain things that are advanced, but today's the explanation actually helped a lot. And all your guidance to deal with new people helps a lot because we are planning to start a practical program in Gaul. That's why I sought advice from you. Teruvan Saranai, and I have to leave 5 minutes early. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma, I also want to congratulate you for doing such a marvelous job as the interpreter because you have changed the track of Bante Belly, I think, during that time.
No, Dr. Sakuntala, he already had listened to sermons, and that's why he came down to Sri Lanka. But I tried my best to contribute in some small way. But I really experienced how Aryan Vansi can.
If you're actually going to do a program, that is different. That is okay. Then who would come there is not going to they are coming there with the open mind.
That's right.
No one would come to this Zoom, and unless they have a very bad mind and they come here to it can happen. Someone comes to a Zoom with open mind to listen to them. If not, you don't have to come. So that's the thing. Then if you're doing a program, that is completely different. It is different to randomly telling someone. It is completely different because you grow up to it. And when you start telling that.
And honestly speaking, you have molded us in such a way, Aryan Vansi, all of you, because you never let us finish a point, I mean stop a point halfway. No, you're asking where is the other part? Why outside is not real? Then what about you on this side? And what about the value and so on and so forth? So we have kind of that confidence is there, self-confidence is there, Dr. Kokila, and always there are people to help. And then and there, even we can contact one of you and experienced people, and even we can get them connected. I mean, get them to talk to one of you, even if we can't contact Aryan Nwaze, so that there is no any stress as such. So we are confident that we can do something for the people.
The
Some
main thing
really,
is
yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teran everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 30. Craving, Tanha, or a liking for the book can arise. If there is a book outside, you definitely tend to get attached to it, or you would dislike it. If you believe in the book you see outside, then craving, clinging, birth, old age, death, sorrow, and lamentation will follow. To avoid going through all this suffering, how could you use this thought to realize this truth? Can we use this thought to come out of our suffering? We will teach you how to do that. You have to see the truth in the thought. You have to observe that there is no book outside. You have to know that the outside is only an illusion. The book is seen within the samadhi, which is an illusional, mundane world. This mundane world does not exist outside. The book is only a thought. It does not exist outside. And the thought, too, is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. If you have the wisdom to see all the above qualities in an aramuna or stimulus, and if you have thoroughly understood the Dhamma, then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Krutya Jnana, which in turn will lead to Krutajnana. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist. You need to eliminate your Sakkaya Drishtiya. You have to recognize that everything that we experience or feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain the realization that there is no you, you automatically move on to develop the Krutya Jnana. Krutya Jnana means you realize that this illusion is created only by the six senses, and you clearly see the Nimiti Swabhavya of the six senses. Therun Sana, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai. Thiruvan Saranai, everybody who have joined in several ways to this English Zoom discussion. First of all, we all worship Aryan Honse at his feet. And may all of you be blessed by Theruvan or Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion, which is held every day for 1 hour 15 minutes from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Thank you, Shani, for reading the 2 pages. And we have been explaining the contents of each reading each day, which is actually just a simple beginning, simple facts to start with. So yesterday and today, what mainly concentrated was about the thought. And as you read from the book, what we have to, what the message we have to receive is that what is meant by thought, and that the thought is just a construct of the mind, and it is just a creation only, just an illusion. So thought is not something really existing. So just briefly, if we talk about thought, what is meant by thought? Thought is the collective vibration of the other 5 sensor functions. So in other words, the vibrations of the 5 faculties or 5 senses will automatically, as a part of the system, will automatically combine together to form a different type of vibration, which we label as thought. So thought is something that starts forming when the baby gets a little older. Small baby will have only the function of the sensor level. This fact we have been talking very often, almost in everyday explanations this is mentioned. So this is something very important that we should have as a basic understanding. And so talking about the sensor functions or the function of the sensor faculties, it's again just another creation of the rapid vibration, fast vibration. So then onwards, it becomes an illusion. That level also, it's an illusion. It's something created then and there. And the collective action of these 5 vibrations turn into a different type of vibration. Lord Buddha's time, the beautiful example that he gave was that converting, to a different type of vibration from the milk being converted to ghee. So it's another type of a vibration, but it's different from the previous ones. So basically, everything that we think or every thought that is a mental construct, everything is an illusion. So there's nothing to be taken as true. So these are the facts that we have to understand. I can see Dr. Kokila and Sudharma both have joined. I think we can continue it as like questions and discussions, because Aryan Mahase, I think, wanted us to, I think he indirectly mentioned that it has to be done in a different manner. Actually, it's very good if somebody can ask the questions from the listeners. If there is a question coming up, that will be the ideal way to continue the discussion. So whoever is here in the forum, or maybe somebody who is listening from the YouTube, if they can come to the Zoom discussion and ask a question, it will be very lively rather than our talking on a topic or trying to explain some words. So at least until somebody asks a question, maybe we can continue it as a discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Sarnai, Sudharma.
I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I felt it as well. Yes, I think sometimes our discussion can be actually, I would say heartless. I don't know.
Yes.
Kind of without a feel. That I think he warned us about that, so it's good.
It becomes sometimes monotonous,
the main
isn't it?
important thing,
Yeah.
message I got from, the main message I got from him about that was from morning. So also he discussed about this English discussion. So I felt it as that, because the kindness to everyone. So the kindness to everyone who will listen to this song one day, not today. I think kind of we didn't even feel that. So we have to feel that, because it is easy when someone asks a question and you try to help that being. It's easier. But I understand what Arana says, suggesting feel the beings out there who have no idea about the samsaric journey, the trap. Dr. Sakuntala, your mic is open. So it is very evident that when we talk, even if we are talking, maybe one day I would do a Zoom alone, and even that day, I should be able to do a Zoom discussion, even alone. It wouldn't be a discussion, then it would be an open talk, and the out of kindness to And then I remembered how Aran once actually started doing that. And it was so, yeah, out of kindness, he started telling this into an empty phone, kind of YouTube, we can say. He just started saying that. And we randomly heard that. That's so random, I would say. But, and of course, we felt that. And now, after hearing him yesterday and today morning, how he is, when he, I mean, we are like little children. When he advises us, we are like, oh yeah, yes. And yes, actually, I think even one day, if it is only Dr. Sakuntala, if it is only Surangika, if it's only Sudharma one day, and one day, if it is only Shani, whether Shani can, or whether anyone can do that. That is the beauty of Dhamma. What you feel, and there's no problem in saying what you feel. And yeah, it's a bit tricky. Sometimes when we try to, talk about the definitions and stuff like that, which can be very monotonous and useless sometimes. But whatever you feel, if you, because we don't feel the similar ways, we feel different ways. We don't feel specifically how Aran feels, but there are ways and means of the explaining or actually giving that vibe out, whatever the vibration you have. If it is closer to non-vibration, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. So I think from today onwards, we should start doing that. Out of kindness, loving kindness to every being who might hear this soon one day. Yes. And that kindness comes from non-vibration or even closer to non-vibration. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so the book was about the thought. So Aran Mahanse has completely moved to the field these days, which is beauty. And actually, it is very interesting. If someone is in the thought or someone has value in the thoughts yet, these sermons will be taken as it is. But that's how it is. That's how it is. I mean, you have the ability to take it as in face value, even without you feeling. It doesn't matter. Just try to understand what he is trying to say. He uses a lot of metaphors, so you have to be careful that the metaphor is not the actual thing he is trying to say. So the metaphors are actually the way to give you this idea, because it's the best way to give an idea, because this is something that is not that easy to explain. So no thought is true, no thought is real. They're all constructs, yes. So do you actually feel that way, or do you have any idea how this can drag you back? Because you may be actually floating between the feel and the thought, and sometimes you're in the thoughts only, sometimes you may be in the feel only. But then the importance of everything is understanding that whatever you think is not true. It is actually a construct. It's a mental construct. So if you're thinking about a flood or fire in that case, or what can happen next time?
Everyone, my dear listeners. Yes, you could listen a wonderful sermon. You could listen previously a wonderful sermon that was delivered by one of our Buddothpado father, Dr. Kokila. So she was highlighting that there are certain kind of a difference in between the feel and the mind, the absolute feel and the feelings that come through the mind. So this has to be very well. We have to, through the understanding, we have to differentiate. We should be able to differentiate what are the feelings that come through these thoughts or mind, or what is the underlying absolute feel. So these things are two things. As long as a person who is coming from the mundane world, so she or he has been always dealing with the mind or dealing with the thoughts. So what the feeling, what is he absolutely was feeling is the mind throughout his life. But once you understand this truth, another kind of a feeling will become predominant. So that feeling is the feeling of the non-vibration. So that feeling is totally different from the feel that is given by mind. So that is the main difference that you have to recognize. So in Buddothpado sermons, you might be hearing these two words, the absolute feeling and the feeling which is coming from the mind. So, if you are new to these Buddothpado sermons, so he or she might get confused. So we are talking always about a feel that is coming from the mind and sort of an absolute kind of a feel that does not belong to the mind. But for the beginning, for the initial stage, initially it is okay. You take both as there are so-called two things of feelings. So two variants of these feelings. So that is all right if you take that into mind. So it would be another kind of a knowledge. So you are taking it as a thought. That is all right for a beginner. But at least you have to know there are two certain types of feelings. So what actually, through the Buddothpado sermons, what actually we are focusing to awake your absolute feel. That was the effort that was taken by, which was taken by Lord Buddha as well. Internal awakeness is the path for the absolute feeling. So we call it as the feel of the truth, feel of the absolute truth. So it does not come through the mind. So mind can't, at any means, mind can't give certain type of a feeling. So, so at least for the as a knowledge, you have to keep this in mind if you are a beginner only. So when you move forward in this path, you tend to feel the difference for sure. So, so it then after it won't be a knowledge for you because you are absolutely experiencing. There are two types of feelings, but until then, at least you have to take it into your mind as a thought. There are two types of feelings. We are talking in the Buddha to the Buddothpado sermons. So otherwise you will get confused. Anyway, so um, so uh, so I began my explanation straight away because I did see some kind of an important thing that was highlighted by highlighted through the previous explanation. So I didn't want to interrupt in midway. That's why I kept on continuing it until this level. So anyway, um, before I start my uh, today's explanation, I'd like to humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for bringing up this truth into this modern day world. So which has been hidden over 2,600 years. So so now the absolute truth is really there to be heard or listened. So the place where you can listen to this truth, the exact message that was delivered by Lord Buddha only through these Buddothpado sermons. So while inviting uh, all the listeners to join and uh, be a follower in this Buddothpado sermon and try to understand and try to realize who you are, why you are here, and what is the absolute truth. So with that kind of an inquisitive mind, you can start listening Buddothpado sermons. So irrespective of your religion, irrespective of your culture, irrespective of your language or whatever, it doesn't matter. You do whatever the things you do, whatever the things you used to do, and you believe whatever things you believe to believed, and just pay some kind of attention towards these sermons and try to figure out what it says. So you will be benefited by through them for sure. So it is the guarantee that we can give you. So so at the beginning also, uh, I discussed there are two different kind of feelings that we uh, highlight through these Buddothpado sermons. So one feeling does come from the mind or with the thought. The other feeling is the absolute feeling that you perceive after realization of truth or while you are realizing the truth even. So it is not a overnight thing or overnight kind of a transformation, but it would be a gradual process. So throughout this transformation process, you tend to feel the absolute feeling of truth gradually. So, so we have been talking about how the mind is getting the way how the mind gets created. So, mind is not a permanent thing. We know by now. So it is get created then and there, thought, thought by thought. As the thought keeps coming in a very rapid pace, we can't figure it out. The formation of the mind and the disappearance of the mind. Due to that particular speed, we tend to feel that it is kind of a persistent thing, like the rain. So we refer the word rain is something that is happening. The so lot of water droplets keep falling in very rapid phase, very rapidly. So for that particular scenario, we call it a rain. So we can't show this is rain. We can't pinpoint a place or thing to say this is rain. So the entire thing, the rapidly rapidly falling water droplets, collectively we call it as rain. Likewise, rapidly arising and passing away of the thoughts, we call it the mind. So actually, there is no such a thing called mind. But the modern day scientists believe that mind is there in the brain. So if you dissect the brain and see where you can find the mind is, so you can't assign a place. But the brain is needed for its functionality, creating help out the creation of the mind. That is all right. But we can't say mind is located within the brain. So we can't say particular place. So that's why Lord Buddha said it is what do you call it? Antara. I can't remember the word. Sorry for that. Please excuse for this. What Lord Buddha said is also you can't locate your place of the mind, but it gets keep on forming. So how does it get formed? With the thoughts. The building block of the mind is a thought. So as the thoughts keep coming again and again very rapidly, so we tend to feel like it is a sort of kind of a permanent thing. So that's why we thought that we have a mind. So this is my mind. So I'm the one who is thinking with using my mind. So my mind is so far powerful than the other one. That's why I have better knowledge. So many things are there in our mind. So these are just thoughts. So you can't assign a particular place to your mind even. You just think that it is within me and it belongs to me. So I'm the one who you think that you are the one who is controlling your mind. But what Lord Buddha wanted to highlight is there is no such a thing called permanent kind of mind. It gets created then and there as the thoughts uh, thoughts get formed. So the if the thoughts are by any means, if you can block the formation of the thoughts, so you can't. That is the end of your mind. But you can't do so as soon as you are awake, as soon as you are alive, as long as you are alive. So thoughts keep coming. So so that is the way how the mind works. So it is not under the control of you. You think we don't know the way how it is formed, then you think that you are controlling the mind and you are the owner of the mind. That is itself also a thought in the mind. So mind behaves as a sensor. As long as it keeps functioning, it generates more and more thoughts. So actually generation of the thoughts is not under your control. So you can't ever stop flowing thoughts into your mind. So in certain meditations like concentration meditation, so who experience doing so, so they can control the rapid flow of thoughts into their mind, but they can do it for that period of concentration only. So as soon as they get out from that particular concentration meditation thing, so again the thoughts come rushing in. So the formation of thoughts is not under control. So similarly, you are the one, you think that you are remembering certain things and you are the one who is recalling these things, but it is not. Thought thought itself creates another thought to form. So I'm talking about the mind sensor. So one thought enables another thought to form. Likewise, it keeps on generating more and more thoughts. So because you don't know this truth, you think you are the one who is thinking about certain things, and you are the one who is recalling the past incidences and the theories of physics, chemistry, or whatever. If you are a student, you think you are remembering those things. It is not so. The same thing happens. Exactly the same thing is happening in the mind as well when compared with your eye. So we know how your vision takes place. So the vibration of the I gets resonate with similar kind of vibrations. So then that particular vibration is able to project particular perception. If the perception becomes alive, we call it the vision takes place. That is the point where your eye sensor is formed. So there is no such a light came from outside. It gets created within your sensor. So how it has been created with the telepathization. So same thing happens in the mind as well. So one vibration, uh, one vibration which is responsible for a particular thought is able to resonate with similar kind of other vibrations. So if it is matched with one certain another vibration, so that will come as a next thought. So likewise, it keeps on generating more and more thoughts. Same thing happens as the eye faculty. So that's why Lord Buddha said, you have not 5 senses. As human beings, you have 6 senses. And also your mind is the sensor that you cannot assign a place even. So these things have to be very clear for you. So, and also you yourself, the notion of you yourself also is there as another kind of a thought. You are thinking you are an engineer. You are thinking you are a grown-up person. You are thinking you are a father of 2 children. You are thinking that your childhood was like this, was like that. And you are thinking your parents uh, were like this. So all these things are there as thoughts. So where these thoughts uh, so everything, so as I said, everything comes as thoughts. If you go back into your previous stages, how these initial thoughts got created. So we will take the most common example, a mango tree, right? So when you are born, after within few years of your early childhood, you didn't know whether it is a mango tree or whatsoever. So somebody has told you this is a mango tree. Then you recognized after observing its characteristics of the tree or features of the tree, then you recognize this is a mango tree. So these things happen. The different perceptions came into one place to form a thought called mango tree. So in that particular perception, color of the leaves and shape of the leaves and the consistency of the hardness of the wood and the hardness of the trunk and the hardness of the bulk, then the appearances and the shape of the fruit, all these things are there in that particular one perception, one thought. So now that particular thought comes, even you don't see a mango tree at this very moment, you remember all these things. All the other features will come along with that particular thought. How does this happen? Because the previous signals will come as a new signals. The telepathization occurs. So the moment that you first saw the mango tree becomes similar to this moment as well. That's why Lord Buddha said there is no time period, the Samanantara, it was known as entirely Samanantara. There is no potential difference between two instances. You are seeing the same thing. You are dealing with the same perception. Where you perceived it at the childhood, so the mind tells you saw it at the age of 5, now you are 45. So mind creates another thought that this period has gone now, but you are dealing, you are interacting with the same perception that you dealt with at the age of 5. So when you hear the word a mango tree, in next, after 10 years from now, you also deal with the same perception. So the feel that brings along with that particular perception, just think, it comes from the mind. So you get certain feel of its hardness, its 3D nature, and the maybe the taste of the fruit, maybe the shape and color of the leaves. All these things brings about collectively brings about a certain kind of a feel of existence of the mango tree. In order, if you feel that thing, it is natural. This, if you even hear this word of mango tree, you get certain kind of existent feeling. I'm talking about something is there. That mango tree is there. So inherently, that kind of a feeling is there, underlying this, hidden in that particular perception. And also underlying another perception is there. What is that? A person who is feeling the existing mango tree is also there with the same perception. So for an instance, if you take just this moment, you hear this, you keep on listening this explanation right now, right? So underlying this auditory perception, you it has something real. You hear something real, and also another perception is there, another kind of a feel is there. So a person who is hearing this real kind of auditory perception, so two kind of feelings are there, hidden under it. So you have to recognize. So all these things come from the mind, in the sense through the thoughts. So this is the feel that we initially called that the feeling that comes through the mind. But what we want to highlight here is, even though you think there is a real kind of a mango tree, but after understanding this reality, it is not difficult to understand. It has been made through combination of all the perceptions. So there is only a combination of different kind of perceptions. So hardness came from your skin sensor. the uh, shape and the color came from the generated through the eye sensor, and the name, which is known as mango tree, has been created within your ear sensor. So only combination of these sensors are capable of creating you a mango tree. That mango tree itself had a kind of existence feel. So if you feel this particular existence feel, there should be a person to feel the particular existence feel, and involuntarily, unknowingly, spontaneously, a person who is perceiving particular feel will had been created. So unknowingly, you felt that you are the one who is hearing the word mango tree. So ultimately, what has happened? A self that had been not there got created as soon as you heard the mango tree, the word mango tree. As soon as you heard the word mango tree, what has happened? A spontaneous creation of a living self had got created, but he was not there previously. It was not there previously. So that is the way of formation of self. So, but with the understanding, you know, absolutely there is no such a thing called mango tree. It is only combination. It is created as a result of combining all these different kind of perceptions. So we know by now these perceptions are also got created as a result of telepathization. Nothing has come from outside. It got created then and there within the faculties. So this is your own faculties. Nothing has been coming from the outside. So if the perception is not real, would there be a chance to create a self existing kind of a perception there? No. There's no chance of creating an existent thing, no. Because with the understanding, you know, these are combinations of all the perceptions only. So there is no kind of an existent nature in that particular perception for sure, you know. Even though you seen at the age of 5, there wasn't a mango tree by then even. Even though the same signal keeps coming in this particular moment, there is no such an existent mango tree either. So now you understand the created self to perceive that particular existent mango tree is not a true thing. So it is now you are realizing in this very moment. Then it goes back to the age of 5. By then also, there hadn't be a person to perceive that particular feeling of the existence of the mango tree. So this is the understanding that the previous the way how yourself had been made in the previous instance, now you know very well. I have not been born in that particular moment as well. So that brings you a certain kind of a feel. That is the Pubbe Nivasanustajnana. The early, the way it has been made in the very first stage. That is known as the Pubbe Nivasanustajnana in three sciences. That it is the first one in the three sciences. It is taught by Lord Buddha. It has been it was revealed by Lord Buddha. So it is not difficult to figure it out. Figure it out, because what you have to do is you have to extend your knowledge, thinking back to the previous instance where this particular signal has first came into your mind, to the instance where this particular signal came first into the mind. So then of course you will understand at that particular moment even there hadn't been a self by then even. So even though the same signal comes in this particular moment, in by now even there had be a chance to create a self even by now. That brings about your Chutupapachandana. So then you are getting certain kind of assurance that there had not been a self even at the past, even in this present moment. So there is the self had not been born. So-called self has not been born. So then that kind of realization will come to you if you happen to see the reality of a thought. So then what will happen? Then even the same signal comes in the future, there won't be any kind of a chance for creating a self. There won't be any kind of a feeling that you are seeing the particular mango tree. So you you interact with the mango tree without a self. That will bring about the third one, that is the asavakya, the way how your defilements get fade away. It is a certain kind of a feel. But those feelings, those three feelings, have not come from the mind. Pubbe Nivasanustajnana, Chutupamata Jnana, and the way have your defilements, the way the feelings that comes along with how your defilements gets fade away, it is known as the asavakya jnana. So all the three things are not coming from your mind. It is another kind of a feeling. So it goes beyond your mind. So the feelings that came along with the perception of the tree has come from the mind. But if you happen to see that there is no such a real thing called mango tree, and at the same time you will be able to understand, see that there had not been a self even in the previous instances and now, and you will be able to deal with the same perception in the future without a self. So in all these three instances, you have certain a field that is devoid of your mind, from your mind. So that brings about another kind of a feeling. It is the feeling of the non-vibration, or the feeling of the path that makes you to feel that your internal vibration is now beginning to settle. Earlier you were feeling a certain huge kind of a vibration that comes from the mind, but now you are experiencing the vibration that is trying to settle down. So that does not come from the mind. It is another kind of a feel. That's why I started this explanation by explaining there are two. We are talking two different kind of feelings here. One feeling comes from the mind. Other one is coming from not from the mind. Coming not from the mind. Actually, that is the wisdom. That the absolute feeling that comes not from the mind is known as the wisdom. It will bring about another fascinating thing. What is that? That is the awareness. So that awareness is, through that awareness, you will be able to visualize the behavior of your own mind. It is so fascinating because now you can keep watching your mind very well. You can see how your thoughts come, how they try to establish yourself, but with the understanding it goes back. it 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 fail it fails to establish yourself. So all the things can be seen very well, like another movie, but you are not there. In any one of the instances, you are not there. It can be clearly seen. How you can see through this wisdom? You can feel the internal feeling, the wisdom would not be affected, because it can be seen through the awareness. So that awareness is not kind of awareness that is explained in this what you call this concentration meditation and all these things. This awareness is coming only through this penetrative insight. Only through this penetrative insight. So the if you are able to understand your mind, if you are able to comprehend your mind, that will enable you to wake up your internal kind of awareness. So that awareness is known as a super awareness. This super awareness goes hand in hand with your wisdom. So how much your wisdom become more prominent, that much you will gain the super awareness. So super awareness will ultimately keep in a static kind of way throughout, whatever the, irrespective of your posture, irrespective of your uh, activities, it doesn't matter. Even though while you are doing certain things, even you are running, walking, jumping, or cleaning, or engage, whatever the thing you engage, it doesn't matter. The awareness, the super awareness that was came up with the realization will be there with you always. So, as I told you earlier, so I tried to explain how these two kinds of different feelings look like, but the second one, the super awareness or the wisdom, you never can take into a thought. So this will bring you a certain kind of a knowledge, but this knowledge will become again a thought for you, but it should not be under any other kind of a thought. Again, it goes back, falls back to the mind aspect. So it should be a feel actually. The super awareness, the wisdom, all these things are should be felt. It cannot be taken by another kind of a thought. So if you take it as a thought, it will again falls back to the feeling that comes from your mind. So through the Buddhism, through the Buddhist philosophy, we do not entertain the mind. The true liberation of the mind cannot be achieved if you keep on energizing your mind. That will fuel up the illusion further. Whatever that comes through the mind, that will strengthen up your illusion further. That will solidify the self, yourself further. So it won't help to see the absolute truth. So absolute truth here I am referring is to what Buddha said. The state of Nisato Nijyo Sunyo. There is no so-called living being within you. If you want to see this absolute truth or exact message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha, you have to say goodbye to your mind. That doesn't mean you give up. You just keep watching how mind behaves through the awareness that came with the wisdom. So how you waken, how you woke up your wisdom is only through this understanding of this thought. In other words, only through understanding your mind. So it is so logical, it is so practical, it is so self-convincing. So once you realize this Dhamma, you will be able to explain as a nutshell, as an piece of cake to someone who doesn't know this Dhamma, because you will start to experience these feelings. You will begin to experience. So anybody can't deny that you are not experiencing it, because you are the one who is experiencing it. So even though people might say, you are saying lie, no, anybody can't say so. Anybody can say, but you know how you are purification there in the internal aspect. So that will bring about a certain kind of an internal transformation to you. So it cannot be reversed. It is the nature. So earlier your nature was following up your dream or the illusion. Now your the nature is directing you towards the absolute feel. The feeling without a self. So that is the 9 vibration state. This is the point where Lord Buddha referred as the Nibbana. So you are seeing the Nibbana, you are attaining Nibbana not after your death, in this very particular moment, in this very particular thought, in the sense, as we took the example of the mango tree, the mango tree would be your thought that will carry you towards the Nibbana. So that's why Lord Buddha said, it is seen in this very particular moment. In this fraction of second, you are seeing the Nibbana. You are attaining the Nibbana. So it does not, Lord Buddha did not talk about future after death in different realms. He didn't talk about these things. He talked about a kind of akalika dhamma. Akalika means you can't assign a time period for it. So you will able to see the truth or attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana in this very moment, in this particular thought. So your penetrative insight should be improved to the level of seeing the reality of this thought. So that will enable you to move along this particular path. So you are starting with yourself to doing this activity or doing this research or doing this investigation, but ultimately you get the result that you are no longer be there in that particular result. So that's why R.N. Vansi gave her experience, his experiences into the world in this way. In Sinhala, he says, "Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa, maawa dala mama thaniyam yanawa." That means I'm starting my journey with myself, but I walk alone. After realizing I work alone, keeping self aside. So that is the real experience that you can achieve if you really understand this Dhamma. You have to have some kind sort of energy or some sort of willfulness to you. So you have to have some kind of a curious mind, and you have to have some kind of a courage to do so. And you have to have some. So if there is a will, there is a way. There's an older saying, no. So you know all these things, but only thing, you haven't heard this Dhamma before. Now you are hearing this Dhamma. So you will realize by yourself this is the exact truth, as this is the exact truth, because it can be felt. So that's why it is known as the Buddha's message is something that can be felt. It is known as Sandittika Dhamma. Sandittika means it is self-evident. So nothing will be lost if you come and see what it is. So while inviting all of you to gather around this Dhamma and choose your correct path and find your own liberation. Thank you for listening. We can talk further tomorrow as well. Good night and Triple Gem bless you.
And I think he nicely put the way people feel change thinking. I think we touched it yesterday. The way we think change when we age. So we have to understand we don't think as a 18-year-old anymore. 18-year-olds are fascinated by looks of boys or girls according to their gender. So, and they feel so much warmth about the other gender usually, or but yeah, so the output is quite different to older person. It's very catchy because older person might think about not really about the things that he or she has, but maybe how to or to who to give these things, or who to actually write these things, the deeds and stuff. And then, where am I going to die? Will I be looked after? What will happen to me? Will I be sick? How can I avoid sickness? And go on thinking like that, and end up thinking also, what will happen to me after death? A lot of people I meet every day when I work actually wonder about these things, but mostly if they are having a God in their mind, they usually say, I'm going to God. But some are not sure. Some are not sure. So the specifically, they have a liking towards or kind of a plan, which has so much ignorance or wrong vision. So we understand that it is very, very tricky when we take a thought as real, because there are so much thoughts, so much attitudes. So attitude is coming from a thought, usually what we observe every day from family, from friends, from workplace. The attitudes are kind of absorbed kind of thing. So if the attitude of the family is to not to care about the other, that will be the usual way that the children will be learning. But there can be an exception, because some people are really very easily feel the others. So Aranwanse takes this as an example, how quickly, how strongly he was feeling others, and as well as how Lord Buddha was feeling others. So the message is, do you feel others, or do you feel the suffering, in the sense, do you feel you in basic ways? So because unless you feel that, you don't know what you are fighting, what you're actually trying to get rid of. So the importance of the feel, importance of feeling everything, and importance of feeling the non-vibration is also important. So the importance of feeling the non-vibration comes from the truth, not from any other way. Because you can feel a lot of things. It may be not directly related to Dhamma. But when Dhamma or truth comes, you can definitely feel how this works differently. Because we know, as any scientists in that case, they feel something too, but they have wrong vision. That means they feel that they are there and they are trying to find something for the others. But in the Lord Buddha's, for an example, he wanted to try a way to stop suffering for others, himself as well as others. So it was driven by like that. So the path for him was driven by that. So initially, when we start to listen to Dhamma, we didn't have any agenda at all. We were curious about this truth. So out of that curiosity, we kind of kept listening and listening. Not much of an idea about actual liberation. But when we understand Dhamma, we understand that it's not that difficult to understand that it's actually vision like a different angle. So the different angle is no self-angle. So that is the important thing. To understand the no self-angle, we have to understand how the self-angle happened. How did the self-angle occur? How a person, human, basically, how does a human get this self view about the self? That is the main important thing that we keep understanding. And then we keep understanding, okay, according to, because Aryan Vanse was talking about this a lot the last 5 years. He has talked a lot. So we have listened to a lot as well. And sometimes some sermons we might have listened twice. So we kind of get his message. What is the message? There is no self, but there is a thought about a self. And how does that thought has arise? It is due to the speedy vibration that it has arisen in the mind also. The mind is very tricky. Mind is the trickiest part, I think, because the mind is an illusion. So you wake up in the morning, you wake up actually to an illusory world. And you are part of that. That is the beauty of that. Not that you are static and you are seeing an illusory world. No, that is how we feel like, I am seeing an illusory world. No, that is not the thing. Actually, the most illusory part of this is the feel of you. And that is what we are trying to understand. In that, we actually understand the other parts too. The main thing is, we are trying to understand not only about the illusory world, because sometimes I can see some others go on talking about that, like, yeah, I understand that the world is an illusion, but the way they talk is so powerful that you can feel that they have that additional power in that. So the